Chapter 1. Saiyan Bloodline is the most rubbish. I'm going to enter the ruins soon, I'm looking forward to it. I heard that someone in the last class fit in with Piccolo Daimo's bloodline and was directly recruited by the martial arts department. Yes, it is said that the dean has come out and wants to accept disciples to teach himself. Oh, I'm so envious. As long as I can fit a common bloodline, I'm satisfied. Master Roshi is good, and Mr. Satan is also amazing. You are dreaming, and you want to fit into the blood of Master Roshi. I am very simple, I can be a martial artist, and dumplings are good and cute. That's right, as long as it's not Son Goku. That guy is too useless, this bloodline can only eat, and this is not a big eater competition? It's a waste of food. Actually, the talent is not bad, and he is also a martial arts genius, but it is not suitable. It is said that he will become an orangutan, which is disgusting. On the swaying bus, your classmates discussed each other word by word. In the last row, Su-hung, who suddenly opened his eyes, was at a loss as he listened to the discussions around him. Piccolo, Master Roshi? Isn't this Dragon Ball? Where the hell is this? Am I not sleeping in bed? Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my mind, and countless memory pictures poured into my mind. Damn it, I actually passed through. As the pain subsided and his memory recovered, Su-hung slowly realized what was going on. He is no longer in the original world, and has traveled to a place where spiritual energy is revived. This world is very similar to his original world. But the difference is that the safe areas here are surrounded by high walls. Outside the city walls, it has been shrouded in mist for a long time, and in the depths of those mists, there are often ancient beasts. Every year, there are cases of beasts hurting people all over the country. In severe cases, ferocious beasts will gather in large numbers, triggering a powerful beast tide. Of course, in such a harsh environment, the reason why human beings can survive is because many strong human beings are born every year. However, unlike the traditional practice, the human powerhouses here gain power through heritages one after another. In order to cultivate more powerful warriors, every year major schools organize all new students to enter the ruins to receive inheritance. Some of the ruins are very dangerous, and those who enter it will die. And some are relatively safe, such as the Dragon Ball Ruin secret realm they are going to enter this time. All college freshmen have a chance to enter the secret realm of the ruins. In this secret realm, you can choose the characters in Dragon Ball to match the martial arts. As long as you can adapt to the martial arts bloodline of the selected characters and successfully match his martial arts abilities, then you can obtain the innate abilities of these characters, such as Piccolo Daimo, and Master Roshi, etc. If anyone can successfully fit Piccolo Daimo, then you will get the personal teaching of the top powerhouses. After that, you only need to practice hard and gradually adapt to your physical strength, you will become a super strong like Piccolo Daimo. In this way, you will become the backbone of mankind, guarding one side and defending the homeland. Classmates. Just as Su-hung was bombarded with memories in his mind, a voice broke his musings. In front of the bus, a beautiful figure stood up. Hello everyone. I'm the teacher who led the team for your exploration of the ruins. The ruins to be explored this time are called Dragon Ball. The characters in it, as well as the innate abilities possessed by various characters, I think all the students know about it in class. Maybe, some people have already chosen the characters they want to fit in their hearts now. However, I hope you will consider it carefully. Because everyone has only one chance to choose. If you succeed, you will become a warrior you admire, however, if you fail, you will have nothing and become an ordinary person forever. Therefore, everyone must do what they can. Everyone wants to be a peerless powerhouse. However, the more powerful the character you choose, the smaller his fit will be. I know that many of you want to choose a strong player like Master Roshi, but it also means that your failure rate will be very high. So I suggest that students who are not too sure should not choose the true martial arts bloodline. Xiantian bloodline also has great potential for improvement, and can also become a top-level powerhouse. Of course, there is a character you must not choose. I think everyone should know who it is. Son Goku. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, a classmate immediately echoed. Immediately afterwards, there was a roar of laughter in the car. That's right, it's Son Goku. This is the bloodline of waste recognized by major schools. The appetite is huge, and the training is extremely difficult. Although I have a certain talent in martial arts, it is really difficult to break through. In short, it is extremely difficult to pull my hips. When the moon is full, it is very likely that he will turn into a gorilla, regardless of enemy or foe, just like a beast. He has been in big trouble before, and if he kills ordinary people, he will be directly imprisoned by the military, and the final fate can be imagined. So everyone, don't choose Son Goku. The last classmate who didn't believe in evil, ran to choose, and was rejected. There was a difficult contract later, but the strength grew slowly, and there was no special ability. Not long after entering the school, I became the big fat man was swallowed by the beast, and there are not too many lessons from history. At the back of the carriage, Su Hong, who had been observing everyone's reactions, smiled and shook his head. Hee hee. Son Goku is trash. That's Super Saiyan. As a transmigrator, he was a proper Dragon Ball fan before transmigration, and he has watched this anime over and over many times. Son Goku, who has Saiyan blood, is very powerful, and his enemies are very clear. In the early stage, Son Goku was indeed relatively weak, greedy, and was beaten to death at every turn. However, that also killed the existence of Piccolo Daimao. In the later stage, there is absolutely no need for words to describe it. Spirit Bomb, Kaioken, Ultra Instinct, and a variety of super lethal moves, you can blast a planet at your fingertips. Saiyan, that's the main character in Dragon Ball. Unexpectedly, it has become synonymous with waste in this world. I really don't know the goods. The pearl is covered in dust, and it's these people who are talking about. Such an excellent bloodline is on the body, but only remember to eat it. The real power of this bloodline is not to eat here. Su Hong smiled. He couldn't control others. But his own goal is absolutely unwavering. Son Goku. Must choose Son Goku. Su Hong said silently in his heart. Chapter 2. Terrifying relic ability. Okay classmates, I think everyone knows the incompetence of Goku's bloodline. It's nothing more than an increase in strength and an increase in size. There is nothing special. The bloodlines of other powerhouses can achieve this effect. When Su Hong made up his mind silently, the voice of the teacher leading the team sounded again. In Dragon Ball, there are many powerful characters, but not every strong person is suitable for you. The most typical is that someone has found the Android 17 and Android 18 that Dr. Jero and Dr. Mayu are researching, and found that the potential is great, but the result failed to fit, and the opportunity was wasted. They were born through the transformation of scientific and technological power. The strong are not suitable for human cultivation. So don't choose an artificial human, otherwise you will not be able to complete the bloodline fit. The teacher's solemn voice sounded. So, which strong ones are suitable to choose? It's definitely not Son Goku, anyway, and there were mischievous coaxes from the classmates below. As soon as the voice fell, there was another commotion underneath. Cough. The leading teacher coughed. Next, I will tell you about the martial arts powerhouses that previous students usually choose, as a reference for everyone. The number one, of course, is Master Roshi. First of all, he is a human, and his affinity with humans is very high. Second, the Kamehameha he created is very terrifying in destructive power. If he can accumulate enough power, its the power is enough to move mountains and fill the seas. There used to be Master Rashi's fit, and only relying on this move, he alone blocked the strong attack of the two lord-level beasts. Of course, in addition to Master Rashi, there is also Tian Xinyan, the champion of the second world #1 Budo Club. Compared to Master Rashi, he is not much weaker. In addition, there are Tao Bibai, Kellen, dumplings, etc., which are very suitable for everyone. Hearing this, many students below immediately showed their yearning. And Su Hung, who was discharged from the back of the carriage and listened to the teacher's explanation, was expressionless. Because he knew that in the beginning, Master Rashi was really good, and his Kamehameha was really powerful. But that's about it. In the later stage, that's not even a cannon fodder. As for Tian Xinyan, not to mention, the champion of the #1 martial arts club in the world was quite reluctant, and it can be said that luck accounted for a large part. Even Son Goku, who was in his infancy, couldn't beat him. In the later stage, he stayed in heaven for an unknown amount of time, waiting for others to be resurrected. Okay, the basic character information has been told to everyone. All students should consider it carefully, and don't perfunctory. The teacher's voice sounded again, but suddenly it became much more serious. Your random choice is not only a waste of your own opportunities and a waste of your future, but also a waste of the resources of the entire country. You can easily enter the major ruins because countless ancestors used their lives to resist the beasts in the fog of the abyss. The high walls they built with their lives gave you a peaceful and quiet place to grow up safely. Now, this burden is about to be handed over to you. If we don't work hard enough, our descendants will be completely exposed to the minions of the abyss beasts. Therefore, your efforts are not only for yourself, but also for our country and nation. Hearing this, the originally playful atmosphere in the car was much quieter. Su Hung, who has always been dismissive, knows how terrifying the threat of beasts is through the fragments in his memory. In his memory, there was a clear record of a beast tide that had occurred. That time, 3 lord-level vicious beasts appeared in the beast tide. The high wall, which had always been incomparably strong, collapsed under the impact of countless monsters. What followed was the death of life. Wherever the beast has passed, no armor remains. All buildings were trampled down, all lives were exterminated. Countless families were broken and there were cries everywhere. In order to resist the wave of beasts, human beings dispatched countless martial arts experts, killed and injured countless ancestors, and barely blocked it. However, what was disappointing was that there were actually monarch-level beasts hidden in that wave of beasts. The line of defense, which was barely established with countless lives, collapsed in an instant. In the end, the beasts were like no one, and the entire city was occupied by the beasts, becoming a paradise for monsters. And that city has completely turned into a dead city, and it has not been recovered. So, classmates, please take this time to explore the secret realm of the ruins seriously, and take this opportunity to match your bloodline seriously. Ferocious beasts are terrifying, but they are not invincible. The hope of defending against beasts lies with you. Only by becoming the strongest can you have the opportunity to fight on the front line. Your senior, there has been a strong man who fits the blood of Master Rashi. Not only that, but there is also a super strong man who understood Kaioken under special circumstances and successfully matched the bloodline of the Realm King, and has now become the backbone of the entire human race, but the fit of this one is too unbelievable, and in human beings it is absolutely confidential among the high-level people, and there is no way for normal people to find the legendary Realm King. Squeak. Karma. Just as the teacher was eloquently explaining, the brakes sounded, and the bus swayed and stopped. The ruins are here. Everyone got out of the car, and what came on was a huge palace. In front of the palace, the stone gate was closed. Suddenly, the door opened a crack, and slowly the whole door opened. The teacher leading the team stood in front of the team, looked at the crowd, turned around and waved. Are you ready? Enter the ruins. Chapter 3. Ready to start contracting. Wow, it's so big and beautiful here. After getting out of the car, what caught my eye was a huge stone gate. In front of Shimon, there are 2 rows of armed men guarding, each armed with live ammunition. Obviously, the country attaches great importance to every relic. Even the most basic Dragon Ball relics will be guarded by the military, because this is the source of power and the hope for the future of mankind. Follow me. Don't run around. Near the gate, one of the armed men stood up and shouted to the crowd. Passing through the gate, led by the guards, everyone came to a huge square. Unlike the rough stone gate outside, the interior of the hall is quite beautifully arranged. Not only was the floor covered in marble, but it was obviously all polished. Various mysterious patterns were also engraved on the surrounding walls. From the very center of the square, a huge stone pillar stands up to the sky, connecting all the way to the roof of the main hall. With the stone pillar as the center, there is a circle of stone platforms around it. Originally, a stone platform could accommodate several people, but compared with the huge stone pillar in the center, it was very small. There is a blood connection platform in front. The voice of the guards sounded again. As the distance approached, everyone discovered that the place was already full of people. With the central stone pillar as the center, the surrounding is filled with squads one after another. Behind each stone platform stood a small team. Obviously, they were also students, and they were all here to match their bloodlines. Standing beside the stone platform, the voices of other classes began to enter the ears, and the whole venue became slightly noisy. It's a student from class 3. I heard that the champion of this cultural class is in their class. It's amazing. What are you afraid of? Bloodline fit has little to do with cultural classes. It's just a stepping stone. Suhung quietly looked at the students around him. These are the same as him to carry out blood fit. The students who can enter here are all people with good cultural achievements. Although in this troubled world, the force value is very important. However, the school believes that a qualified graduate must not only have a strong force, but also have excellent character training. Therefore, every student who can enter the university must not only take the basic martial arts talent test, but also take the study and examination of cultural courses. And Suhung was admitted to this university with the first grade in the culture class, so he is considered a small celebrity. Fellow students. A majestic and heavy voice exploded in the hall. The sound was like thunder, and the eardrums really hurt. Then, a figure in an army green uniform walked onto the stone platform in the center. Is this the military personnel? What a strong aura. This is Yeshishin, a famous general in the military. It is said that he has been retreating after beheading the Lord-level beasts. This time, he actually came to preside over the fitting ceremony in person. I don't know if I can successfully carry out the bloodline fit. I really don't want to go to the logistics department. Me too. Don't ask for Master Rashi's blood. It's not bad to give me a Tian Xinyan, hee. As beautiful as you want, I think dumplings are especially suitable for you. How cute. FK off, I also think Son Goku is the best fit for you. Seeing the principal, everyone knew that the martial arts fitting ceremony was about to start, and they became excited. Students, today is the day for your fitting ceremony. You should all have a general understanding of the major figures in the Dragon Ball ruins. I hope you will take it seriously. As long as you perform well, the door of the Martial Arts Academy will be opened for you at any time. When the students were discussing, the headmaster's majestic voice sounded again. Although he was the only one, he suppressed all the voices in the audience. Please come to the stage one after another according to the requirements of your respective leading teachers. The fitting ceremony officially begins. Immediately afterwards, on the stone platform around the Optimus pillar, students began to take the test one after another. The test method is very simple, just come on stage and put your hands on the test crystal ball. Just as everyone was thinking, a dazzling red light shone in the hall, and then an exclamation sounded. Red fit? Has anyone successfully fit the Martial Deo Master? A slightly shocked voice spread throughout the hall. Su-hung looked towards the place where the voice sounded. At the stone platform where everyone's eyes were gathered, a student was pressing his hands on the test crystal ball, and the crystal ball in his hand was emitting a bright red light. It turns out that after successfully matching the martial arts master, the color of the crystal ball is red. I don't know what the color looks like after matching the martial arts master. Tian Xinyan level martial arts master. You must know that Tian Xinyan is the champion of the world's #1 martial arts club. Around, many students looked at which classmate with envious eyes. Obviously, the success rate of the Martial Deo Master fit is relatively low. Okay, we're going to start testing too. Relax, and then read the names as I said, one by one, the armed guards spoke. The first one, Shangfeng. The classmate whose name was read was stunned for a moment, and then he confidently walked up to the test stone platform. Whether it can be successful or not depends not on the order in which you come to power, but only on your own ability, so it doesn't matter if you are earlier or later. Suddenly, a purple light shone from the crystal ball in Shangfeng's hand, more dazzling than the red light just now. FK, purple, could it be Master Rashi? Is the first one so strong? Kamehameha, a peerless martial art. Shangfeng's eyes snapped open with surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, it really succeeded. This is a master-level exercise, comparable to that of a lord-level beast. The test teacher was also very surprised. I didn't expect the first student to be so fierce. In the past, there have been cases where no students successfully fit into the martial arts master for several consecutive sessions. Next. Seeing that the people in front of them are so powerful, the rest of the people want to be happy. Occasionally, there will be people who fit in with powerful warriors, causing exclamations around them. But obviously, most people are not so lucky. Many people did not have any light after the test, and ended in failure. The first two are obviously special cases. Next, Su-hung. Finally, just when Su-hung thought he was about to be forgotten, the guard called out his name. Su-hung? Isn't that the liberal arts champion? It turns out that the champion is called Su-hung. I don't know what kind of martial artist he can match. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Su-hung. Chapter 4. Contract Son Goku, Ritual Complete. Putting his hands on the test crystal ball, Su-hung felt his eyes go black and his head dizzy. When he woke up again, Su-hung found himself lying in a grassy area with no one around. Is this Dragon Ball's world? Looking at the surrounding grass, Su-hung was at a loss for a while. Without a single one, where would Son Goku be? As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding scene changed instantly, and the dazzling colors stabbed people to open their eyes. Immediately afterwards, a light and shadow appeared around him, slowly revolving around him. Please select the bloodline of the hero you want to fit, an electronic prompt sounded. These lights and shadows Su-hung are very familiar with. Piccolo, Dumpling, Tian Xinyan, Tao Bibai, Kailing, Mr. Satan. There are also many coveted Master Rashi. Looking at the familiar lights and shadows, Su-hung was indifferent. At present, these lights and shadows are all prominent powerhouses, and everyone has a relatively dazzling record. However, Su-hung knows that these are all appearances. At present, the world of Dragon Ball is still in the first stage. Countless hidden powerhouses have not yet been born, so there is no way to choose. At present, the most recognized and possible ones are Piccolo Daimao and Kalin. Fairy. As for the Realm King mentioned by the teacher, This does not exist here, and there is no option. Son Goku, who is regarded as trash by everyone, has never transformed into Super Saiyan. So for now, these people seem to be pretty strong. However, Suhong knew it. Even Son Goku, who has never transformed into Super Saiyan, is not comparable to ordinary people. Son Goku, who has never transformed into Saiyan, made Tien Shinyan suffer a big loss at the #1 martial arts festival in the world. In the end, Tien Shinyan won the championship, which can be said to be quite reluctant, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is luck. This is just Son Goku in his childhood. This further proves the super potential contained in Son Goku. Unfortunately, people in this world don't know the goods. Suhong muttered to himself, looking at the light and shadow. Even if they were told how much potential Son Goku had and how strong it would be in the future, they probably wouldn't believe it. It will even call you an idiot in return. It's time to bring the power of Super Saiyan back to the world. After making up his mind, Suhong focused on the light and shadow of Son Goku. Finally, a short and cute figure with a long tail appeared in his eyes. Son Goku. Childhood Son Goku. The tail hasn't even fallen off. Suhong seized the opportunity and chose him, Super Saiyan's juvenile, Son Goku. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding pictures changed again. When his sight returned again, a piece of wood appeared in front of Suhong's eyes. It's all banana trees. Suhong was taken aback for a moment. Why don't you bring a bunch of them? Maybe you can bribe the little monkey. Just as he was about to start, a figure suddenly jumped in front of Suhong. Haha, are you the one who chooses to match my strength? For so long, almost no one will choose me. Looking at Son Goku in front of him, Suhong was stunned for a while. This is too real, just like living. Or, is this the real world? Why did you choose me? The voice sounded again, breaking Suhong's contemplation, making him realize that now is the critical moment to choose the bloodline fit. The issue of Son Goku is also very important, which is related to whether he can successfully fit with Son Goku. Suhong was silent. How to answer? Come to a piece of chicken soup to render and make the other side cry bitterly. Let's not talk about whether such a small Son Goku can understand, even if he says it is disgusting. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said, because, I want to protect my food. There is no sensationalism, and even a little bit of blood. Without strength, even the food you eat will be snatched away, and you can only starve forever, Suhong said again. Suhong didn't know if this answer was right or not, and whether it would impress Son Goku. After all, he was only a child. Haha, without any nonsense, just a chuckle in response to him. Immediately afterwards, Suhong only felt his brows warm, and streams of light poured into his mind. An electronic announcement followed. Congratulations, you have successfully matched the natural bloodline of Son Goku in Dragon Ball. Suhong knew that he succeeded in obtaining the bloodline of Super Saiyan Son Goku. At this point, Super Saiyan's innate physique will reappear in the world. Maybe soon, it will shake the world. Just when Suhong successfully matched the power of Son Goku's bloodline, the test crystal ball he touched suddenly burst into a ray of light in the heritage relic. Look, the crystal ball is lit up. The originally silent hall suddenly became noisy. You said he would choose whose bloodline he would fit. The champion, at least at the level of Tien Shinyan. Just as everyone was talking about it, the light from the crystal ball suddenly dimmed. The original light turned to gray-white. What level is this? Is there such a color? The test crystal won't break, right? The students below looked dazed, but the teacher leading the team, who was watching all this, clearly knew what was going on, and his face suddenly became ugly. Off-white? That is the color of waste blood. In other words, it is the exclusive color of the Son Goku bloodline. The bloodline matching ceremony has been going on for many years. Every year before the ceremony, the teacher will emphasize over and over again that the ceremony is related to one's future, so don't make fun of your future. It can be said that as long as you have a certain talent and perform rituals strictly according to the teacher's requirements, there will hardly be anything that fits the waste bloodline. That is to say, as long as you have talent and follow the teacher's request, you will not be buried. It's been so many years, and there are people who don't believe in evil. They actually chose Son Goku to fit in. In the distance, the other teachers who are paying attention here obviously also know what happened. FK, so this is Son Goku, I thought it was some hidden master. Is this a brain pump? If you choose Son Goku, why don't you just give up, not afraid of turning into a gorilla and being dragged away by the military? Yeah, after such a hard training, in the end, it's a little bit stronger than ordinary people. Just as everyone was talking, on the stone platform, Su-hung's closed eyes slowly opened. The fitting ceremony is complete, Su-hung wakes up. Chapter 5. Rapidly growing force. Why, you have to choose Son Goku, did your head get caught in the door when you came? There is actually a gray-white bloodline talent. Today is really an eye-opener. Opening his eyes, Su-hung heard a commotion around him. After a while, he came back to his senses and realized that the object of everyone's discussion was actually himself. However, he was not surprised. In this world, Son Goku is the bloodline of waste that everyone recognizes. Although he doesn't know why Son Goku is so misunderstood, he understands that if he chooses Son Goku, he is destined to be regarded as an idiot. No matter where you go, you can't escape the fate of being pointed at. But does he care about these misunderstandings? Don't care at all. That's Son Goku. When he perfectly matches Son Goku's abilities, he might be able to make Super Saiyan appear in the world. At that time, Master Roshi and Piccolo Daimao will all be cannon fodder. Beating these people is like chopping melons and vegetables, and it can be solved easily. At that time, the Lord-level beasts are ants that can be destroyed with a single finger, and he can fight a group by himself. Even a king-level beast is nothing more than that. As long as he can successfully transform into Super Saiyan, it will all be worth it. Su-hung, how many times has the teacher emphasized to you, why don't you perform the ceremony according to the teacher's request? Do you think you are special? The teacher's angry voice came, and the teacher who led the team came to the test stone platform from the back of the team. You are wasting resources. Every time you activate the awakening platform, it will consume a huge amount of energy. Every awakening ceremony is a very precious opportunity. If you don't have talent, that's fine. But you have precious talent, but you don't know how to cherish it at all. The teacher's angry words rushed towards his face, making the chaotic atmosphere around him much quieter. However, Su-hung did not panic. Teacher, I believe in my choice, Son Goku also has great potential, Su-hung responded lightly to the teacher's question. No matter what others say, it will not change his decision. Super Saiyan, Su-hung believes his choice can't be wrong. It's just yet to be tapped. I believe I can unleash its potential. Su-hung spoke again, facing the teacher and all those who were not optimistic about him. After he finished speaking, he stepped down and walked towards the gate of the ruins, ready to get in the car and go home. Hey, I'm quite confident. Suddenly, a yin and yang sarcastic sounded. That was the classmate who had just awakened Master Roshi's purple bloodline talent, named Shang Feng, in the same class as Su-hung. He is also the second in this group of students in cultural performance, just below Su-hung. He has been compared to Su-hung by everyone before, because his grades are not as good as Su-hung, so he harbors resentment in his heart. I thought it was a good opponent, but I didn't expect it to be an arrogant cerebral palsy. Shang Feng's voice continued, I actually want to explore Son Goku's potential by myself. I laughed so hard, thinking that the research of the ancestors was a dry meal. Unfortunately, this kind of waste will not even be qualified to be my opponent in the future. Su Hong, who didn't intend to pay attention, turned around slightly and faced Shangfeng after listening to such sarcastic words. Hee, if you are so careful, you really insult the name of Master Rashi. From this, it can be seen that the blood connection is not so reliable. After all, Master Rashi can choose the wrong person. After finishing speaking, Su Hong ignored Shangfeng's unsightly eyes, turned around and prepared to walk out the door. He doesn't want to care about anything now, and he doesn't want to pay attention to anything. I just want to hurry back to the training room and release Yan's potential as soon as possible. However, just when Su Hong turned around and was about to leave, something happened in the hall. A dazzling golden light instantly filled the entire hall, causing pain in the eyes of the stabbed person. Everyone looked and saw a petite girl standing on the test stone platform, and the dazzling golden light was emitted from the crystal ball in her hand. Oh my god! Golden! Extraordinary bloodline fit! Which cleric has this favored? I haven't seen a bloodline of this level for many years. I didn't expect to encounter such a genius this time. In front, the military boss who presided over the entire ceremony nodded silently. In an instant, exclamations drowned out the entire hall, and countless eyes turned to the place where the light was emitted. It's immortal Karen. Really a cleric. I'm so envious. Although it is not the bloodline of the combat system, it can be used as a super auxiliary. I heard that immortal Kallen's fairy bean, just one, can make a seriously wounded and dying person recover from their injuries, and can keep them hungry for 10 days. It is definitely a god-level assistant for abyss exploration. All eyes, all attention, all focused on the front. In the rear, Su Hong, who has attracted attention after choosing Son Goku, is inconspicuous. However, he doesn't care, this kind of attention is nothing to envy, and improving strength is the top priority. He walked out of the ruins hall quickly and took a taxi back to school. Schools usually have a lot of martial arts training rooms, and the equipment inside is very complete. The purpose is to facilitate students to carry out force training and cultivate more martial arts experts. Properties panel. Standing in the training room, Su Hong said softly in his mind. Immediately, a transparent panel appeared in front of the line of sight. On the panel, the figure of Son Goku slowly rotated, and below it was a pile of attribute data. This is the data that every successful fit can see. Name, Su Hong. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 10. Strength, 16. Agility, 8. Bloodline, Son Goku, Super Saiyan. Not caring about other things, Su Hong began to immerse himself in training. The first training after awakening, it is not advisable to do too much exercise. Start with regular strength training, 100 sit UPS, 80 pull UPS, and 80 weighted squats. Then came jogging aerobics, and on the treadmill, Su Hong set a goal of 20 kilometers. Then there are barbell lifts, which work the arms. Bird rowing to train the lats. In short, to train every muscle of the body in place, do extreme training. After finishing all the given tasks and walking out of the training room, there was only a ray of light left in the originally empty sun, and it was almost dark. Properties panel, open. Su Hong said silently in his heart. A transparent light curtain appeared in sight. Su Hong looks at the data. Name, Su Hong. Constitution, 39. Spirit, 18. Strength, 40. Agility, 20. Bloodline, Son Goku, Super Saiyan. Those stupid guys from before, after fitting into the bloodline, thought it was a waste bloodline, they just wanted to eat wildly, and they didn't bother to train at all. It was a waste. After half a day of training, all the attributes have almost doubled, and the strength attributes have more than doubled. As expected of Saiyan Bloodline. Chapter 6. Logistics Research Department. It's only been half a day of exercise, and the data of my body has doubled directly. My choice is indeed right. Seeing those numbers on the attribute panel, Su-hung's heart burst into flames. Although he doesn't really care about the opinions of others, when he chose Son Goku, he was opposed by so many people, and it was inevitable that he was still a little shaken and lost. But now, no one can stop his determination. When I activate the Saiyan bloodline and successfully transform into Super Saiyan. What abyss beasts, what kings and overlords are all scum ants and smash your nest with one punch. There are people who look down on me now, and now you ignore me, in the future. Ahem, it's a bit of a middle schooler. Su-hung shook his head and smiled, but this did not prevent his inner excitement. After calming down, Su-hung went to the school cafeteria to buy a rich dinner to treat himself. Then, went straight to the dormitory, took a shower and went straight to bed. After all, everything has to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Blindly exercising without rest will only make the body collapse faster. The night passed quickly. The next day, Su-hung got up early, had a hearty breakfast, and went straight to the school playground. The professional training room has not yet opened, so I went to the playground for a few laps. Huh? Isn't that Su-hung? Just as Su-hung was concentrating on his running training, a discussion sounded. Su-hung looked up and saw that in the corner of the playground, several classmates were doing warm-up activities, apparently planning to come to the playground to exercise. Among them was Shang Feng, who had automatically regarded him as an opponent before, that old friend, and the only person in the class who was in the blood of Master Roshi. Hee, you are early. Su-hung greeted them casually, and then ran away on his own. He doesn't plan to chat with these people. After all, the first task now is to improve his strength. Without strength as a support, the so-called personal connections are all virtual, and they can only be reduced to dog-leg vassals in the end. Come here so early, the training is quite hard. This guy runs so fast and has already run many laps. How can he feel more powerful than yesterday with his energetic appearance? Is there really something special about the Son Goku bloodline? In a corner of the playground, those classmates were sweating coldly as they watched Su-hung run around in circles. Is this the long-distance running as a 100-meter sprint? Humph. No matter how much you exercise, it's just a waste bloodline. A cold hum sounded. It was Shang Feng's disdainful voice. I still want to tap my own potential and turn the waste blood into a martial arts powerhouse. It's just wishful thinking. Beside him, the classmates who were warming up together nodded slightly. It is indeed too incredible to turn waste blood into a super strong. Leave him alone, it's just a waste of effort. After exercising in the morning, Su-hung ran to the dormitory to take a shower, and then went straight to the classroom. Previously, the school organization completed the bloodline fit of all freshmen. Today is the day when the school assigns majors. Students will be divided into different departments and learn different knowledge. Universities recruit students, not entirely for the purpose of cultivating strong martial arts practitioners. After all, people live not just to fight, but also to live. Generally speaking, universities are divided into 4 professional systems. They are martial arts warfare, civilization history, scientific research, and internal commuting. Among them, the most popular is naturally the martial arts war, because this is the place to cultivate the strong. There are not only a lot of resources invested by the school, such as various training equipment and medicinal herbs, which can make students' strength improve with half the effort. There will also be a variety of excellent teachers who will answer questions, and teach them practice and combat experience. In addition, there are super powerhouses from major cities to visit. It can be said that this is the center of a university town. In comparison, The other three are slightly worse. If you can specialize in the history of civilization or scientific research, you can also become a respected teacher. Only this housekeeping commute can be said to be the lowest ranking profession. The people inside are basically not accepted from other majors, there is no place to go, and those who have been deployed in the past are basically unlikely to have any great achievements in the future, and it can be said that they will be discarded. Suhung's dormitory is very close to the classroom, and it's only 2 steps away. However, because Suhung took time to exercise and take a bath, when he entered the classroom, the teacher had already started to explain the relevant knowledge. The basic structure of the school, as well as the different characteristics of each major, I think everyone has a basic understanding. From now on, the major assignments of each student will be announced. Please remember them carefully. The students below were sitting with their heads in danger, and the teacher began to broadcast. First place, Shangfeng, Martial Arts War Department. Wow! As expected, it's Master Roshi's bloodline after all. Although I expected it long ago, it is inevitable that I am a little envious. Brother Feng, you must be the future master of martial arts. Haha, listening to the compliments around, Shangfeng seemed very proud. Seeing Suhung, who had just entered the class, he pouted in disdain. Second place, Jiehu, Martial Arts War Department. Third place, Wenxia, Department of Scientific Research. Fourth place. The fifth place. In this way, the teacher broadcasts one by one, telling the students where they went. In a blink of an eye, the roster reached the last one. 66th place, Suhung. As soon as the name was recited, several waves of riots erupted in the originally quiet classroom. Oh, isn't this the champion? It's still worth thinking. The waste blood is sent directly to the Internal Affairs and Commuter Department, and there is no negotiation. Quiet and quiet. The teacher patted the table and glanced at Suhung below, with a little regret in his eyes. Suhung, Logistics Research Department. The teacher said lightly. It's actually this department. The students were slightly puzzled. No, teacher, it's not fair. Shangfeng, who had been waiting for Suhung to make a fool of himself, immediately slapped the case. Chapter 7. I want to stay in the logistics department. Teacher, why was Suhung assigned to the logistics research department? This obviously doesn't match his bloodline. Shangfeng, who had been watching Suhung's jokes, was full of doubts. In his opinion, how could such a waste bloodline known to passers-by enter the research department? Isn't Son Goku more powerful than ordinary people? Isn't it more in line with his identity to be a porter in the logistics department? The research department should be regarded as a place for high-end talents, and Suhung is not qualified to enter. The teacher on the podium didn't seem to be surprised by Shangfeng's questioning, and then he smiled lightly, haha. Suhung, as the top scholar in the liberal arts, can get the first place in the culture class, which shows that he is talented and intelligent. Such a bright mind is suitable for being a researcher. It would be a pity not to go. It was also because of the number 1 scholar in the liberal arts that Shangfeng felt very unhappy. Because of this incident, he had already been beaten by Suhung several times, just because his grades were inferior to him. Faced with the reason for the teacher's response, Shangfeng was obviously unconvinced. However, even a researcher needs to have basic strength. And his bloodline obviously does not meet this requirement. Furthermore, this arrangement is unfair to other students, especially the students whose bloodline talent is stronger than him, but who can't enter the research department. As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet atmosphere of the classroom was instantly broken, and suddenly some classmates began to whisper. That's right, I also successfully matched the bloodline talent. Although I'm not a peerless master, it's also a light blue level, which is definitely better than that gray-white waste bloodline. Indeed, I can only enter the general logistics department, and I can't get a place in the research department, which is obviously unfair. Looking at the whispering situation below, on the podium, the teacher frowned slightly, and his expression was not very good. Quiet. A powerful and heavy voice exploded in the classroom, which was the teacher's anger mixed with internal strength. In this martial arts world, being able to become a university teacher, no matter how weak and uncontrollable it looks, is definitely not to be underestimated. Martial arts are important, but they should never be the whole of life. We are called people because we have emotions, not cold fighting machines. Immediately, you will all enter a new department to study further. In this last lesson, I hope you will remember, life should not only be about fighting, and don't fall into the misunderstanding of everything is inferior, only martial arts are high. Martial arts should not be the standard by which everything is measured, cultural achievements are equally important. I have already decided on Su-hung's entry into the research department. If you have any questions, you can go to the school's academic affairs office to appeal. We won't discuss it here. Below, looking at the teacher's expression on the verge of going crazy, the classmates didn't dare to talk too much. Moreover, what the teacher said really makes sense. No matter what, Su-hung is also the first in the cultural class. After all, this still has a little weight. The first place in the culture class to enter the research department, there is really no problem. Su-hung, after you enter the research department, I will introduce you to a famous research professor. I hope that after you follow him, you will not waste your talent again. The voice of the teacher in front resounded again, with a deep regret. To be able to get the first place in the cultural class, as long as the martial arts talent is not too poor, it is destined to have a bright future. And Su-hung was able to successfully perform the bloodline matching, which at least means that his martial arts talent is not completely lacking. After all, there are so many people who can't even complete the bloodline matching ceremony. You've wasted your martial arts talent, I hope you don't waste your cultural talent again. Entering the research department is at least a good home. Unfortunately, the teacher sighed in his heart. It's good to have the support of a teacher. Such a useless person can still enter the research department. Why does no one support me so much? Hee, it's just something that goes through the back door. In the corner of the class, Shangfeng looked at Su-hung, who was favored by the teacher, with disdain for a while. In the last row of the classroom, Su-hung was moved when he saw the teacher who was so partial to him. He knew that the number one in liberal arts was just a gimmick. According to common sense, he should indeed be assigned to the logistics department, and should not be eligible to enter the research department. Therefore, the teacher is indeed partial to him when it comes to assigning majors. But entering the logistics department is precisely his goal. Only after entering the logistics department can he train as he pleases. Because the logistics department is in charge of all the training rooms in the school. The training room is usually open to all students. With the increase in the number of training equipment used, some equipment will gradually be damaged, making it unusable. Therefore, all the training rooms in the school are usually maintained and repaired by the logistics department. And this also means that people in the logistics department can freely enter and leave all martial arts training rooms in the school, and can use all martial arts training equipment at any time. The most important thing is that there will be no time limit for logistics personnel to enter and leave the training room. This also means that once Su-hung is in the logistics department, he will be able to use all the equipment at will. No time limit. That's exactly what it takes to spark Saiyan's blood. Therefore, from the very beginning, he has determined the goal, that is, to enter the logistics department. Just as he ignored everyone's ridicule and chose Son Goku for blood fit without hesitation. This time, he will also not hesitate. Hey, I'm going to stand out again, Su-hung sighed silently in his heart. Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. However, No one can stop me from choosing the logistics department. Thinking of this, he stood up suddenly and shouted to the teacher on the podium. "Teacher, I want to join the logistics department. I don't want to go to the research department." As soon as the voice fell, the audience was silent. Everyone's eyes turned to Soo-hung, his face was shocked. Chapter 8. Allocated Selection. There was silence in the class, with the sound of needles falling. The students looked at Soo-hung silently. Everyone had a big question mark on their face, and they all suspected that they had heard it wrong. On the podium in front, the teacher also looked at Soo-hung with a puzzled expression. Did the words just come from Soo-hung's mouth? "Teacher, I have already decided, I will go to the logistics department," Soo-hung said again, breaking the silence of everyone. In an instant, the class became noisy again. What happened just now? Did Soo-hung go crazy again? As expected of Son Goku's bloodline fit, he truly lives up to his reputation, haha. Indeed, such a decision cannot be made without cerebral thrombosis for 300 years. The classmates in the class began to complain enthusiastically. They really didn't understand what was wrong with Soo-hung. This level of mental retardation, how did the liberal arts champion get it? It can't be copied. Obviously there is a better research department to go to, but he took the initiative to go to the logistics department. Do you really want to be a porter? Every day, the school will have a large amount of material flow, the most basic such as the distribution of living materials in the school's canteens, and the daily maintenance and repair of the training equipment in the major martial arts training rooms. These are two major projects. In addition, every once in a while, the school will hold various activities from time to time. These activities are usually very urgent, and various materials need to be expedited in a short period of time. The students in the logistics department would be woken up in the middle of the night from time to time and asked to have the experience of building a stage venue to welcome the big man who suddenly visited. In addition, there is equipment maintenance, which is not only routinely checked every day. Occasionally encountering a few violent students, and the training equipment is broken, it is necessary to replace the entire equipment. A gravity machine, plus consumable accessories, weighs thousands of pounds. Once damaged, it is very troublesome to replace. Therefore, the life of the logistics department, compared with students of other majors, will have a lot of trivial matters, and these matters will delay a lot of time. The research department, in contrast, is unusually leisurely. After punching in every day, it is enough to bury your head in doing things, and usually no one will bother you. Therefore, everyone really couldn't understand why they didn't go to the good research department and had to go to the exhausted logistics department. Soo-hung. Are you serious? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to go to the logistics department? The teacher's slightly angry voice came, and he asked 3 consecutive questions. Obviously, the teacher also felt incredible. He spent so much time trying to get Soo-hung to be sent to the research department. He managed to quell everyone's discussion. For this reason, he might even suffer complaints from individual classmates. As a result, Soo-hung actually rejected him and refused to go to the research department. This was something he hadn't thought of. Soo-hung, don't be impatient. The back office is labor-intensive and has arguably the lowest status in the school. In addition, it may be more dangerous. There have been conflicts between students, and staff members were accidentally injured under rage. The most important thing is that the logistics department will waste your time. Do you want to waste your cultural talent again? Only by going to the research department can you better utilize your abilities. The teacher obviously did not want to give up and continued to persuade Soo-hung. People from the logistics department generally have nowhere to go and are forcibly assigned. Generally speaking, the logistics personnel have extremely low martial arts talent, so they are likely to be bullied by the people of the Martial Arts Institute. No more, teacher. Facing the teacher's persuasion, Su-hung was very moved. He knew that this was the teacher thinking about his future. However, they are destined to not understand the speciality of Saiyan's blood. There is no need for all kinds of messy medicinal herbs, nor any secret cultivation methods. Just training, endless training. Although going to the logistics department will live up to the teacher's good intentions. However, no matter what, he would not change his mind. I voluntarily applied to be transferred to the logistics department, and I will never go back. He said again. Hee, trash is trash. On the side, Shangfeng, who has been disliking Su-hung for a long time, sneered. 300 years of cerebral thrombosis, I can't persuade me no matter what. Alas, the brain is disabled in the intelligence. If you can listen to other people's well-intentioned advice, then it's not called a brain. It's true that things gather together, people are divided into groups, and it is worthy of being a talent who can choose Son Goku. For such talents, it is indeed more suitable to go to the logistics department. It is really a shame to go to the research department. Ahead, the teacher looked at Su-hung, who was so stubborn, with a look of regret. However, seeing Su-hung's determined look, he didn't open his mouth to persuade again. I hope you really have some special reason, otherwise, it's really a pity, the teacher said softly on the stage. Immediately, he did not hesitate. Dear students, everyone's major assignments have been notified. If you have any questions, you can ask questions at any time today. Wait until the allocation takes effect and then challenge it, there is no room for change. Hope all students have a bright future. 3 days later, go to your respective new professional reports. This class ends here, get out of class is over. P.S. From last night to now, I have done more than 20,000 words, but I haven't slept. Please support. Chapter 9. Freshman do? He actually training. Blink and over 3 days, to the day-to-day reported new professional. No extra nonsense, no extra chores, Su-hung went straight to the turn-based job site. He just wanted to hurry after finishing the procedures, good training to save time, do not want to waste time on those mess of things. On the playground, surging pole. Here is a nascent professional assigned place. In order to meet the annual allocation of newborn, each department will organize sister school seniors to help students first came to complete the formalities. Huge playground, is divided into several blocks of different regions, each occupying a local professional, for formalities. Wow! This professional clothes so beautiful, this version is the way I like. I like that piece in high school, ugly not pull a few, you can only take mopping the floor. And this material, this is it silk? Or special technique imitation? Feel quite possible. This identity card is also good, plus titanium body jade ornament, free of charge, the school under the original capital A. Come, help me take a picture, I have to clockwork dynamic job otherwise a waste. On the playground, Su-hung shuttle in the crowd, he was looking for his professional newspaper everywhere. Here from time to time came the sound of laughter and discussion, it was reported that after the completion, students receive professional services, new discussions sound. In fact, the university does not require uniforms, but in some cases, uniforms will look a little bit more professional. But Su-hung does not care about these things, he just wanted to hurry to complete the report, and then went straight to the training room. How you can not find it? In the center of the ground for several laps of Su-hung, a bit puzzled, because he could not find the logistics department of the newspaper found everywhere. Implying the logistics department did not send someone. Okay. Suddenly he found in the corner of the playground, a simple shed in the area have not been draped over him. He came closer, I saw a few people here sparse. Middle simple shed stocked with a small desk, the front says logistical word. And on the table, There are as many men on sleeping. Wait down next to people playing mobile phone. Yo, new to it? Watching the approaching Su-hung, one of the people looking at cell phone a slight rise, Su-hung looked at, and casually toward the next one finger. Snow, professional services in the next, identity cards on the table, put up their own. Dormitory in the east, you start from here, straight 300 meters, then turn left, turn right after walking for a while. Anyway, the hostel is in place, look for yourself, or ask the road, it will naturally find. After the rise of perfunctory to say a few words, the staff continued to bow to play phone, occasionally also he smile. This dress is to pull the hips, cut the thread did it? Where 2 days our estimated collapse line fell apart. And this identity card, is actually made of wood, 2 days did not wear the names. Other people's identity cards are alloy plus jade, we put forward a iron line Prior to Su-hung, there are several freshmen a little bit earlier than him. After receiving the clothes and identity cards, mind obviously some crashes, and when Su-hung pass, still complaining about each other. However, Su-hung and do not care, after fast finish collar clothes, directly toward the hostel away. After looking for quite a while, and finally ask passers hostel location, Su-hung took the identity card into the door. This hostel, really bad points, the doors are rusty. Su-hung looked at the bedroom door a push on a loud crunch, could not help but sigh. Before his freshman dormitory where, all matte plexiglass door, on the ground also covered with new marble. And this dormitory, on the ground or concrete, and still a little bumpy, a dilapidated look. Open the door to the hostel which actually are not a person, it seems not to report. Pick a bed, laid back, Su-hung immediately leave the dormitory, ran toward the nearest training room. Training room door, Su-hung holding identity cards, and handed the guard. Huh? Freshman do. Looking at the hands, handing me the identity card, guard the old man surprised road. The logistics department, so quickly to clean up. The newborn is very diligent before all can hide to hide. Grandpa guard towards Su-hung and friendly smile, go. After coming to the training room, a little warm up, Su-hung just start training objectives set by today. 150 sit UPS, pull UPS 100, 100 squat, bird's boat, standing bounce. There are weight-bearing jogging 20 kilometers. After study, Su-hung firmly implement the training program before determined limit by. To ensure that every muscle in the body can be effectively trained, so Su-hung training program contains a full set of exercises. Bird tree drop in pairs. Just when Su-hung implementation of its training programs, outside the corridor, just the janitor uncle is slowly coming towards us. Grandpa leisure humming opera, her hand holding a large cup. What? This is just freshmen come in. Passing the training room, he saw being trained Su-hung, suddenly I feel very surprised. Not in cleaning. He actually training. Chapter 10. Gravity Training Room. The doorman outside looked at Su-hung in surprise, and then continued to walk towards the water drawing platform. Su-hung in the training room was unaware of this and continued his training plan. The pull UPS and the bird row are done, and the arm muscles are in place today. Next comes the leg muscles, and endurance training, which is aerobic jogging. Training over and over again. He will use the fastest speed to increase his strength and activate the Saiyan bloodline. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Properties panel, open. Immediately afterwards, a familiar transparent light curtain flashed into Su-hung's sight. Name, Su-hung. Constitution, 55. Spirit, 35. Strength, 60. Agility, 33. Bloodline, Son Goku, Super Saiyan. Not bad, although the growth rate is a little lower than the last time, but it is still about 50%, Su-hung is very satisfied. After a short training before, the values of various attributes doubled directly, which Su-hung felt a little incredible. If the body value can be doubled after each training, it is going to heaven. Obviously it is not realistic. At first, he thought it was because of the Saiyan bloodline, but later realized that it might be because of the low basic attributes in the first training. If you can maintain a 50% increase every time, it can be against the sky. Son Goku in Dragon Ball was not too strong at the beginning. When he was born, he could only be rated as a lower-level warrior. However, that's only because of a delayed physical development. In the later stage, the upper limit of Son Goku's combat power simply broke through the sky. So Su-hung is not worried. Compared with other people, his upper limit can be said to be infinitely high. Only need infinite training, no bottleneck. Let's stop here for this training. The combination of work and rest is the kingly way. So Su-hung put away his belongings, turned around and walked towards the door. At the gate guard, the janitor listened to the opera leisurely, and saw Su-hung, who was sweating profusely, with a strange expression on his face. This is the first time I have seen such a hard-working freshman. He came to train right after reporting, and he was still from the logistics department. Isn't it that the talents in the logistics department are extremely poor, and training is not very useful? Hearing the uncle whispering behind him, Su-hung smiled slightly, ignored it, and walked straight to the dormitory. Crunch. Pushing open the door of the dormitory, Su-hung was slightly taken aback. The originally empty dormitory now has a figure in every bed. Immediately, he realized that this was a new classmate. He reported too early before, and the dormitory was empty when he came. Now he has been training for a long time, and all the roommates who didn't arrive have come. The students in the dormitory were also stunned when they saw Su-hung, who pushed in the door, and then someone immediately responded. "Hey, hello. Aren't you that liberal arts champion? I heard you picked Son Goku." The roommate's surprised voice sounded, and the originally quiet dormitory became a little warmer. After choosing Son Goku, it is true that he can only be transferred here. After all, the martial arts department needs extremely high talent and blood, and none of us are qualified. But it doesn't matter. The logistics department will also produce strong martial arts. Although it is much less than the martial arts department, there are still people who are ahead. You are also a top scholar in liberal arts, with a smart mind and high understanding. No matter what, you still have a great chance of getting ahead, so don't be discouraged. The classmate who first greeted Su-hung was very enthusiastic and positive. Forget it. For those people in our logistics department, it's not bad to be able to successfully fit Son Goku. There are many who can't even complete the fit ceremony and fail directly. The unknown ruins in the future will not have our share at all, so what can we use to improve our strength? I just want to be a salted fish quietly, and let you do the dream of becoming a martial arts expert. Compared to the first classmate, the other one seemed a lot more negative. Actually, it's not that the school doesn't let us enter the ruins, but our strength is really too poor. The unknown ruins are so dangerous, and we'll probably die if we enter. But if you have enough strength, there is still a chance to be assigned to the unknown ruins. Also, I heard from the seniors that every time we explore the unknown ruins, we also need people to clean up the battlefield. At that time, it will be our logistics department's turn to appear. So, there is no need to worry at all. Listening to their discussion, Su-hung sat on the bed silently in a daze. Unknown ruins, the teacher once explained in class. In order to expand the living area of human beings, major colleges and universities often send martial arts experts out of the city to explore. The unknown ruins are located outside the high wall, hidden in the midst of the abyss. Usually, unknown ruins are occupied by wild beasts. In order to open the ruins and use these ruins for human use, you must expel or kill all the beasts in the ruins. After the successful cleaning, the logistics department will be allowed to enter and clean the battlefield. Afterwards, a high wall will be built around the ruins. Then humans settled in, expanding the area step by step, and finally turning into a big city that can accommodate millions or even tens of millions. Unknown ruins. Su-hung muttered to himself, then ignored it. After all, now is not the time to think about these issues. What should I do next? Pure equipment training is not enough to maximize strength. Gravity training room. Sitting silently on the bed, Su-hung suddenly thought of a word and shouted excitedly. Chapter 11. Gym Martial Arts Showdown. Gravity training room. Hearing Su-hung's cry on the bed, all the other students looked at him. Are you going to the gravity training room? Are you okay? Do you know how much it costs to turn on that thing? I heard from the teacher before that it is said that the cost of opening the gravity training room is in units of 10,000. Moreover, the opening time is measured in minutes. In other words, the cost per minute will exceed 10,000. Listening to the roommate's words, Su-hung on the bed felt helpless. In a school, all the important resources cost a lot of money. Like a gravity training room. According to the previous teacher's explanation, this gravity training room was built by the National Science Research Center with huge resources in order to meet the cultivation conditions of the super strong. At that time, in order to build this gravity training room, the state took the lead and cooperated with the scientific research departments of major universities. It took 3 years and countless experiments before it was successfully developed. It is said that at the time of research and development, the electric energy consumed by light every day was as high as 1 million. In addition, material and labor costs are not included. Therefore, if you want to enter the gravity training room that cost a lot of money to build, you need to spend a lot of money, or make a huge contribution. Obviously, Su-hung is not in this list for the time being. Not only the Faculty of Science, but also the important achievements and resources of other faculties and departments of the university also cost money. The university is generally divided into 4 colleges, namely the College of Martial Arts and Warfare, the College of Civilization and History, the College of Scientific Research, and the College of Internal Affairs and Logistics. And each college will be divided into different factions, and each faction will have unique research results. For example, in the Academy of Scientific Research, in addition to the gravity training room, there are also high-energy plasma electromagnetic cannons, which will have miraculous effects when facing fierce beasts sieging the city. Published by the Academy of Civilization History, Encyclopedia of Abyssal Beasts. It contains the information of hundreds of abyss beasts, as well as the weaknesses of the major beasts, which has a miraculous effect on explorers outside the city. The Martial Arts War Academy is mainly responsible for training and officers, so this academy contains many ways to stimulate human potential, allowing you to adapt to the inherited power as quickly as possible. Of course, the above materials and equipment have one thing in common. That is, it costs money, a lot of money. Suddenly I feel so poor. Su-hung sighed silently in his heart. Let's go to the ordinary training room first, now I don't need such high-end equipment. So, after having a casual meal, Su-hung continued to walk towards the training room. Come on dumplings, come on dumplings. When he was about to go to the training room, Su-hung, who was passing by the school gymnasium, was suddenly attracted by the thunderous shouts inside. When I entered the door, I saw a sea of people everywhere, and there were deafening cheers everywhere. In the stadium, there are several different high platforms. On each high platform, there are figures who are learning from each other. Around the high platform, there were students watching the battle, cheering and shouting, which was deafening. Who do you think is better for Chen Dong's dumplings and He Chiang's for Kellen? Of course it's Krillin, who is under the tutelage of the famous Master Rashi, so Kamehameha is naturally invincible. I think dumplings are a little cuter and definitely more powerful. Cut, Kamehameha is noticeably stronger. Su-hung swept his eyes and saw that the battle between Kellen and dumplings was just so-so. This level of battle could not catch his eyes. Therefore, Su-hung soon turned his attention to another area. The crowd was full of people on the high platform. Just looked over. Su-hung's pupils shrank slightly. Hearing a pop, a broken arm flew high, followed by a smug laughter. Hee hee, my 6 veins Excalibur isn't bad, isn't it, Piccolo Daimao? Humph, the little trick of the worm. He closed his eyes tightly, and a thick green light emanated from his body. The green light spread to the broken arm, and then, the bleeding section quickly stopped bleeding and grew. After a while, a complete arm reappeared. It's amazing to be able to be reborn from a broken arm. With this ability, it's almost impossible to kill. The big devil is extremely difficult to fit. It is absolutely rare, and there are not many fits in the world. Who is this big guy? When did our school have such a god? Come on, big devil, rush rush. Seeing Piccolo, whose broken arm was reborn, exclamations sounded from below. Hearing the cheers around him, Piccolo's morale soared, and he shouted, "Burst polishing cannon!" A huge light burst out from him, hitting the front. Opposite Piccolo, a figure stood with a sword, looking at the dazzling light that was directly directed at him, and smiled slightly. Then he pointed his sword to the sky and said softly, "Sword and Thunder Realm." A giant lightsaber condensed by thunder light slowly formed above, and then slashed down fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, countless thunder lights shot up into the sky, and the dazzling light instantly attracted the attention of the audience. After a long time, the light dissipated. I saw a huge charred ravine running through the entire arena, extending from the foot of the sword to where Piccolo was. Then from Piccolo's left foot, leading to the back. Obviously, the sword-bearer showed mercy. After a long time, the audience outside the stadium came back to their senses, and then there was a burst of enthusiastic exclamations in the stadium. FK. This is a high-level power technique, from the ruins of the Xiangxia world, right? This terrifying power is estimated to be king level. If it weren't for the off-field protective cover, this gymnasium would have to be demolished. Which boss is this? Come to Zinchi village to fry fish. This level, it is estimated that it will be difficult for me to reach this level in my life. The students around watching the battle exclaimed in surprise and envy, especially some freshmen, each with a look of longing in their eyes. And Su-hung, who saw this scene, was also emotionally overwhelmed and couldn't calm down for a long time. However, he is not discouraged. He inherits the Saiyan bloodline and has infinite growth potential. My strength is still too weak. Super Psi bloodline, as long as I enter a dying state and recover, I can become stronger, but if my current strength goes up, I might be instantly killed. It's time to start targeted training. Sooner or later, I will crush everything on this martial stage. In Su-hung's eyes, a firm expression flashed. Chapter 12. Brand New Ruins. What an amazing power. On the way back, Su-hung was still reminiscing about the battle just now. With that terrifying resilience, even a broken arm can be reborn. Although he had seen the full Dragon Ball story long ago, he knew Piccolo Daimao's special abilities. However, seeing the bloody wound with my own eyes, it was restored to its original state in a blink of an eye, and that kind of spiritual impact was much stronger than that on TV. And the terrifying destructive power that almost cut the entire arena in half, even through the energy shield, Su-hung still felt a deep palpitation. If he faced that sword now, he would have been under the sword long ago. Dead. I can't do pure strength training anymore. Su-hung started planning to do targeted training. He has watched the entire Dragon Ball anime, so he knows very well that although Saiyan has super strong fighting ability, it does not mean that they have no weaknesses at all. The most typical is agility. Saiyan has super strength, and by contrast, agility is one of Saiyan's greatest weaknesses. On the battlefield, when their opponents are faster than Saiyan, they can only stare. Although a burst of aura that is stronger than a burst can be erupted, it is often not timeless and incompetent. In addition, it is attention, or willpower, control. Anger can make Saiyan burst into more power. However, it sometimes makes them lose their minds. The irrational Saiyan, regardless of enemy or foe, attacks at will. Not only will they accidentally hurt their friends, but they may even self-destruct, which is a very serious consequence. So next, we should focus on Saiyan's weaknesses, such as willpower, agility, etc., to strengthen training. All night. On the second day, this was the first official class after graduation. After the class bell rang, the teacher picked up a stack of materials and started the formal class. Students, today is the first day of the official class after the majors are divided, and the classmates may not know each other at all. Next, I will call names one by one to let everyone know each other. No nonsense, the teacher picked up the roster and started reading the name. The first one, Wang Qiu, has no hero fit. The second one, Zhang Chao, has no hero fit. The third one, Su Lang, has no hero fit. The fourth, fifth. The sixth, Yu has no hero fit. Hearing this, Su Hong frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Did he hear it wrong? Or did the teacher mispronounce it? 6 in a row, all of them were people who did not successfully fit the hero. Although I have long heard that the students in the logistics department are less talented, I did not expect this to be the case. 7th, Friend Chang, fits the hero. Hearing this, Su Hong raised his head and looked at the teacher. Finally have a classmate who successfully fits the hero? Otherwise, this department is too stretched. Fit the hero, Pilaf. What? Can this character also choose to fit? Su Hong looked weird, and Pilaf was considered a character in Dragon Ball. Whole body blue skin, short stature, wearing a small round hat, known as the boss of the Dark Street. What impressed Su Hong most about him was when he released Piccolo Daimao, and naively believed that after Piccolo conquered the world, he would be given general territory for him to rule. I don't know what special abilities this character has after successfully fitting in. There's a high probability that they won't have anything. Su Hong shook his head and smiled. Seemingly unaware of the reaction of the classmates below, the teacher continued to read the roster. The 8th. 9th. The 1st. The 1st. 48th, Su Hong. Finally, the teacher read Su Hong's name. Hey, I miss you. Next to Su Hong, someone patted him. That was his roommate, named Wu Dun, who was huge and fat. Su Hong still remembers that when he entered the dormitory, he was the first person Wu Dun greeted him, and he was very enthusiastic. Su Hong, fit hero, Son Goku. The voice fell, and there were whispers in the class. Fit Son Goku? Is that the liberal arts champion? He actually came to us. It's good to have a fit. How many people don't even have the chance to choose, and they just failed? Different from before, the classmates here heard that he was a suitable character, and no one came to sneer and ridicule, which made Su Hong a little not used to it. Ha 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 ha. Aside, Su Hong's roommate, Wu Dun laughed. It's a good fit for Son Goku. Monkeys like to eat bananas, just the same as mine, hee hee. Su Hong was speechless for a while and ignored him. The last one, Wang Fan, has no blood connection. Just as Wu Dun was laughing, the teacher finished reading the roster, and the students had the most basic understanding. Fellow students. Different from the previous time when he read the name, the teacher's tone changed and suddenly became serious and solemn. I know that before you entered the logistics department, you heard countless unbearable words, thinking that this is just a place to eat and wait to die. However, I want to tell you that the logistics department is by no means what you imagined. Our logistics department is not only responsible for the daily material distribution of the school. Like the martial arts department, we also need to be responsible for the exploration of unknown ruins. And, it's different from your impression that you can only fish in troubled waters behind the scenes. Every time we open up wasteland and explore unknown ruins, our logistics department is the first batch of people to enter. The teacher's voice fell, and the students were in an uproar. Why? Logistics, isn't it only responsible for internal affairs? How can there be a chance to enter the venue first? Seeing the doubtful expressions of the students below the podium, the teacher smiled slightly. Whether it's fighting beasts, or exploiting wasteland and ruins, the first task is to find out the terrain, find out the number of beasts, and prejudge the danger level of the entire site. All of these require our people to enter the field to implement, so our logistics department is always on the front line of the battlefield. Not only that, after the battle is over and all the dust settles, we also need our logistics department to be responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. So, we were the first to enter and the last to leave. We are the participants in the whole process, we are the most important people. The voice fell, and the students below changed from silence to heated discussion. That's right, who the hell said Lao Zi was eating and waiting to die, and let him see a few beasts in the future? Those who clean the battlefield are also valuable. Looking at the enthusiastic students below, the teacher looked relieved. Students, I hope you remember that you must have confidence. However, now, please calm down. Next, let the teacher introduce you. A brand new ruin. Chapter 13. Dream Ruins. Brand new ruins. Su-hung is also very curious. As a freshman, so far, he has only been to one ruin, the former Dragon Ball. That is the place where the new students have their bloodlines, that is, the novice village. And this time, what the teacher introduced was the advanced relics. It is no longer a bloodline fit, but an ability improvement. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and at the podium, a huge display screen lit up. Everyone, please see. Ahead, the teacher's voice sounded. Su-hung raised his head and looked intently. The first thing that appeared on the screen was a huge energy shield, in the shape of a bowl, buckled upside down on the ground. That size, Su-hung reckons, could cover 4 of the gyms he's been to at once. Then, the line of sight zoomed into the energy shield. Different from the previous Dragon Ball ruins. In the ruins this time, there is no test crystal ball and no central stone pillar. Instead, there are 4 huge clocks, facing south, east, north, and west in a circle, standing in the center of the ruins. Each clock is estimated to be the size of a teaching building. There is no smooth ground around the clock. It's rows and rows of seats, or recliners. The chairs are divided into 4 areas, each facing the 4 clocks. Ouch, what is this clock for without a crystal ball? And that recliner, for sleeping? So easy. Looking at the huge picture of the ruins on the screen, the students below burst into exclamations. The ruins this time are called Dreamland. The clock in the middle, named Hypnosis Clock. Just as everyone was fascinated, the teacher's explanation sounded. The ruins were discovered 5 years ago by our school's Piccolo Daimao Fit, Situnan, when he went out to explore, and found it in the fog of the abyss with a mysterious strongman. After 5 years of excavation and transformation, with the joint efforts of a large number of powerful people around the world, it has become what it is now. There is one entrance to the ruins in every major city in the world. The outer energy shield was added later to protect the ruins. The function of this relic is not to allow everyone to select characters for bloodline matching, nor to provide everyone with weapons or abilities. There is only one purpose, that is, to temper your mental power and willpower. Listening to the teacher's explanation, Su-hung was a little surprised. As expected of the great devil, he was able to discover such a great ruin, although it was also due to mysterious people. But, even so, the big devil is not unworthy of the name. Su-hung recalled the battle in the gym. It was indeed the opponent who was too perverted. After the ruins are opened, there will be corresponding dream builders to help you fall into your dreams. And some weapons will be provided, etc. You can choose by yourself at that time. It is recommended to choose the one with strong firepower or one that can escape, and try to delay the time as much as possible. Teachers, the voice of the explanation remains. Then you will fall into a deep sleep and enter your own dreams, which is why there are reclining chairs in the ruins. And in the dream, you will see endless beasts in the abyss. As soon as the words fell, the students who were listening to the explanation below burst out in surprise. Why? Is the function of this relic just to give people nightmares? Facing the students' questions, the teacher smiled slightly. Of course not. This beast is used to exercise your will. On the podium, the teacher waved his hand, and the screen flashed, and 5 different pictures appeared. The 5 pictures are for 5 different venues. The first picture is an aerial view of a city. The second one is a hotel. The third picture is a hospital, located on the top of the snow mountain. The fourth one is another city, but this time the location is by the sea. In the distance on the sea, there are creatures like birds flying. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be one after another of beasts and monsters, densely packed and uncountable. The fifth, neither a hospital nor a hotel, but a blank, nothing. Looking at the screen on the screen, Su-hung's pupils shrank slightly. Isn't this Inception? That world has been transformed by the strong? Teacher, can you explain these pictures? Su-hung asked to confirm his judgment. As if hearing his question, the teacher's explanation sounded again. To be precise, this is a dream relic, which is divided into 5 levels, corresponding to the 5 pictures above. The first time you enter, it is the first floor, and the location is randomly transmitted. If you want to enter the second floor, you need to find the corresponding dream builder on the first floor and build your dream again. The way of training is to fight beasts. FK, the students below exclaimed when they heard the teacher's words. Teacher, I haven't successfully matched any heroes, I'm just an ordinary person. Isn't fighting beasts courting death? I want to live a few more years. Hee, don't worry at all. The teacher comforted. In addition, as I said just now, the dream is divided into 5 layers. The beasts and monsters in it are stronger than the first layer, and the first layer is fiercer than the first layer. Although the beasts at the back are very powerful. However, the fierce beasts on the first floor are very weak, and they are completely designed for ordinary people. Everyone here should be able to handle them. And, if you can't beat it, you can still run. As long as you stay in the dream long enough, even if you don't kill a single beast, your willpower will also increase. All in all, with your willpower, the longer you hold on, the more beasts you kill, the greater your mental strength and willpower will grow. In a dream, it doesn't matter if you are really killed by a beast. In reality, you will wake up, but your spirit will be weak for a while. However, there is one thing that must be emphasized. Don't enter the 5th layer dream without authorization, and don't try to find the 5th dream builder. Hearing the teacher's words, Su-hung looked at the 5th picture curiously. There was nothing there, it was blank, which was different from the 5-layer dream in the original book. Why? Are the beasts there very powerful? The teacher shook his head and replied solemnly. I don't know, because none of the people who have entered the 5th layer dreamland can come back normally. Chapter 14. A combination of Alien and Inception. No one can come back normally. The teacher's words made the students below silent for a while. Su-hung was thoughtful. He had watched Inception several times. Because it is too real, after entering, it is extremely difficult to distinguish between reality and dream, so you have to rely on totems to make judgments. From the first layer to the fourth layer, the totem effect is obvious. But the fifth layer is different, the subconscious edge, the deepest consciousness. Even if there is a totem, it is impossible to identify whether it is a reality or a dream. If you are not careful, you will be completely lost, and you will never be able to get out. It is estimated that few people know this. The most important is the fifth floor. If you die, will only sink deeper and deeper. Unlike the previous layers, death can escape. Okay, classmates, in the fifth layer dream, everyone who has entered will basically have various abnormalities. Either die or go mad, and some even become vegetative, paralyzed for life. So, the fifth floor is not something you should consider now. Next, the teacher will explain the difference between different dreams in detail. After entering the ruins, everyone will be more psychologically prepared. After speaking, on the monitor, the screen flashed again, and two pictures appeared in front of everyone. To be precise, it is a static image and a dynamic image. FK, this is really exciting. Is this a monster growing on its head? Looks disgusting. I'm going to throw up. On the monitor, as soon as the picture appeared, the quiet atmosphere in the class was instantly broken, and the students began to discuss enthusiastically. Many classmates complained one after another, couldn't stand it, and even wanted to vomit. And within the class, Soo-hung looked at the monster on the screen with a look of excitement. Because of that monster, he is very familiar. Isn't this an alien? This is obviously a face hug. On the seat, Soo-hung's hands trembled slightly. Although he tried his best to suppress his inner excitement, he couldn't help but let out two exclamations. In the past, he just liked watching all kinds of movies, and he had watched it many times, like Dragon Ball. And the beast that appeared this time was actually a movie he had seen before, called Alien. He has completely watched all the films in the Alien series, and there are a total of 12 different forms of the aliens in it. And the picture the teacher put on this time is the cub inside the alien, which is still in the early stage of alien development, called the face-hugging body. Okay, everyone be quiet. Haha, it's good to see what you're used to. The teacher comforted everyone and continued to introduce. This thing, called the face-hugging body, is one of the beasts in the abyss. But it's still in the early stage, and it just ran out of the beast's egg. Of course, even in the early stages, it would be very troublesome if he was attached to his body. His tail will strangle your neck, and when you feel like you're suffocating and you open your breath, his tentacles shove hard into your throat. The second dynamic picture is the process of his attacking people. However, the following students obviously do not want to see it. Teacher, turn the page quickly, this looks so scary. Some female students felt like they were about to cry. Well, I'll go through it quickly. Seeing that the students reacted so strongly, the teacher did not insist. So I flipped through the photos on the screen and quickly passed the beasts on the second, third, and fourth floors, hoping to give everyone a general impression. Below, Soo-hung excitedly looked at the flipped pictures. Although the teacher turned quickly, he still recognized the beast behind him. The beast of the second layer of dreams is a messenger alien. The third layer is the late variant, the queen alien. On the fourth floor, there are no new aliens, but a big carnival of all aliens. Obviously, the fourth layer is very dangerous. It is still something in the Alien movie, but it has developed into a mature body with more powerful offensive power. As for the fifth layer dream, the teacher didn't know what it was, so it was blank. After recognizing all the beasts, Soo-hung was very excited. It would be better to watch more movies. Dragon Ball he saw, Godzilla blood. Now in Alien, He also knows the plot. I just don't know the 5th floor of this dream relic. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration again. On the 5th floor, it doesn't matter if the totem is useless, but the Saiyan bloodline itself is a super big bug. When others die on the 5th floor, their consciousness will become weaker and weaker. But, Saiyan will get stronger and stronger. As long as the will is tempered to a certain extent, is it not easy to shatter the dream? Thinking of this, he could hardly contain his excitement. Hey, why are you shaking? You won't be frightened by this monster photo. Next to Su-hung, Wu-dun slapped him. Seeing Su-hung trembling slightly, Wu-dun was very puzzled. This guy is not really afraid, right? A few photos, what danger could it be? However, Su-hung ignored Wu-dun and continued to recall the plot of Inception, thinking about how to freely enter and exit dreams. After quickly finishing the picture of the beast, the teacher continued to introduce. In addition to the endless beasts, there is another very important thing in the dream ruins. That is, the flow of time in the ruins is different from the real world. On the 1st floor of the ruins, 10 minutes have passed inside, and only 1 minute has passed outside. The 2nd floor is 10 hours, and the outside world has only passed 1 minute. The 3rd floor is 10 days. On the 4th floor, a full month has passed inside, and only 1 minute has passed outside. The time flow rate is more than 40,000 times poorer, and exercising in it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Hearing this, at the bottom, Su-hung, who had been trembling slightly, couldn't hold back his excitement. Excitedly stood up and asked loudly. Teacher, when will this ruin be opened? Chapter 15. Crazy Training. In the classroom, Su-hung excitedly stood up and asked the teacher questions. Because he really couldn't hold back his inner impulse. He could imagine that this dream relic would be of great help to him. He knew all the secrets of Inception, knew the way to freely enter and leave the dream, and also knew why the 5th floor was so terrifying. There is also the feature of slowing down the flow of time, which can double his cultivation time. The most important thing is that because he has Saiyan's bloodline, the more he faces the danger of dying, the more he can stimulate his powerful potential. That place is dangerous to others, but to him, it is an excellent exercise. Earth, comparable to a spiritual time house. In front, the teacher who was explaining, was slightly taken aback by Su-hung's question. Looking at his excited eyes, he smiled. It seems that this classmate is not afraid at all, but a little impatient. Let me remind you first, everyone who enters the ruins will have a score. In the ruins, the longer you stay and the more beasts you kill, the higher your score will be. And the higher the score, the greater the potential, and the more the school will reward at that time. Those who score high enough will get a high cash reward from the school. What's more, you may get a relic entry card, and you can freely choose relics to explore. Speaking of this, a heartache appeared on the teacher's face. You must not think that the major ruins of the school can be entered and exited at will. Every time you enter the ruins, you need to spend a lot of money. Just because of your new status, you have the opportunity to experience it for free. You must cherish it. The teacher is now going in and out of the dream ruins, and the cost is as high as millions. Su-hung, who was below, agreed with it. He wanted to enter the gravity training room before, but was scared off by the high cost. Ever since he knew that in the school, he had to collect money even to check the information, Su-hung felt his poverty deeply. Too poor to use the free training room. He also hopes to get cash rewards from the school so that he can buy more cultivation resources. So far, all the information on the ruins has basically been introduced. And the ruins will officially open in 2 weeks. Today's class, this is the end, get out of class. After class, Su-hung did not go back to the dormitory, but continued to the training room. He hopes to quickly improve his strength. It is best to have enough strength to fight against the alien queen before entering the ruins, so that he can travel unimpeded in the dream ruins, so as to carry out deeper training. At the door of the training room, seeing Soo-hung handing over his ID card, the janitor was stunned for a moment, then whispered, "This guy again, come to train again? A freshman in the logistics department, taking advantage of his position? It's a bit too much." "What?" Soo-hung, who came to the training room, warmed up slightly and started training directly after finishing the equipment work. 200 sit UPS, 150 pull UPS, 120 weight-bearing squats, bird rowing, standing bounces, and 40 kilometers jogging with weights. The same is the firm implementation of one item after another. Time flies by day, and in the blink of an eye, a week is gone. Now the speed of strength improvement seems to be slowing down, and it can even be said to be invalid. After another day of training, Soo-hung frowned slightly when he saw the physical parameters that had hardly increased on the attribute panel. When the protagonist's pull-up increased to 500, 1000, and other regular training items, the training volume had doubled several times. He gradually felt that the training seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Saiyan's bloodline is invincible and there should be no bottleneck. So to be precise, it should be that the regular training program has failed, and it can no longer stimulate him. Like that jogging with weight, 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers, or even 100 kilometers makes no difference to him. He felt like he could keep running if he wanted to. Some unconventional programs are needed to stimulate the body more intensely. Only near death can you become stronger. So, starting from the 8th day, Soo-hung added 2 new items, standing and snorkeling. Saiyan's bloodline has endless potential. Every time he fights to a near-death state, and then recovers completely, Saiyan's combat power can increase by leaps and bounds. So if you want to use training to improve, you must feel that dying state. In the swimming pool, a figure jumped into it. That was Soo-hung's breath-holding training. From the 8th day on, he stopped regular training. Because, those regular strength training, for his current body, is like a tickling, no lethality. Now every morning, after Soo-hung wakes up, he will do stance training first. This is the training method of traditional martial arts. In addition to enhancing the strength of the body, it can also increase the control of the body, which is exactly what he needs now. After the stance training, it was the diving breath-holding project that he had already prepared. Today was the 13th day and the last day before the ruins opened. Soo-hung has been training frantically for 13 days. Inside the pool, watch the increasing numbers on the timer. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Soo-hung felt a sense of suffocation. He wanted to stick his head out and take a breath of fresh air on the water, but he didn't get up. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. He felt dizzy for a while, his limbs became weak due to lack of oxygen, and he did not get up. 1 hour. 2 hours. Soo-hung's eyes darkened, he could no longer see the numbers on the timer, and he still didn't get up. I don't know how much time has passed. Just when Soo-hung felt that his consciousness began to blur, and the whole person seemed to be dying. He began to struggle violently, arching from the bottom like a worm to the shore step by step. Finally, his head stuck out of the water. Hiss. The air in the whole world seems to be sucked up by him. After an unknown amount of time, his consciousness, his sight, finally began to recover. Immediately, he looked at the timer, and after seeing the numbers, he was shocked, and his dizzy brain became awake. Chapter 16. The day the ruins opened. 10 hours. Looking at the numbers on the timer, Soo-hung couldn't believe it. He turned his head and felt that the surrounding light was dim, and suddenly found that it was getting dark. Soo-hung remembers that he woke up at 6 o'clock every morning, and after standing for 2 hours, he set off to the training room. The swimming pool is next to the training room. That is, at 8 in the morning, he started snorkeling training. Now that it's over, it's getting dark. I still remember a week ago when he held his breath for less than 20 minutes during his first snorkeling training. You must know that people in this world fight with beasts all the year round. Ordinary people with relatively good physique can do it for more than 30 minutes, and his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, and his breath holding time is not as good as ordinary people. However, after a week of training, he is not what he used to be. Suddenly, a burst of hunger strikes. High-intensity training, coupled with not eating for almost a whole day, and now suddenly come back to his senses, he feels completely empty. He's going to have something to eat. So, he slowed down, and after feeling some strength, got up and walked outside the training hall. Birds dripping in pairs on the tree. At the gate of the training room, the doorman was still drinking tea and listening to opera. Suddenly, he found a figure soaking wet, walking towards the door. This is it? He's only coming out now. Has he been training until now? I remember he went in the morning. The gatekeeper was very surprised. When he saw Soo-hung coming to practice every day, he thought it was incredible. I didn't expect it to be even worse today, and I trained directly from morning to night. Is this fatal? He very much doubted whether Soo-hung was an undercover agent sent by the Budo department to the logistics department. How can the people in the logistics department work so hard? Even the people from the martial arts department didn't train like this, right? Hey, young man, the old man stopped Soo-hung. Okay. Soo-hung turned to look at the uncle who was watching the door, feeling a little regretful at the same time. He had met this old man several times, but he had hardly spoken to him, so he didn't know why he was suddenly looking for him. Young man. You are a power user, right? I don't know which character you fit in, what level, the old man asked, with a little expectation on his face. Such crazy training, ordinary people can't bear it. Son Goku. Soo-hung answered briefly. The old man was a little surprised. He thought he was not talking about Master Roshi, at least he was at the level of Tien Shinyan, but he didn't expect it to be Son Goku. It's a pity, the old man shook his head. However, even a waste bloodline like Son Goku should be somewhat effective under the stimulation of such high-intensity training. With such hard training, the young man will not be useless in the future. Hey, young man, I heard that you are newborn, and you are about to enter the second ruins, which is the dream ruins. Uncle sees that you are working very hard. I remind you that you must get the totem in the dream ruins. This is related to whether you can leave the dream freely. What? Soo-hung was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He didn't expect the uncle to tell him this. He felt a little funny. He has seen the complete episode of Inception, and he is very clear about every detail in it. In this world, he can say with confidence, no one understands totems better than him. However, he still nodded slightly to the uncle, thank you. After all, the uncle is also kind. After speaking, he walked towards the school cafeteria. After a hard meal, he went straight to the dormitory. He was too tired now and needed a good rest. Early the next morning, Soo-hung, who woke up, hurriedly opened the property panel. He wanted to see how big the results were after the devil's training in the past 2 weeks. Properties panel. Name, Soo-hung. Constitution, 660. Spirit, 530. Strength, 421. Agility, 342. Bloodline, Son Goku, Super Saiyan. Looking at the numbers on the attribute panel, Soo-hung was excited for a while. The physical values have increased tenfold, especially the increase in mental power, which is as much as 15 times. This scuba breath holding training is quite effective. Of course, it's mainly because of the metamorphosis of Saiyan's bloodline. The more dying, the stronger after recovery. Soo-hung is very satisfied with the results of his practice. Now, compared to when he first entered the school, his physical fitness has improved by as much as 20 times. When he entered the dream ruins, he would not be afraid even if he faced the alien queen. Hey! Soo-hung, the ruins are going to be open today, don't forget, go to the playground together. When Soo-hung was delighted with the results of his practice, the voice of his roommate Woo-dun came. So they walked towards the playground together. On the playground, the teacher from the logistics department was already there, and the teacher who led the team was actually the one who taught Soo-hung and the others before. Looking at the neatly arranged students, the teacher felt very relieved. Classmates, after entering the ruins later, you must not touch around. If you accidentally touch a beast egg, you may be attacked by your face. Finally, please remember, you must have confidence, our logistics department is not a dry meal. Encouraged by the teacher's words, the students in the queue also became very excited. Yes, although I did not successfully fit the bloodline, but this time, I must kill 2 beasts to play with. Just when everyone is confident and has a heated discussion. Suddenly, an untimely voice sounded. Oh, isn't this from the logistics department? The liberal arts champion should be here. When everyone looked, they saw a group of people in exquisite silk-like uniforms walking towards them neatly. The identity card hanging on the waist has 3 words written on it. Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 17. Enter the Dream Ruins. Opposite the logistics department, a neat group of students stood upright. Wearing a silk-like professional suit with exquisite patterns embroidered on it, neatly cut. At the waist, a silver-white identity card is dazzling. On the identity card, there are 3 big characters inlaid with jade, Martial Arts Academy. Obviously, these are all geniuses of the Martial Arts Academy with strong bloodline matching talents. The people inside are estimated to be the worst martial arts geniuses with red bloodline compatibility. These people are also the elites of the future human beings. Looking at the geniuses of the martial arts department opposite, the classmates in the logistics department began to whisper. As expected of the martial arts department, it does look very imposing and full of energy. Look at the one at the front, it feels so strong. If we remember correctly, he should be Shang Feng. It was him at the beginning, and he successfully matched the bloodline of Master Roshi. Now it seems to be more powerful than before. And the little girl next to her, the bloodline fit was golden, super bloodline. I'm so envious, I don't know if I can successfully fit a bloodline in this life. Hearing the comments of the students in the logistics department, especially the envy in their voices, the students in the martial arts department felt proud. Ahead, Shang Feng glanced at the students in the logistics department. The champion of liberal arts, the old classmate is here, why don't you come out and meet? In fact, he had already seen where Soo-hung was, but he pretended not to see it. What are you afraid of? Suddenly, a fiery voice sounded. Everyone heard the sound and saw that it was the leading teacher of the logistics department. What are you afraid of? Seeing you all downcast, the people in our logistics department don't eat dry rice. Come on, let's go first. After speaking, the teacher led the students from the logistics department straight to the entrance of the ruins. Is that the champion of liberal arts? It really fits into the logistics department perfectly. Of course, after all Son Goku's fit. Looking at Soo-hung in the crowd in the logistics department, there were several voices of discussion in the crowd in the martial arts department. Shang Feng in the front row pouted as he looked at Soo-hung who was leaving in the crowd in the logistics department. Beside him, a little girl stared curiously at Soo-hung who was far away. She was also there when Soo-hung fit in with Son Goku. But back then, he was completely incomparable to what he is now. As the owner of the golden extraordinary bloodline, she has an extremely powerful perception. In her perception, The aura that Su Heng exudes does not seem to be weaker than Shangfen next to her. Even, it seems to be stronger. However, Su Heng, who left, did not know the thoughts of the people behind him. At this time, under the leadership of the teacher, he came to the entrance of the Dream Ruins. Unlike the first relic, which was guarded by a few people, it was full of green military vehicles. Around the ruins, countless officers and soldiers, the inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers, firmly surrounded the ruins. In addition, there are patrol teams from time to check the periphery of the ruins. On the outermost periphery of the encirclement of the ruins, there is also a crash fence made of high-strength alloy steel. The anti-collision alloy fence of about 1 meter weighs several tons. Looking at this alloy fence that surrounds the entire ruins, the weight is unimaginable. The person in front, what are you doing? Please show your pass. There was still nearly 100 meters away from the ruins, and a patrol team stepped forward to check. It is obviously not the first time that the teacher leading the team has come here, and he negotiated very skillfully. We came from the university to experience, this is the pass, please check. The team that came to inspect and found that there was no abnormality, pointed to the side. Please go to the inspection entrance of East number 3 and scan it. After the patrol team left, there were whispers in the crowd. FK, it's so strict, is it guarding some kind of diluted treasure? When I went to the Dragon Ball ruins, there were not so many moths. Hearing the students' questions, the teacher in front turned back and said, this is to protect the ruins, do you see that circle of fences, it is to prevent the impact of the beast tide. After all, this ruin has not yet been developed. If it is hit by the beast tide, the loss will be huge. At the entrance of East number 3, one after another testing instruments are lined up in a long strip. Please line up and come over for testing one by one. At the entrance, the staff shouted to the crowd. First classmate, start testing. As soon as the voice fell, the detection instrument began to flicker with various lights. Immediately afterwards, a series of electronic announcements sounded. Biological virus detection, normal. Target emotion detection, normal. Abnormal item detection, normal. The detection of parasitic beasts in the body is normal. A series of electronic detectors shone with dazzling light, making the eyes have the urge to cry. Finally, the electronic light disappeared. It's so troublesome, have you finally finished the test? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The front, come here, and the last item, human body defect scanning detection. The men and women are divided into 2 groups. Just when everyone thought the test was over, the officer's voice came from the front again. Take off your shirt and come over one by name. Inside a simple tent. The scanning officer looked at Su Heng, who was preparing to be tested, with a slightly excited expression on his face. Young man, you have a good foundation. Do you want to consider coming to our army? Every year, we recruit many students from the Martial Arts Academy as elite team members. Hey, you're not from the Martial Arts Academy? In the back office. The officer who was scanning looked at the ID card in Su Heng's hand, and the expression on his face changed from excitement to surprise. That's right, the people in the logistics department can still practice like this, they can be made. Let's go first. Huh. Finally finished. After all the inspection procedures, Su Heng finally managed to enter the ruins. Looking at the 4 giant clocks standing in front of him, Su Heng was very excited. Dreamland Ruins. I'm here. Chapter 18. Sushin, a teacher close to the king. Humph, the waste is finally gone, it looks disgusting. In the back, Shang Feng, who had been keeping his eyes on Su Heng, looked at the figure disappearing from his sight, and pouted in disdain. Why, let us wait here, but let them go first. Logistics and logistics, you should follow them and wait to die, but they even let them go first. Well, cannon fodder, when you go to the battlefield in the future, someone has to go ahead and consume it. Hey, it's not bad to let them in and clean up, ha 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 ha. In the front row of the martial arts team, looking at everyone laughing, the little girl seemed much quieter. She thoughtfully and silently, with the inheritance of the priesthood, her perception was different from ordinary people. In particular, she is a supporter. In order to provide her teammates with better attribute enhancements, she usually needs to conduct subtle perception tests on various attribute indicators of the human body. Just now, in her perception, the overall feeling Su Hong gave him was no weaker than Shang Fen next to him. She even wondered if she had an illusion. Humph, I just made a small achievement, and my tail is about to go up to the sky. Didn't the teacher teach you to respect people? Sudden. Just when everyone in the martial arts department felt proud and talked a lot, a terrifying aura rose to the sky from the teacher who led the team from the logistics department next to him. In the distance, a piercing sound suddenly erupted from the silent military guard. Alarm alert! An unknown aura appeared ahead, with super high intensity, close to the king level. Alarm alert! An unknown aura appeared ahead, with super high intensity, close to the king level. Combat troops are ready. Electromagnetic radar, full power scan. High energy ion cannon, filled with energy, ready to launch at any time. Where the martial arts department was, I felt the terrifying pressure of the aura. The students all turned pale, a sense of suffocation came over their faces, and their throats seemed to be pinched. What's more, the legs are weak and swaying from side to side, and it seems that they are going to kneel on the ground. Su Tian, compared with students, your temper is still so hot. Just as everyone in the martial arts department was shaky, a gentle aura came over all the students of the martial arts department. I saw that in front of the martial arts department, the leading teacher also exuded a strong aura, resisting the terrifying pressure of the logistics teacher. Your students in the martial arts department are so arrogant, I'm afraid your teacher, teach a lot. Otherwise, why are you so arrogant? The voice of the logistics teacher came, like thunder. What are you doing? Suddenly, when the two teachers confronted each other, rows of army green trucks approached and surrounded the place. Above each military vehicle, there is a cannon with a thick diameter. Faced with such a huge battle, the students were a little overwhelmed and did not understand why so many people suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a man in an officer's uniform got off the truck and glanced at the crowd. Military place, no fighting. Take out the walkie-talkie. Report. There is nothing abnormal here. There are no beasts. Withdraw. Soon, the military vehicle disappeared like a stream of water, as if it had never appeared. The people in the martial arts department looked at the teacher in the logistics department in front, and their faces were pale for a while. This is the teacher from the logistics department? I can't believe it. My eyes were black just now, and I felt like I was going to faint. That aura, it's not the king level, it's almost the same. I don't know what level of bloodline fit, I can't see it at all. Ahead, the martial arts teacher turned around and looked at the pale martial arts students. Haha, don't always underestimate the logistics department. Back then, the logistics department was also a legend. Besides, the teacher just now did not have any bloodline matching. As soon as the words fell, everyone was surprised. It's true or false, I haven't completed the bloodline fit, why is it so strong? The coercion just now has almost caught up with Piccolo de Mao. Why are ordinary people who don't have the same bloodline, can be so powerful? Faced with doubts, the leading teacher looked up at the sky, as if recalling something. The teacher just now, named Su Tian, used to be classmates with me. At first, he was indeed extremely weak due to the unsuccessful bloodline fit. However, The special thing about the logistics department is that they are the first to enter the exploration of any unknown ruins. Over time, there will always be people who have bad luck and turn over the salted fish. The teacher Saiyan just now is the one who has received special power inheritance in the unknown ruins. Although he doesn't have a bloodline inheritance, at the pure profound strength level, he has almost caught up with the king level. It is estimated that it will not be long before he can officially enter the extraordinary king level. Speaking of which, the leading teacher of the martial arts department also became solemn. If Su Tian really officially enters the super king level, then, it is estimated that even himself will not be an opponent. The martial arts power in this world is divided into 4 levels. The first level is ordinary martial artist. Similar to the level of Dobibai in Dragon Ball, this ordinary person, as long as he undergoes strict training and a little fusion of some excellent blood, many of them can achieve. 85% of the warriors in the world are at this level. The second level is the martial arts master. A typical example is Tian Xinyan in Dragon Ball. A warrior of this level usually needs to have a bloodline fit, plus his own efforts, otherwise he cannot achieve it. Usually only about 10% of people can achieve this level. The third level is the martial arts master. Famous warriors, Master Roshi, fit the blood of Master Roshi, practice hard, and can use the super Kamehameha. The fourth level is the legendary, extraordinary king level. The most famous is Piccolo Daimao. Of course, the Piccolo here is not the kind that just fits the bloodline, but a strong man who constantly fights, hones his skills and strength, and continuously improves, and can truly display the strength of Piccolo Daimao. There are very few people in the world who can reach this level. It can be said that every real king is 1 in 10,000, to be precise, 1 in a million, or even rarer. And this virtual sky has the possibility of touching the extraordinary king level. Thinking of this, the teacher of the martial arts department narrowed his eyes. Cut, it's just a blind cat's luck. In the silence of everyone, an untimely remark came. That was Shangfeng's unwilling voice. Chapter 19. The once brilliant logistics department. It's just that some blind cat met a dead mouse. Most people are still trash. Shangfeng's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the logistics department, which he thought was mediocre, was actually hiding such a master. The teacher in charge of the martial arts department turned his head and looked at Shangfeng, but he didn't say anything. In fact, he also agreed very much. After all, the virtual sky is only a special case, not universal. In terms of overall strength, the people in their martial arts department are much stronger, and they are not afraid of the logistics department at all. Boy, are you courting death? The voice of the sky ahead came again. The quasi-king level powerhouse's hearing is so sensitive, Shangfeng's whispered whispers can obviously be caught in an instant. Su Tian, do you still know the students in general? The leader of the martial arts department also responded. He walked to the middle of Saiyan and Shangfeng and stopped Saiyan's pressure. Su Tian's temper is notoriously hot. He was still a little scared. If Saiyan suddenly shot, the consequences were not something he could bear. Even fighting alone, he struggled a bit, not to mention a large group of students standing behind him. Please enter the next team of students and accept the inspection. Just as the two faced each other, a broadcast sound suddenly came from a distance. The previous team of students has all been tested, and now it is the turn of the martial arts department. Let's go. The teacher who led the team waved his hand and led everyone towards the ruins. When passing by the front of the virtual sky, he patted Su Tian's shoulder. I heard that the liberal arts champion is in your class. Then you should be able to improve a little bit in the score of this relic expedition. I should be able to improve at least 1 place and become the second to last. In this way, when you go back to school, you can get less scolding. Listening to the teacher's words, the students in the martial arts department at the back couldn't bear it any longer and laughed outright. As I said, most of them are trash. Shang Feng's voice sounded again. Listen to the yin and yang strange words on the other side. Su Tian ignored it and turned to leave. Although he was very unconvinced, he had to admit that the current martial arts department was indeed very powerful. And their logistics department is indeed inferior to others. After everyone in the martial arts department left and entered the ruins, Su Tian turned back, looked at the huge protective mask on the ruins, and looked up at the sky again. There was loneliness in his eyes. I think back then, my logistics department was also a legend. Their university is called Nantian University. The city where the university is located is called Janice Island. Janice Island is located at the southernmost tip of the entire country, and further south, there is a large ocean. Many years ago, Janice Island was not an island, but was integrated with the entire continental plate, and was named Janice Province. About 30 years ago, there was an extremely large-scale terrorist beast tide in Janice Province. At that time, all the beasts in the entire ocean seemed to be heading straight towards Janice Province. Countless beast soldiers and beast generals, as if they were completely desperate, slammed into the high wall frantically. The blood splashed and dyed the high walls red. At first, the people inside the high wall were still actively resisting. It is believed that with the advantage of the high wall and the firepower above the high wall, the beast tide can be quelled within a short time. However, with the passage of time, the impact of the beast tide is getting bigger and bigger, and it is endless. People found that among the beasts, there were as many as hundreds of Light Lord level beasts. There are countless beast soldiers and beast generals, and the bullets hit the beasts, like a mud cow entering the sea, without a single splash. On top of the Lord, there also appeared a king-level beast. This is a beast that is comparable to an extraordinary king. And, there are as many as 8. You must know that in normal times, it is rare to see a single king-level beast. Every time a king-level beast appears, it must be a bloody storm. But this time, there were a total of 8 king-level beasts. That terrifying sense of pressure made everyone who faced the beast horde feel hopeless. People immediately realized that this was by no means an ordinary beast tide. Therefore, after the high-level personnel recognized the situation, they immediately ordered any equipment, weapons, and pills, all discarded. There is only one purpose: evacuate the whole city. However, there is a team of exceptions. That is, the logistics department. The staff of the logistics department stayed and were responsible for the break. By time for the others to evacuate, countless martial arts masters, hundreds of martial arts masters, dozens of extraordinary king-level powerhouses resisted the onslaught of beast soldiers and generals. After paying a heavy price, he also beheaded one of the king-level beasts. Just when the impact of the beast tide slowly slowed down, an earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the world. A figure with a height of several hundred meters soared into the sky from the sea, and the terrifying coercion made the earth begin to crack. That is above the king level, the overlord level beast. A rare overlord level beast in the world. In the end, the retired minister of the logistics department, an extraordinary emperor level powerhouse, Qing Kang, ordered everyone to evacuate. And he alone can block the 7 king level and a rare overlord level beast in the world. No one knows the final result. You can only see the radiance in the battlefield, the sky is falling and the earth is cracking. In the end, the beast tide receded and the continent collapsed. And that extraordinary emperor-level powerhouse also mysteriously disappeared. The school searched the whole city, dispatched numerous ships' radars, and scanned the seabed. In the end, only the ID card was found. No one knew where he was, whether he was dead or alive. Ugh. In front of the ruins, he looked up at the empty sky in the sky and sighed. Back then, the logistics department was full of talents. Like this kind of relic exploration, their logistics department can often get excellent results. Even, from time to time, it can suppress the head of the martial arts department. Like now, the last one has almost become the exclusive term of their logistics department. Immediately, Su Tian glanced at the ruins. Think about the students you lead. A little hope appeared on the lonely face. I hope this time, someone can get good grades. Chapter 20. Is this the real world? Human beings destroyed? Inside the ruins, 4 clocks face the 4 directions of south, east, north and west respectively, forming a circle. The whole body of the clock is silver and white, and the black hands are very eye-catching. There are a lot of students sitting in every direction. Su Hong sat on the reclining chair and looked at the huge clock in front of him, and was deeply shocked. The clock is hundreds of meters high, and the hands that look very small are actually as much as 3 meters in diameter. He had seen this giant clock in class before, but it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Welcome to the Dreamland ruins. Suddenly, a voice sounded like thunder, resounding throughout the ruins. I saw a figure standing in the sky above the height of 100 meters, at the center of the 4 clocks. Wow, walking in the air, is that a king-level master? The students on all sides looked at the figure above the sky and were amazed. Please focus on the hypnotic clock in front of you. The ruins will open in 10 seconds. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the figures in the sky started to issue instructions directly. In an instant, the noisy discussion immediately disappeared. On a recliner somewhere to the east, Su Hong stared at the clock in front of him. After 10 seconds, the dark pointer began to rotate slowly, and the speed of rotation became faster and faster. Gradually, on the silver-white clock, there are several ghosts on the black hands. Subsequently, the ghosting increased until the entire dial was blackened. Su Hong only felt that the blackness in front of him became more and more, until finally, the whole world became dark. Suddenly, a light flashed before his eyes. The pitch-dark world suddenly brightened, and Su Hong's eyes were tightly closed. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was a huge room around him, and besides him, there were many other classmates. In front of them, there was a long table with various items on it. There are weapons, mirrors, tops, bulletproof vests. There's even a keyboard. Is this trying to kill the enemy with the keyboard? Top. Su Hong looked at the top totem on the table, excited for a while. This is the real key to the dream space. You can choose the items on the table at will, but you can only take one. Beyond the room, there is the first floor of the dreamland. If you want to enter the second floor, you need to find a dream builder for help. Let's start your adventure. A familiar voice sounded. It was the person who opened the ruins for them just now. This gun is not bad. It looks very powerful. It should be very suitable for dealing with beasts. I want this. These shoes are better. Look at the wings on the heels. These shoes should run very fast. I don't want to be able to kill the beast, as long as I can stay longer. What is this top for? It's not ugly, let's coax children. The classmates around, after selecting the items one after another, went out and left. The most chosen is the plasma pistol, because it has great lethality to beasts. In addition, shoes, bulletproof armor, and more, all kinds of options are available. However, none of the students chose the spinning top. It's really ignorant. Su Hong shook his head, picked up the top, and walked towards the door. In the first layer of dream space. After a while of dizziness, his vision began to gradually recover. All around, there are collapsed houses everywhere, and rotten trees fall at random at the intersection. This is where? Isn't this a school dormitory? Why did it collapse? This is. Beast tide broke the city. Looking at the broken walls and ruins around him, Su Hong was startled for a moment, and then, countless consciousnesses suddenly surged in his mind. Facing the beast tide, human beings are defeated. The city was engulfed. Humanity to the last moment of extinction. Only a handful of people survived, and these people are faced to kill the beast sled. This is the real world. So-called schools, so-called relics, those are the dream, the fantasy is being hunted beasts, produced. Spiritual illusion. Escape. I do not Xiongxiao opponent. At this moment, some of this idea, continue to impact on the consciousness of Su Heng, plunged into unprecedented chaos in Su Heng thinking, was unable to distinguish, in the end which is a dream world when. Tramp. Suddenly, in the hands of the gyro fell plop out of the ground. After seeing this gyro, Su Heng slightly hesitated, bend, squat, rotatable gyroscope. Crashed. Rotate begin, then, it seems to have been given this gyro endless power, faster and faster, did not mean to stop. Dream. Here is definitely a dream. Looking at the totem spinning top. Instant. Just countless messy, tangled consciousness, rapid dissipation, while all the real world, are rapidly restored. Well true, and the reality is almost exactly the same. Even if already prepared mind, I still had a trace of doubt. No wonder you can temper the spirit of power, and if the will is not strong enough, not strong enough. First layer cannot stand. Watching constantly rotating totem, Su after completely recovered Hung, said to himself. But around other students who are not so lucky. It's over. All is lost. Suddenly, Su Hung heard screaming next. He turned to look, only to find him around more than one person. There are quite a few students. Several students leaning on the wall, panting. Another sitting on the ground, his hands, the look of fear, screaming. Beast tide broke up the city. All is lost. The other students looked at him, and looked puzzled. Are you crazy? We're relics experience, here is a dream. You just crazy, right? Look here, this is the school dormitory, all collapsed, as well as a library, is over, the demise of the human race, we, cannot be saved. Bang. That the students, shouting, while fiercely with his head hitting the wall, the sound of a bang, bloody spot. Dead, dead. Seeing the bodies, there was blood all over the floor, and after the crash, the collapse of the skull, many still doubt the authenticity of the students, on the spot shocked, voice tremble. There are some willpower is not strong. Did not even need to kill the beasts, etc. I found Sizhuang students, desperation, and that they start thinking about suicide way. Some students, with weapons, are constantly shoot the beasts in the distance. Here in the end it is true or a dream, they do not have to consider this issue, just want to survive. Of course. There are very few students, after a short suspicion, and soon, you sure this is a dream, then they are the fastest, find shelter, want more time to escape. Recover the Su Heng, to see it all, and did not intend to help. Rushing looked away, a dark mass of beasts, he quickly put away the totem gyro earth. The first layer is not my goal. Consciousness here intrusion, break open too easy. Hurdle be right over, have to get out and find dream division, the remains of the job to the next level. Thought of this, Su Heng turned straight away. Hey, do not. Everywhere. See walking around Su Heng, there is a role substituted into this world, that this is the real world of students, want to remind him very dangerous. But an opening, if not yet finished, he stared straight. I saw the turn of Su Heng, the gap in the side of the broken wall, a shadow, fiercely toward his fury. Xiongxiao. Hold face body. It's over, this guy is dead. Chapter 21. On the second floor of the ruins, Su Heng slaughtered wildly. The pupils of the classmates shrank suddenly, and the eyes were full of despair. Humanity. Not much left. About to perish. At this time, there are still people running around and dying. But, just when that classmate thought that Su-hung would definitely die, the next second, he was stunned again. Seeing that the beast hugged his face and rushed straight to Su-hung's face, when he was about to successfully entangle his brain, Su-hung, who seemed to be frightened, stretched out a fist without warning. Bang! Under the huge force, the hugging face was sent flying by a punch, and it smashed into the wall next to it, and the body burst. The classmate was completely dumbfounded, because his consciousness was affected, and in his memory, he could only kill with a weapon, and the physical body couldn't get close at all. Ying, hero, human beings, there is hope. From despair, to excitement, to ecstasy. But, just when the classmate was about to call Su-hung again, Su-hung's figure had disappeared, and the beast tied in the distance was getting closer and closer. That classmate didn't have any extra time to think. Is this an alien? Just make sure this is a dream and reduce your fear of it. Then, they are vulnerable. However, this alien is only a larvae, it just broke out of its shell. Thinking of the alien who was knocked flying by himself and his body exploded, Su-hung smiled slightly. Just now, if it was someone else, he might have been raided directly. Before Su-hung entered the dream relic, he had undergone devilish training. After confirming that this was a dream, now he is not afraid even when facing the alien queen. Help! When Su-hung had just squeezed his face and body, and walked out not too far, a cry for help came. Su-hung looked at the sound. Not far in front of Su-hung, 4 classmates fell to the ground. Less than 1 meter away from one of the classmates, an alien monster was showing its teeth and claws. Its size was as big as 2 people. Next to the alien monster, the classmate was pale and shivering. Help! Help me! Help me! I don't want to die. I'm here to help. Crack! Beside him, a classmate with a martial arts academy ID card on his waist looked pale and seemed to want to save him. However, the words are not over. When the classmate was screaming frantically, the alien monster slammed and bit the classmate's head directly. The screaming stopped abruptly. Then, alien looked up and looked at several other students. Quick! Run! Seeing the alien monster turn around, the expressions of the other 3 students suddenly changed. He hurriedly struggled to get up and ran towards Su-hung. While running, they saw Su-hung in front of them, and they shouted, "Run, there are monsters behind, it's coming soon." After speaking, without stopping, he passed Su-hung and continued to run forward. At the back, the alien-shaped monster chasing after him, looked at Su-hung who was standing, opened his mouth wide, and wanted to swallow Su-hung in one bite. And Su-hung turned slightly sideways, dodging the bite of the alien monster. Then, the waist exerted force, towards the alien's abdomen, and punched violently. Boom! The alien monster was directly punched through. Then, with a wave of his hand, he threw the alien monster aside. The 3 classmates who hadn't run far, turned around and saw Su-hung standing and the alien corpse at Su-hung's feet, and were stunned for a moment. Immediately, the look on his face turned into shock. FK, is the monster dead? Is it so fierce? Who is this guy? A little familiar, I seem to have dreamed of him before. Damn, humanity might really be done. Pull that guy into our team. Classmates, wait. Ignoring the shocked eyes and shouts of the 3 behind him, Su-hung turned and left. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly enter the second layer of dreams. After going around for a long time, Su-hung finally walked out of the ruins and entered the city. According to the memory of the previous inception space and the pictures given by the teacher in the previous class, he found the location of the dream builder. Are you sure you want to enter the second layer of dreams? The second layer is much more dangerous than this one. Dream builder Yaejishi looked at Su-hung, who came and asked. I'm sure. Su-hung replied affirmatively. Opposite him, the dream builder Yaejishi smiled slightly. Didn't ask too much. I don't know what the dream builder touched. Su-hung only felt that his eyes were getting darker and darker. Sudden. Bright eyes. When he regained his sight, Su-hung found that he was standing on a rooftop, which was completely different from when he entered the first floor. The surrounding wind blew coldly on his face, feeling cold to the touch. In the sky, it was still raining lightly, falling on the ground with a ticking sound. Roar. On the ground, there are alien monsters running, knocking down a wall and making a bang. Reality. So real. At this moment, countless memories rushed towards Su-hung's mind. The city has long been engulfed by beasts. Only a very small number of humans are still lingering. It's useless. Humans like ants can only see such a glimmer of hope in a dream. Go on sleeping. Or, being eaten by fierce beasts is the real relief. As the memory flushes. Looking at the beasts on the ground, Su-hung's eyes began to fill with bloodshots, and an inexplicable anger continued to impact from the bottom of his heart. Kill them. Kill them. Dead, all dead, parents, relatives? The country is gone. Kill them, get revenge. Under the influence of the terrifying consciousness, Su-hung at the moment, although there is still a little doubt about the world, but anger dominates. After finishing speaking, he no longer hesitates, he is about to start fighting. So, he jumped to the ground, and rushed towards the location of the alien monster. Boom boom boom. Inside the ruins, Su-hung jumped around. Every time he saw an alien monster, he would run over and fight. He will never let go of any aliens that appear within his line of sight. Killing again and again, gradually, he felt a little tired. Bloodstains began to appear on his body. I don't know how long it took to fight. On the ground of the abandoned gymnasium, Su-hung lay tiredly on the ground. He felt that the whole person was about to fall apart, and countless wounds on his body were densely packed, covering every corner of his body. The clothes have been dyed red with blood. On the ground around Su-hung, there were also the corpses of alien monsters of various shapes. Some had missing limbs, some had their heads missing, some had their stomachs ripped open, and some were directly split in half. It is estimated that there are hundreds of them, covering the entire gymnasium. Could it be that this is all it takes to die here? Really, I'm not reconciled. Humans. It's over. It would be great if the dream was real. Su-hung was tired and wanted to close his eyes, and went directly into a state of near death. At this moment, a strange force emerged from the depths of his genes. Chapter 22. Encounter with Shangfeng. This is the dream. Don't be fooled. Humanity has never perished. These beasts are just products of dreams. In the dying state, with the appearance of the mysterious power, Su-hung's original consciousness affected by the ruins quickly recovered. Before, he had only a trace of doubts about this world. However, at this moment, the doubts are getting stronger and stronger. Laugh. Falling to the ground, Su-hung, who was about to die, suddenly opened his eyes, the totem top appeared in his hand, and he used his last strength to turn it. Whoa! The top seems to have been exerted by magic, and it spins faster and faster. In reality, no matter how hard you twist the top, it will gradually stop over time. However, in the dream state, there is no restriction of the laws of physics, the top will never stop and will keep spinning. This is the dream. I'm not injured. I'm fine as ever. As long as the will is strong enough, the dream can be changed. At this moment, the power in Su-hung's body recovered at an incredible speed, and the bloody wound on his body healed instantly. At the same time, as his body was injured, his consciousness that was originally affected by the ruins also became completely clear. It's incredible. This is the second layer. The impact is so great. Reality. Without a strong will, I can't bear it at all. That's it for the second floor. What about the third floor, the fourth floor, and even the fifth floor? Just when Suhong was thinking about it, sudden, I just felt something strange in my body. What? Then, he couldn't help but let out a loud roar. That strangeness instantly turned into an explosive force, filling his whole body. Just now, his body had completely recovered, but at this moment, he only felt that the strength of his body had become stronger than before. The ruins of Inception. Infinitely close to reality. Saiyan recovers from a near-death state, and his strength can be greatly enhanced. It is also effective. This ruin, for me, it's definitely the best testing ground. Suhong sat up slowly, his face full of excitement, and he sighed comfortably. Then, he started to move his body. The totem top can make Suhong realize clearly that all this is just a dream. This is a key factor in his recovery from injury. In addition, Saiyan's terrifying bloodline potential is also the key to the key. Normal people are injured and dying, and their consciousness will gradually dissipate and become weak, but Saiyan is different. In this state, they will become more clear. The most important thing is that each time he recovers from a serious injury, he bursts out with more power than ever before. The two are superimposed on each other, which is an invincible cheating device. It's fake, it's all fake. However, the battle experience is real. It will never be forgotten. Although the battle is in a dream, it will still be remembered. Feeling the power of the bodies skyrocketing, Suhong snorted lightly. Attribute panel, open. Name, Suhong. Constitution, 3340. Spirit, 6300. Strength, 2331. Agility, 3621. Bloodline, Son Goku, Super Saiyan. Looking at the 4-digit attribute value on the attribute panel, Suhong was excited. All attributes have increased by more than 5 times. The growth of mental power is as high as 10 times. This is just the recovery effect after the first near-death experience after entering the dream state. Not bad. Now, it's time to go to the third floor. After this recovery, he felt that the mental pressure on the second floor had almost disappeared. After confirming that the beasts around were the product of dreams, they were nothing to be afraid of. So, Suhong got up and started looking for the entrance to the third floor according to the information in his memory. At this moment, Suhong's figure, like Spider-Man, is constantly jumping between the major buildings in the city. Boom! The sound of the feet landing sounded, and the dust splashed all over the place. Suhong jumped on the top floor of a hotel. According to the memory in my mind, the location of the dream builder on the second floor is a closed hotel. Before that, he had already found many hotels. However, none of them was the hotel where the dream builder was. Alas, it seems this is still not. Suhong's spirit swept the hotel, but did not find the dream builder's breath. So he decided to keep looking. What? Just as Suhong was about to leave, a surprise sounded behind him. He turned around and saw a man and a woman, 2 familiar figures. The 2 people in the martial arts department. The man is still an acquaintance, Shangfeng. Hello, my name is Su Xiajia. Next to Shangfeng, the little girl saw that the person coming was actually Suhong. She was a little surprised, very experienced, but she quickly regained her composure. She stepped forward and waved to Suhong. What are you doing to him? Seeing Su Xiajia, who actually stepped forward to greet Suhong, Shangfeng stopped her. Then turned around, facing Suhong, and said, Yo, isn't this the #1 scholar in liberal arts? Your teacher gave you a cheating device, right? You dare to come in on the second floor. Are you really afraid that you will become mentally retarded after going out? No. For you, this must be the real world. Humans are so miserable. You may die soon. Tisk tisk. Your injury won't last long, right? If you ask me for help, I can consider taking action. Su Hong appeared on the second floor, which made Shang Feng also have some surprises, but this did not prevent this guy from being ABCH. In his opinion, Su Hong was covered in blood at the moment, and his injuries must be very serious. In addition, it was difficult for me to get rid of the influence of the ruins, and I was sure that this place was a dream. Su Hong is definitely still in the midst of sinking. However, when Su Hong heard these words, he was stunned for a moment. He saw the blood all over his body, and then he understood. Although his injuries have recovered, his clothes are tattered. He didn't have time to get rid of the blood all over his body, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Hello, my name is Su Hong. He waved at the little girl next to Shang Feng, ignored Shang Feng, and turned around to leave. Roar. Just then, there was a sudden roar. An alien monster jumped over. Chapter 23. Eliminate Shang Feng. A huge alien monster landed on the rooftop of the hotel. Su Hong swept his gaze, and the alien data in his memory began to pour into his mind. This type of alien, called warrior alien, has a relatively high degree of evolution. The lethality is second only to the alien queen. The champion of liberal arts, are you afraid? Oh, I forgot that you have lost your memory. The only achievement of the champion of liberal arts, I guess you have forgotten it. In his opinion, he Shang Feng is sober. And Su Hong is just a walking dead with amnesia. It's better if you lose your memory, haha, you are a waste. In this world, you must be even more waste and more desperate. Beside him, Shang Feng's voice came again. Su Hong just thought it was a little funny, this guy, in order to mock him, had already started using these childish personal attacks. Even a little neurotic. As long as my lord has a lot, I'll save you once this time. There's no way, I'm just so kind, I'm optimistic, what is the gap between genius and waste? Seeing Shang Feng walking towards the alien monster, Su Hong didn't bother to do anything. He has no idea how many alien monsters of this level he has killed. Before, he killed this alien monster with a little training effect. But now, it can be said that there is no effect at all. It's just a waste of effort. Since Shang Feng took the initiative to ask for credit, he was too lazy to stop it. Besides, he is also very curious. The blood of the famous Master Rashi, in this world, how much strength can he exert? Roar. The alien monster in front, seeing Shang Feng taking the initiative to provocate, roared and rushed towards him. Shang Feng turned around and kicked the alien monster's mouth. However, the monster was unmoved. However, Shang Feng was really taken a few steps back by the rebound of that kick. Obviously, his strength is not enough to cause any damage to the alien monster at all. Xiajia, help me. Seeing that the blow was ineffective, and instead knocked back his kick a bit, he turned around and shouted to the little girl behind him. Immediately afterwards, a blue light emanated from the little girl's hand and enveloped Shang Feng. Power, add. Speed. Plus. 2 soft drinks came from the little girl's mouth. Su Hong, who was watching the game, was very curious when he saw the blue light. This kind of means that can give people a direct increase is not owned by Immortal Kalin. As the inheritor of Immortal Kalin, the little girl belongs to a relatively rare auxiliary-oriented ability user. She may have studied for a few days in the martial arts academy and mastered some auxiliary skills. As for Karen Immortal's ability, Su Hong is very clear. Fairy beans. That's the key. A single fairy bean can make a seriously injured person recover as before. I just don't know if it is possible to create such auxiliary wonders in this world. Even if there is, it is estimated that there will be a small price to pay. And he still remembered that Son Goku's somersault cloud was obtained from Karen Immortal, and he didn't know whether she inherited this ability. Dead monster, watch me not tear your mouth apart. In the front, Shang Feng, who got the attribute bonus, has a slight increase in his momentum. But instead of fighting head-on, he started dodging constantly around the alien monster. At the same time, his hands were folded around his right waist, and a round ball of light shone between them. Kamehameha. He is accumulating energy and wants to kill this alien monster with Turtle Kagong. Su Hung, who was watching from the sidelines, was very curious when he saw the standard Kamehameha posture. The well-known move in Dragon Ball, Kamehameha, in this world, how much power can be released? In the battlefield, Shang Feng kept dodging, and at the same time, the light balls in his hands were getting bigger and stronger, and the energy was getting stronger and stronger. After dozens of minutes of accumulating power. Boom! Another brief collision, the two sides separated. Afterwards, Shang Feng shouted loudly. The hands folded on the right waist were pushed forward sharply. Turtle. Pi. Chi. Gong. Immediately afterwards, a ball of light suddenly shot forward. After hitting the alien monster, a dazzling light erupted. In the back, seeing the ball of light from Shang Feng's hand, he was stunned and felt very surprised. This is Turtle Kagong. This is a ball of it? Su Hung not believe, in his impression. Kamehameha usually huge beam of light, the power of peerless. But this is still the peak of Kamehameha, not even light cannot be considered, it is a ball of light. This force can pull hip bar. Kamehameha did not fully play out of power. If Master Roshi here, it is estimated to take him out the door division a while. In front of the battlefield, watching the alien monster after being beaten could not move seriously injured himself, still proud peaks looked Su Hung. How, arts champion. But I just used the famous Kamehameha, which was the Wu Daozong division Master Roshi's famous trick. Unfortunately, now you do not know this estimate and other legendary trick. Shang Feng has been talking to himself. Su Hung looked shocked. Look, the peak still think he was shaken by its strong capabilities, could not help but meaning. Listening to his proud words, Su Hung shook his head, feeling ridiculous. But for that mouth of his nature is so cheap, Su Hung doubt it still is not got a peak of what mental illness. And this guy, since all know this is a dream, surprisingly, did not realize that, in the dream, it is in control here. Kill an evil beasts, turned out to be too much trouble. It is purely a fool. Touches Suzayagia, this type of aid is very rare, but still with the next peak, too wasteful. Su Hung shook his head, no longer ignore, he will have to find the entrance of the third layer of it. See Su Hung turned to leave, just as he went to the roof edge, ready to jump when the go. Suddenly, behind him came the break Feng Zhi's Hung. Then, still peak cynical voice came again, as if to remind. Oh! Be careful! Su Hung turned around, a bloody mouth moving yourself to bite, it just was seriously injured shaped monster. Well, dare to plot against me? You in court death. Su Hung turned abruptly left leg severely toss of a sudden outbreak of a terrible force. In a blink. Alien monster only, since when 10 times the speed, is a good kick back at the peak still located. Su Hung had to bite the mouth, bite the shoulder peak yet. Su Hung eyes quench. In his perception, just only shaped monster, the peak is still moving the hands and feet. Just now, yet seemingly random peaks kicked bird monster, puts shaped kicked myself in this direction. Through the power of this unit to help, this is no completely dead through the profile toward their attack come. He perceived, he Kijiang large, those little tricks peek yet completely concealed from him. Although he did not want to bother peek yet, but since the peek still has the initiative to challenge him, how he could get back to that a gift of. How can this be? Su Hung, how you could have this power? Bitten still shaped peek, eyes stare, his face of dismay and disbelief, crazy voice trembling. Pity. That shaped, did not give extra time to reflect peek yet. Snip, snip. Puff puff. Too quickly. Almost the blink of an eye, yet the peak body is badly mutilated, she became a pool of mud. Normal death, then the second floor, will return to the first layer, but this is after the transformation of the world, no matter what level of death, will be eliminated. Su Hung glanced blankly. As Su Xiaojia face horror and disbelief, the situation is changing so fast, she did not react, watching becomes a mess when the peak is still, even he knew it was a dream, she covered her stomach, retching up. However, things did not end. Whoa! Whoa! After the peak still killed, injured animal's bird began to scream. Among the mouth issued a shrill cry. Then, surrounded by broken walls began to come in constantly house's collapsed voice. Humming. Su Hung turned to look. I saw a dark place of the earth, began to run out of various special-shaped constant monsters. Dense, it is estimated there are hundreds. He turned to look at the alien monster bird is screaming. Suddenly realized that only profiled. It is, call companion. Chapter 24. Besieged girl. Roar. Left roar. Surrounding walls collapsed, ruins burst open. It has continually shaped monster, running from the shadows out of the unknown, issued a deafening roar. Higher up opposite the hotel, direct broadcast tower on the horizon, a curiously shaped monster figure, looking at the hotel rooftop, the same sender huge mouth and strange sounds. The original queen. At the hotel rooftop, Su Hung constantly looking at the call of fellow strange figure, suddenly he recognized the bird alien name. The original queen. Also called the alien queen. Alien monsters in leadership, several times the size of ordinary aliens. Capable of producing a large number of special-shaped egg, constantly breeding, continue to increase, so that the number of special-shaped race fast increase. Queen appeared, they represent, in the vicinity of this hotel, hidden layer of the opposite S*X. At the same time, this also means that the number of special-shaped monster nearby, will reach a degree of terror. If you do not leave here, it will be surrounded more and more irregular, to say certain death. Roar. While Su Hung watching alien queen appeared opposite the hotel, a little daze, when the endless silence. Behind him, suddenly came roaring shaped monster. Su Hung turned around and saw that I do not know when, already has dozens of special-shaped monster on the roof of this hotel. At the moment, it is that the little girl named Su Xiaojia, surrounded. Alien monster at the center of the pocket. Little girl is standing floating from the ground about 3 meters high. And figure constantly shaking, to avoid the jump, you want to bite her alien monster. It is flying technique. Looked at the little girl floating in the air, Su Hung somewhat surprised. Royal airline, then many people dream, but only the king can do things that the strong level. And this little girl is clearly not the king class list. It may be only one, and that is the immortal Carlin flying technique. As the immortal Carlin clergy, have a unique ability, this is the flying technique. The ability for real strong, there is no far-reaching effects, because they can rely on their own strength, to achieve the royal airline. However, they may be able to help those who lack power. Floating line, of course, not have to be too high, it also requires huge amounts of energy. Left roar. Suddenly, after seeing the flying technique in Su Hung, stupidly the moment, there are a few around the shaped monster, charge together, and then suddenly jump, The air in front of the little girl rushed together in the past. Around, in all directions. A full 10 alien monster, jumped together, toward the little girl. Seal all her dodge space, no turning back. Just shaped monster from the little girl is only 3 steps away when she was about to flutter. Distant Suhung side encirclement straight away. Call out. Suhung stepping alien monster's head, rushed into the pocket, pulled the little girl's arm. Suddenly a wave, she was thrown shaped encirclement. Then kicking, leap out of those profiled monster hit fly away. Hurry up. Alien queen on the side, here is shaped nest, do not take no chance. Suhung was thrown against the encirclement of the little girl shouted. Thrown out of the little girl slightly surprised a moment, a bit surprised. She did not expect to Suhung will run to save him. As yet peak, she also believes Suhung is currently in the enchanted dreams into the end of man, in desperation, but also the same heroes. Thought of this, she could not help some moved. However, she did not turn away. Although the Protoss to assist, she was not the main battle. But that did not mean she did not have the fighting. Although the immortal Carlin does not like fighting, but equally there will be fighting moves. For example, after image boxing. Suhung perhaps very strong, but she did not think they would be weaker than him. And, even if not really fighting, she can also be used as auxiliary staff to provide increased strength properties for Suhung. What are you hesitating here, but the longer the monster lair, the time spent, the more monsters. Before long, numerous monsters over the bay, you may not have the chance to run in. You're here, I have to go. You cannot play full strength. However, while Suhung in persuasion, but did not leave the little girl, still stood silent. No. The little girl of firm attitude, still did not leave. You go, can run one do. And you're gone, I can freely play strength, maybe 2 can run. You do not go, the 2 of us have to die here, thanks Suhung's voice, indifferent to see the girl, his voice bring a touch of melancholy. That. Thank you. Kindness today, in the future you must also. Then she turned to leave. The little girl heard footsteps gradually leave, Suhung mysterious smile. Secret totem, coupled with the characteristics of the Saiyan. They shape the face of these monsters, for him, is just a piece of cake, borrow what they hone combat skills, brush points is good. Thought of this, Suhung no longer hesitate to concentrate toward the alien monsters in straight away. Slaughter mode. Opened again. Chapter 25. Horrible kill count. Crack. After cutting the last alien monster by the waist, Suhung sat on the ground and took a breath. Not bad, the strength has increased a little bit again. Feeling the increasing power in his body, Suhung was very happy. He continued to kill, and his combat experience improved very quickly. Even when faced with danger, his body began to react instinctively. After speaking, he seemed to remember something. He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction the little girl left just now. Dream ruins, inside the energy shield. 4 huge clocks stand tall, and the hands on the dial are still slowly spinning, releasing hypnotic power. All around, there were quite a lot of vacancies on the reclining chairs that were originally full of students. Obviously, there are already many students who left the ruins after waking up early. Around the reclining chairs, military staff are constantly patrolling. In addition, the sound of electronic instruments kept ringing. I'm dying. Damn monster. Suddenly, a loud cry broke the scene. On the reclining chair, a student suddenly sat up and shouted. Afterwards, the patrolling staff hurriedly gathered behind him, and various electronic instruments continuously scanned Shangfeng. Target name, Shangfeng. Mental state, nervous. Physical status, normal. Immediately afterwards, an electronic instrument was placed on top of Shangfeng's head, and strong energy poured into Shangfeng's body from the top of his head. Gradually, Shangfeng's shouting gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Watching Shangfeng wake up, the surrounding staff gradually left. "Classmate, you are now awake normally, please leave the ruins immediately." An armed man held an electromagnetic ion gun and said to Shangfeng. Shangfeng turned his head and found that there were a lot of vacancies in the reclining chairs that were originally full of people, and only a few people were still sleeping. Afterwards, he recognized his classmate, who was his roommate, but he didn't last long. He saw that Suzaijia, the little girl who was his partner, had not woken up yet and was still in the dream space. Sudden. He saw another familiar figure. Su Hung. How is it possible? How could he not be eliminated? How could he persist for so long? Cheating. This is cheating. Someone cheated on this ruins expedition. Su Hung, who was silent originally, immediately became excited when he saw Su Hung, who was still sleeping. He really couldn't believe that a bloodline like Son Goku had persisted until the last batch. "Military place, no stay, please leave immediately." Just when Shangfeng was immersed in unwillingness, the voice of the armed staff around him sounded again, and this time it became very severe. It seemed that if Shangfeng continued to stay, he would shoot without hesitation. Frightened by this severe warning, Shangfeng glanced at Su Hung on the reclining chair unwillingly. Finally turned around and left the ruins. Outside the dream ruins, the teacher and the students lined up neatly, standing in front of a huge display screen. On the screen, the ranking of the number of beasts killed is displayed. Dream Relics Killing Ranking of Fierce Beasts. First place, 998. Second place, 324. Third place, 206. Fourth place, 112. Moreover, the numbers on the screen are still constantly refreshing: 1001, 1002, 1008. Looking at the numbers on the display, exclamations were heard from time to time in the crowd. The last three don't add up to the first place. Which god is this? It's not a statistical error in the system? The number of kills is more than 4 digits. With so many monsters, even if I stand still and let me fight, I will be exhausted. Behind the team of teachers and students, staff wearing army green came to watch. This first place is amazing. Is it possible to recruit our troops? Absolutely good seedlings. Among the team of teachers and students, the leading teacher of the martial arts department was full of radiance at this moment. Because he felt that the first place this time, apart from Shangfeng, could not have any other candidates. See, Shangfeng from our martial arts department is so good. The number of beasts killed has exceeded 4 digits. If you persist, it is estimated that the record will be broken. The teacher in charge of the martial arts department said to the surrounding teachers and students with great excitement. As expected of a master Rashi fit, it's like a duck to water in this ruin. And that extraordinary bloodline, Suzaijia, the second place should be her. It's pretty good for a girl who is assistant to be able to kill so many beasts. The martial arts department is still as strong as ever. The classmates were whispering, and many people believed that the first student this time must be from the martial arts department again. And the teacher in the logistics department, Su Tian, was also excited. Because he found that one of their classmates in the logistics department still hadn't come out. I can't imagine being the first. However, it is very good to be able to get the top 3, or even the top 5. It is possible to refresh the record of the logistics department in the past 10 years. Good seedlings should be cultivated well. Where the martial arts department is located. Shangfeng is not only talented, but also works very hard. He trains for 6 hours every day, and he doesn't give himself vacations on weekends. So, everyone must learn from Shangfeng. Another day, I will ask Shangfeng to give a speech to everyone to share the learning experience. The teacher who led the team boasted about Shangfeng's advantages to everyone around him, as if he was introducing his own son. Crunch. Suddenly, the martial arts teacher was praising Shangfeng with spittle. The front door of the ruins opened, and a figure was pushed out from the door. I staggered a few steps and almost fell. Everyone looks at it, it is the peak of fashion. In an instant, the scene fell silent. The original high-spirited face of the martial arts teacher turned black in an instant, and he was stunned on the spot. Afterwards, the teacher quickly shouted in the direction of the gathered students in the martial arts department. Who else? Look, our martial arts department, who else hasn't come out? Chapter 26. The beast tide is coming, teacher Suishin is dead? In the dream realm on the second floor, after Suzayaji ran a short distance, she stopped and looked back at the hotel in the distance. She is still very grateful to Su-hung for saving her life. However, she really couldn't bear to leave Su-hung just like that. Even if she stayed, it was useless, but she couldn't help but look back. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure walking slowly. Su-hung. It's actually Su-hung. She turned back, just because she was not reconciled, she left so directly. No hope at all. But I didn't expect to see Su-hung directly. She was very surprised. What about those monsters? They won't come after them. Are you all right? Shall we find a place to hide? Seeing Su-hung coming over, she hurriedly stepped forward and asked. The monsters, all dead, are safe now, don't worry, Su-hung replied. All dead? Suzayaji was even more surprised. She thought that Su-hung took the opportunity to run out, but even so, it was already very good. But unexpectedly, Su-hung actually killed all the beasts and monsters just now. One person, fight a group of monsters. In an instant, she realized what a terrifying power this must have. You know, the so-called genius Shangfeng took more than 10 minutes to barely injure a monster. Moreover, with her assistance, he was barely injured. In comparison, that Shangfeng was simply weak. It's completely incomparable. That Shangfeng is not necessarily stronger than herself. What about Gui Shangfeng? It's enough to directly assist Su-hung. Thinking of this, she immediately said, Where are you going now? Let's go together. Thank you so much for saving me just now. I am an auxiliary capable person who can provide you with an increase in attribute power. If you are willing to take me, I can provide you with ability assistance. Hearing her words, Su-hung was a little surprised. She has been partnering with that Shangfeng, doesn't she hate herself? He thought about it solemnly, and nodded. You can follow me if you want, but you can think about it. Because next, I'm going, the third layer of dreams. Opposite, hearing Su-hung's decision, Suzayaji was very surprised and a little surprised. The third layer dream world is very dangerous, and you may be killed and eliminated as soon as you enter. Still, she decided to follow Su-hung. Forget it, stay on the second floor, and I won't practice for a long time. It's better to go and see what the third floor looks like. Let's go. After finishing speaking, Su-hung took her and started to look for the dream builder, looking for the entrance to the third layer of dreams. Closed hotel somewhere. Hello, I'm the dream builder, yes. Starting from the third floor, the pressure of dreams will produce qualitative changes. Really sure, are you going to the third floor space? Of course, that's what we're here for. Su-hung replied firmly that staying on the second floor means nothing to him anymore. If you don't go to the third floor, you might as well go back directly. Very well, since you have decided, then do as I say. Please close your eyes and lie down on the chair next to you. So, Su-hung followed the dream builder's request. Close your eyes and lie down on the chair. Su-hung. Su-hung. Wake up, stop dreaming. As soon as he closed his eyes, Su-hung heard someone calling him. He was a little strange, why the dream builder called him just after closing his eyes. Isn't that kidding him? Opening his eyes, he found that he was not a dream builder, but four huge clocks. Isn't this a hypnotic clock? Am I not training in dream space? How did you get woken up? Su-hung. Get up. He found that standing next to him was actually his leading teacher, Su-tien. At this time, the teacher's face was worried. Alarm alert. There is a super fierce beast ahead, with super high intensity, king level. Combat troops are ready. Electromagnetic radar, full power scan. High energy ion cannon, filled with energy, ready to launch at any time. All around, the sound of electronic sirens was incessant, and there were running army personnel everywhere. Run. Su-hung, the ruins of the dreamland are being impacted by the giant beast tide. 3 king-level beasts have appeared so far, and there may even be a fourth one soon. Even, the army may launch a nuclear fusion bomb and forcibly perish together. At that time, everyone here will not be able to live. We forcibly woke up all the students. If we don't leave, it will be too late. Teacher Su-tien, looking anxious, pulled Su-hung up and rushed towards the door. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Over the dream ruins, a loud noise came. Su-hung looked up and saw a huge crack appeared on the huge energy shield of the dream relic. Looking along the crack, you can see that outside the crack, 3 huge beasts are constantly attacking the energy shield. On the ground, fierce beasts continued to impact the protective cover. For a time, the entire dream relic became crumbling. Boom. Long. Like a thunderclap, above the sky, the loud noise came again. The entire protective cover was completely torn. 3 huge beasts appeared in everyone's sight. Hoo! 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 3 terrifying roars came, and huge sound waves swept the audience. All fell to the ground. I saw Su-tien, who fell to the ground, with a quasi-king level aura bursting out of his body, resisting the extremely terrifying king level sound waves. He grabbed Su-hung by the side and threw it towards the gate of the ruins. Su-hung, run quickly. Don't look back. The voice of the sky came. Boom. Su-hung's body fell heavily to the ground, and there was a trace of blood on the ground. Then, despite the teacher's objection, he looked back. As a result, a picture that he would never have dared to imagine appeared before his eyes. I saw that the 3 king-level beasts were attracted by the aura of Su-shan. 3 roars in unison, Su-tien was really vomiting blood and fell to the ground. Then, a king-level beast slammed into it. Void. The teacher of the logistics department was directly trampled to death. Su-hung, who saw this scene. In an instant, a sense of despair swept through the body. Ask for flowers. Chapter 27. The Third Floor of Terror, Kill the Queen. Su-tien, a quasi-king level powerhouse, was directly trampled to death by 1 foot. Su-hung's eyes widened, unable to accept it for a while. However, the crowd of people running around and screaming made him have to believe it. Su-hung. Suddenly, there was a coquettish shout from the side, and he turned to look. Su-zyajia. Su-zyajia, who originally wanted to enter the third layer dream with him. Run. All 3 monarch-level beasts are here. After trapping them later, the army may launch a nuclear bomb. If they don't run, everyone will die. After speaking, a soft energy enveloped Su-hung, which was Su-zyajie's auxiliary boost. Feeling the relief of the pain in his body, Su-hung pulled Su-zyajia up and ran away from the ruins. Along the way, countless people are running in a panic, and some are classmates they are very familiar with. Help! I don't want to die. I just confessed to her successfully, and I haven't had time to meet. Woo woo woo. My parents also said they would come to see me today, Dad. Mom. All around, there are people fleeing, and there are cries everywhere. From time to time, one by one fierce beasts sprang out, rushing straight towards the crowd. Is this a monster breaking the city? Not only our former students, but also ordinary people dressed as civilians escaped. Why? Why did such a terrifying beast tide suddenly appear? I just inherited the Saiyan bloodline, and I haven't had time to develop. Will it be over? Su Hung, who was running all the way, was desperate, and the good school suddenly disappeared. However, he knew that now was not the time to think about it. In any case, escape is important. He pulled Su Xiajia and kept tossing and turning, avoiding the beasts that might appear at any time. Swipe. Su Hung and Su Xiajia rushed into a forest. Here, the leaves are dense, which is a very good bunker. You can use this place to avoid the attack of the beasts. However, it backfired. When they just rushed into the woods, they found that there were countless alien monsters hidden inside. It is densely packed, all around, and it is estimated that there are hundreds of them. Even when Su Hung glanced around, he found the alien figure of the queen. Have you entered the monster's lair? Beside her, Su Xiajia's slightly trembling voice came. Roar! Roar! Upon discovering this alien who had suddenly intruded, bursts of roars erupted in the originally peaceful woods. Su Hung, you go first. Su Xiajia looked at Su Hung and said, Take me, you can't run fast. Separate, maybe one can run. Last time, you saved me, this time, you go first. However, Su Hung did not respond to her, but walked slowly in front of her and turned his head to look at her. Give me a boost. Then, turning his head and looking forward, a majestic aura slowly released from him. This is the first time Su Hung has released his full strength in front of outsiders. Roar! While they were talking, a monster dashed forward with a bloody mouth, tearing up everything it bit into. He punched out. The terrifying power made the air in front of him really whimper. Boom! Like the sound of steel colliding, the iron fist collided with the monster. The skull of the alien monster was directly penetrated. One hit works. However, the alien beasts won't fight you alone. In the battlefield, in all directions, one monster after another, dashed forward one after another, jumped high, and then slammed into the two of them. About 2 or 3 meters above Su Hung, Su Xiajia stands in the air, that is flying technique. A thick light radiated from her body, connecting with Su Hung, providing him with an increase in strength attributes. Bang 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 bang. The sound of fist bones intersecting kept coming. Around, the corpses of alien monsters kept increasing. Hoo ho ho. 3 huge roars suddenly came from 3 different directions. Mutant Alien Queen. The 3 alien queens, from 3 different directions, rushed at the same time, giving Su Hung no room to retreat. Constantly fighting, there seems to be no end to it. Gradually, Su Hung's physical strength continued to be consumed, the injuries on his body began to increase, and the pain continued to intensify. In the air, Su Xiajia, with a pale complexion, continued to increase her strength, which was a huge drain on her. However, she still hasn't disconnected from the boosted light on Su Hung. At the same time, she folded her hands together, and the light bloomed in her hands, as if she was holding a ball of light. Su Hung, this is for you. Suddenly, Su Xiajia in the air shouted, and a green ball of light flew towards Su Hung on the ground. Then, Su Xiajia in the air trembled slightly. With a bang, it fell to the ground. The boosted light connected to Su Hung also disappeared at this moment. Su Hung caught the ball of light with his hand and looked at it with a determined look. A green ball of light, the size of a ping-pong ball, appeared in his hand. This is immortal beans. No. It's something similar to immortal beings. This is a pure energy body. Su-hung was slightly surprised, and turned to look at Su-Zyajia who had fallen. Eat it quickly, this won't last long. Over time, the energy will gradually dissipate, and it will be useless by then, came Su-Zyajie's weak voice. Without any hesitation, Su-hung swallowed the energy ball in one gulp. Immediately, a gentle force spread out in his body, and he felt that the injury on his body seemed to be gradually recovering. However, this is not the real original fairy beans after all. The effect is limited. It can only restore physical strength and has a weak healing effect. I don't know how long it took, and the sky started to get darker. On the ground, Su-hung leaned back against the tree and slumped beside Su-Zyajia. Around them, there were piles of monster corpses. Among them, there are 3 alien queens. Farther away, there are still alien monsters rushing towards here. Beside the big tree, Su-hung felt a blur of consciousness, and his body collapsed a little. Is it gone? This time, it's no longer a dream. Su-hung, recalling the scene where teacher Su Tian was trampled to death just now. The ruins are broken, the teacher is also dead. This time, am I going to die too? Did the Saiyan bloodline die before it had time to develop? A deep sense of fatigue poured into Su-hung's mind. In his body, Saiyan's bloodline played a role again. That strange energy kept telling Su-hung to persevere and persevere. Boom. Suddenly, a sound of falling objects sounded. Su-hung took a look. Totem. Giro totem. Isn't this something in dream space? How can it appear in the real world? Or here? Is it a dream? Or a dream? Everything, or fake? Thinking of this, he stretched out his slightly trembling hand and twisted the top with all his strength. Immediately, something that violated the laws of physics appeared. The top seemed to spin faster and faster, without stopping. Fake. Still fake. I wasn't woken up, and the ruins weren't breached. Teacher, I didn't actually die. It's all fantasy. The wound is also fake. Give me all the recovery. Then, a strange energy came, and Su-hung's wounds were healing rapidly. Consciousness returned quickly. At this moment, outside the ruins, the crowd of teachers and students standing in front of the screen looked at the data on the screen. Continuous bursts of amazement. Queen, a queen beast has been killed. Is this a new student entering the 3rd floor? It's incredible. Chapter 28. This year's freshman, so perverted? Outside the ruins, new data appeared on the huge display at this moment. In addition to the original kill count ranking, a separate column has appeared showing the alien queen's kill count. Which department of the school is this from? There were no such perverted students in the past. Should be, from the martial arts department. He wasn't quite sure, after all, he couldn't think of any freshman in the martial arts department who could be so powerful. Chief, our troops, even well-trained stormtroopers, would be hard-pressed to get such a high kill count. Among the crowd in front of the screen, exclamations erupted continuously. Hurry up and call your name. Look at the people who haven't come back yet. Then someone answered. Teacher, basically everyone has returned. Only Su-hung of the logistics department and Su-Zyajia of the martial arts department are left. The sound fell, the scene was dead silent, and then, an unprecedented vibration broke out. Within the ruins, Su-hung stood quietly on the ground. The majestic energy in his body made him excited, and around him, the number of alien corpses increased again. In the distance, there are no longer running alien monsters. All monsters, all dead. There was silence in the woods. Next to Su-hung, the girl looked at the corpses all over the ground with a shocked expression. She looked at Su-hung in shock. Why, your injury seems to have healed suddenly, and your whole body has strength. In her perception, the Suhung at the moment had a majestic aura, and it didn't look like someone who was seriously injured and dying at all. Because, it's all fake. We weren't really hurt. Suhung turned his head and looked at Suzayagia. We haven't woken up yet, we're still in a dream. The teacher is fake, the ruins are fake, the monster is fake, and the world is fake. Really? Suzayagia's eyes lit up. The teachers are not dead. The beast tide is also fake. But your injury. With my current strength, energy crystals don't have such a big effect. Suzayagia was full of doubts. Although her bloodline talent is very high, she is still just a freshman after all. With the crystallization of her current strength, it is impossible to fully recover all Suhung's injuries. Suhung smiled mysteriously, and then he said, in this dream, as long as you have a firm will, you can change the dream. If you firmly believe that the injury can be recovered, then your wound will be healed very quickly. Hehe, this is the secret usage of dreams. Remember, you must believe firmly, don't doubt it, it will not work, you can try. Hearing Suhung's words, Suzayagia was skeptical. Then, his expression became firm. Yes, this is fake. Ruins can't be that fragile. My injury will definitely recover. After speaking, Suzayagia was surprised to find that the severe pain in her body began to dissipate, and after a while, the wound actually healed. She looked at Suhung in shock. Wow. Really? I have power again now. The pain is gone too. How did you discover this secret? Feeling the mysterious power, Suzayagia shouted excitedly. Is this the third layer of dreams? It's too real. The scenes of teachers, classmates, and relics are all the same as in memory. Suzayagia said excitedly. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at Suhung. Next, where are we going? You still have to go to the 4th floor, don't you? Without speaking, Suhung just nodded slightly. Seeing Suhung's affirmation, Suzayagia didn't seem too surprised. Then, I won't go. She knew that with her strength, it was very reluctant to come to the 3rd floor. She didn't recognize this dream at all just now, and was always lost. In battle, it basically didn't play any role. That little increase in strength attribute probably doesn't have any effect on Suhung. After all, she had also boosted Shangfen before, and it was very difficult to fight an ordinary alien monster. And Suhung can deal with so many monster groups, obviously, his own strength plays a decisive role. The 3rd floor is so terrifying, and it doesn't make much sense to go to the 4th floor. Thinking of this, she looked up at Suhung and said softly. Then you have to be careful. After quickly finding the dream builder, Suhung directly entered the 4th floor of the dream. Crack. As soon as he entered the 4th floor, Suhung felt that his arm was bitten fiercely, and the severe pain spread all over his body. Maybe it was the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, all of which were strengthened too much. This time, it did not sink directly. Instead, all consciousness suddenly became clear. Only. Different from the previous layers, the entire 4th layer is full of alien queens, densely packed, countless. The 4th floor dream space, not far from where Suhung is. A figure walked in the air, exuding a powerful aura. King-level powerhouse. Around him, countless alien monsters scurried on the ground. And above the sky, there are hundreds of alien monsters flying. That is, above the queen. Alien full body. The ultimate alien. Suddenly, the strong man walking in the sky felt a wave of space. Didn't you say that today is a freshman's experience? How come you came to the 4th floor, and you haven't died yet? He felt very strange. Then, I was about to fly over to see what was going on. However, he just acted. Hundreds of ultimate aliens roared in unison, swarming up and surrounding him. He had no choice but to keep fighting. In the gap between the battle, he turned to look at the place where the space fluctuated just now. Suddenly, he discovered that an alien queen was directly torn in half by Su Hung. He was instantly shocked. This year's freshman, so perverted? Not only can you come to the fourth floor, but you can also single-handedly kill the alien queen. Could it be that something incredible happened at the newborn fitting ceremony? Even if it fits Piccolo de Mao, it's absolutely impossible to do this in such a short period of training, right? I'll keep on writing as long as someone sees it. I beg readers to send some free flowers and review tickets. This is the first time I've written this kind of subject matter, so I don't know if it can catch the eyes of readers. As long as someone reads it, I will continue to write, and many other settings are also being perfected. I have checked a lot of information, and Dragon Ball wrote the first part. If there are any loopholes, please point them out. In addition, Inception is a bit difficult, and it is necessary to write out dreams and real feelings. I hope everyone can give some suggestions. Headache. Say update. 4D updates are based on a daily basis. 3,000 flowers plus one more. 300 evaluation votes plus one more. One reward, even if it is 100 points, one more will be added. 30 comments plus one update, one reply is also counted. Chapter 29. The perverted freshman, who is it? In the sky, the figure walking in the sky is full of shock at this moment. You know, as a king-level powerhouse, he barely entered the third floor space when he was a freshman. Moreover, he had been in a lost state at that time, and it didn't take long for him to collapse emotionally, and being teleported would become reality. According to my father, as a general, he has guarded the Dreamland ruins for so many years, and he has never seen a freshman go directly to the fourth floor. Back then, as a freshman, after he entered the third floor, he was praised by his father. It was a good time for him. Unexpectedly, he personally witnessed a more terrifying junior and came directly to the fourth floor. He also singled out the alien queen to death. Not only that, in his perception, the new breath seems to be getting stronger and stronger, increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, he exclaimed again. Damn it, he ran away. How did he find the alien's weakness? After finishing speaking, he imitated Su Hung and got rid of the alien siege. Then he hurriedly flew in the direction of Su Hung. He was very curious as to which freshman was so powerful. Wouldn't it be perfect to recruit into the military, if possible? After flying for a while, he finally saw Su Hung's figure. That is, the Dream Builder. The fifth floor Dream Builder. Is he going to run to the fifth floor? He was very shocked. The fifth floor was very dangerous. As a king, he didn't dare to enter. Just when he was about to stop Su Hung's figure disappeared directly. He really went to the fifth floor? Crazy. Outside the ruins, on the screen, the numbers of other rankings have dimmed and stopped refreshing. Only the first two numbers are lit. And the number of beasts killed in the first place is still increasing. And, they just got the news that someone has entered the fourth layer dream space. At this time, everyone in front of the screen was already numb. They were silent for a while watching the numbers on the screen refresh like water. How do I feel? This alien queen, to him, is like chopping melons and vegetables. This queen can't be fake. Or I think there is something wrong with the display screen, it's broken, how can it refresh so fast? Many people began to doubt the authenticity of the data. Behind the crowd, several leaders of the army are also paying attention here. Chief, the general's son seems to be on the fourth floor today. It's not that he helped kill it. No, he's not a freshman. Even if he helps kill him, he won't be able to show it. And, the most important thing is that the character is arrogant and cold, and he won't take care of the freshman at all, let alone kill him directly. Several officers in military green uniforms were discussing with each other. Such a good seedling, recruiting into the army must make a big difference. That's right, it's best to get in touch with their teachers and get to know them. Auxiliary power users can actually get the first place in the kill list. As expected of an extraordinary bloodline, the reputation is well deserved. This should be the successor of the strongest immortal Kalin in history. Enough to go down in history. As long as it is cultivated well, over time, it will surely become a super genius that will make a sensation in the world. Where the logistics department is located, the leading teacher, Su Tian, was in a turbulent mood, and his clenched hands trembled slightly. How many years? I haven't seen such a genius in my logistics department for many years. Although it's not the first, but the number of kills in the second place is far more than before. How many years? My logistics department is finally going to be proud. Su Tian muttered to himself. In his opinion, the first place must be the super talented little girl. However, it is also very good to have the second place. Su Tian, your logistics department has produced a good genius this time. Other teachers congratulated Suishan. At the same time, troops wearing army green also came over. Comrade Su Tian, congratulations to you for achieving such good results in this freshman training. I wonder what the character of this student Su Hung is. After graduation, are you willing to consider our army? If he is willing to come to our army, we are willing to invite a king-level strong person to teach him one-on-one, and even provide more and richer resources. Suddenly, the audience fell silent. Ask the king-level powerhouse to teach in person. What a generous condition. Just when everyone was deeply shocked by the results of this freshman, suddenly another voice came. Look! A new student has entered the 4th floor. I saw that on the display, the data was refreshed again. Number of new students in the dream space, 672. Level 1, 569. Second floor, 101. Tier 3, 1. 4th floor, 1. As for the 5th floor, because it is too special, no new students have ever been there over the years, so it is not displayed on it at all. The number of people on the 4th floor has changed from 0 to 1. In an instant, the people who were originally quiet. The audience was sensational. Damn, is this really a newborn? The martial arts department has made a lot of money this time. It actually caught a super genius. With such a strong talent, it is estimated that it will not be long before you can become a martial arts master. In the future, there is a high chance of rushing in, extraordinary king level. In the period of not seeking a new life, I will be content if I can enter the 4th floor and massacre once in my life. The teacher in charge of the martial arts department looked excited. The depressing feeling that was caused by Shang Feng's elimination has completely dissipated at this moment. Oh, no way, we also want to keep a low profile. But strength doesn't allow it. Suddenly, when everyone on the scene was discussing heatedly, the data for the second place on the screen changes from light to gray. The door of the ruins opened, and a figure came out. Everyone hurriedly looked at them and was very curious as to who was eliminated. It should be Su Hung, everyone thought. Chapter 30. Never crossed? Su Hung, Su Hung. In the darkness, Su Hung felt that someone was calling him again, and a sense of irritability poured out of Su Hung's heart. He got up and shouted. Isn't it annoying, it's the same routine again. Don't think I don't know it's fake. Like the third layer dream, it's fake. Don't try to lie to me again. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. I found myself lying on a hospital bed, sitting alone in front of the bed. He took a closer look, and his face changed dramatically. A voice came out of his mouth involuntarily, Mom. The person in front of him is the person he engraved in his soul, his biological mother. To be more precise, it was his mother on earth before he crossed. The people in front of him were overjoyed when they heard his cry. "Soo-hung, you finally woke up? You've been in a coma for days. You've been in a coma for 3 months, and every day you're calling out the martial arts department, Saiyan, relics, beasts, monsters, you're having a nightmare." Listening to the words of the figure in front of him, Soo-hung was silent for a while. Fake. No martial arts department? No back office? No Nantian University? Also, nothing Saiyan? Everything, but a dream after my coma? Is this the real world? I have never crossed? I've never been the chosen one? A series of questions rose in his heart, and his face was extremely confused. Then, he looked up at the person in front of the bed and asked, "Why am I in a coma?" "Ah, because we were bombed. Did you forget? The World War started 8 years ago. Soo-hung, you won't lose your memory, don't you scare Mom." "Bombs, why bombs?" Soo-hung was confused. Then, Soo-hung got up, walked to the window, and looked out. He was in the 10th floor ward of a hospital. Outside the window of the ward, as far as I can see, there is a ruin. It was charred everywhere, the buildings were riddled with holes, and some were still smoking thick black smoke. Did I lose my memory? Or is that so? Is this the real world? When you were in a coma, you would say something Saiyan every day. Wouldn't it be a nightmare, dreaming of that monster named Saiyan? Behind me, my mother's voice came. However, upon hearing this, Soo-hung's face froze suddenly. He turned his head and asked, "You don't know Saiyan?" Soo-hung's heart was violently tumbling. When he was a child, his mother would often accompany him to watch various cartoons. The famous anime Dragon Ball, he watched it with his mother, I don't know how many times. How could one not know what a Saiyan is? A sharp suspicion began in his heart. "What are you talking about?" came the mother's confused voice. In an instant, Soo-hung is sure. It's fake again. The person in front of you is not FG. There's no way he didn't know Saiyan. This world is fake. He is still in the dream space. Just die and wake up from the dream space. Then he climbed to the window sill. "Soo-hung, what are you doing? Don't think about it. Your dad had a concussion and stopped breathing yesterday. If anything happens to you, I really can't live." An anxious voice came from behind. However, Soo-hung did not hesitate. From the window sill, jumped down. All this is just a means to confuse people in the dream space. Don't try to trap me. As long as I die, I can get out, he thought to himself. With a bang, Soo-hung fell to the ground and fell into a puddle of flesh. "Soo-hung, Soo-hung." It was dark all around, and Soo-hung heard a familiar voice again. When I opened my eyes, it was the familiar figure again. In this dream, this is his mom. What happened? Why didn't he wake up after he died and didn't appear outside the dream ruins? However, although he did not escape from the dream space, he knew with great certainty that it was fake. This man is fake. A thought flashed through Soo-hung's mind, and then he ran to the window sill again and jumped off. With a bang, fell to death. "Soo-hung, Soo-hung." It was the voice calling him again. Immediately, he repeated the same action. He ran to the window sill and jumped down. Again and again. I don't know how many times I jumped. He never escaped from this world. Every time I wake up, it's the same scene, the same person in front of the bed, saying the same thing. Bang, woke up after jumping off the building again. Soo-hung was standing in front of the window, behind him was that familiar figure and that familiar voice. How can we escape this world? Every time I jump off a building, I come back here. However, he found one thing, that every time he wakes up, his own strength will become stronger, his consciousness will become clearer, and his willpower will increase sharply. This is the power of Saiyan's bloodline. As long as you don't die, you will become stronger every time you wake up. Sure enough, this world is fake, otherwise how could I have Saiyan's power? And after jumping so many times, he found that every time he jumped off the building, he could jump farther than the previous one. His own strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Do not care. This place is like a bug, it is a super treasure. Boom. Su-hung jumped down the stairs again and landed on the ground. However, this time, he did not fall to his death. It just hit the ground hard, creating a huge pit, and cracks like spider webs spread around. Not dead. It seems that suicide is impossible to get out. Su-hung looked around, he didn't choose suicide anymore. He walked forward slowly. Ignoring the surrounding scene, he moved forward in a certain direction. Suddenly, he noticed that the scene around him had changed. In front of him, it was no longer a city, but a barren wasteland. He turned around, his eyes narrowed sharply. It turns out that the so-called city is just a few small buildings. What he saw was not an endless high-rise building, but a so-called city formed by a few scattered small buildings. Just like a few small oases that exist sporadically in a huge desert. Desolation is the truth of the world. He continued to walk forward. Go, don't know how long. Suddenly, he found that there seemed to be this hut in the distance. I vaguely heard a few whispers, where did the kid come from, he came to die again, etc. How did he get into the nth floor? But he couldn't hear it either. So he decided to get closer to see what it was. Roll. Suddenly, a loud noise exploded like thunder, as if the sky and the earth were roaring at the same time. Immediately afterwards, his eyes darkened. When he opened his eyes again, his mother was no longer in front of him, but a giant clock. Huh? Isn't this a hypnotic clock? Su-hung thought silently in his heart. Wow! You're finally awake. Suddenly, a shocking and surprising voice came from beside him. Chapter 31. Freshman number 1 Su-hung. Opening his eyes, Su-hung saw a giant clock. Wow! He's awake. Come on, check. Afterwards, a large group of people carried various instruments to test Su-hung's physical indicators. Everything is normal, not only that, but even far beyond ordinary people. How could his physical attributes be so powerful? It's totally unreasonable. Unbelievable. Especially willpower, too strong. Besides Su-hung, after the inspection, the surrounding staff looked at the detected indicators and looked shocked. However, Su-hung ignored these discussions, got up and walked straight to the gate of the ruins. This is the real world. This time, there is absolutely nothing wrong. Inception for the 5th time. As he continued to die, he had long fallen to the deepest part of his subconscious, and he couldn't even use the 5th layer to describe it, but entered a deeper place. He couldn't tell how many layers it was. But this time, his willpower has become as tough as iron, and it has been enhanced more than 100 times. Outside the gate of the ruins, it is very lively. Suzayajiya. Why did you come out first, then you are not only the second? The first place is Su-hung. Looking at Suzayajiya who appeared outside the door, everyone was silent for a while, and then a violent discussion broke out. Everyone was in disbelief. Originally, they thought that it was very outrageous for a Son Goku bloodline fit to enter the 3rd floor and get the 2nd place in the kill list. However, the reality is that the extraordinary bloodline fit is the 2nd place. And the waste bloodline Son Goku is the real 1st place. This makes them feel that the world seems a little unreal. In front of the crowd, Suzayajiya looked for Su-hung in the crowd and found that Su-hung was not in the crowd. Where's Su-hung? In the crowd, someone asked Suzayajiya. I only know that he went to the 4th floor of the dream, but I don't know if he came out or not, Suzuya replied. FK, he really went to the 4th floor. No matter how unwilling to believe it, everyone can only accept the reality in the end. That is, Soo-hung, a waste bloodline fit, took the first place in the freshman trial. Crunch. Just when everyone was talking, the gate of the ruins opened again, and a figure came out. Soo-hung. Freshman number 1 Soo-hung. Moment. The entire gate of the ruins was extremely silent. Meanwhile, the military somewhere. A figure went straight to the building. Quickly passing through the corridor, he shouted loudly, "All upper floors, urgent assembly, urgent assembly." In the conference room, senior officials sat together. Suddenly, the door opened, and the big man walked into the room and said to everyone present, "In this freshman training, someone entered the 5th floor and hid all his information. Set top secret. Dismiss." After speaking, he left without giving everyone a chance to react. In the conference room, the big bosses looked at each other in dismay. 5th floor? What 5th floor? Looking at the figure who came in for less than 30 seconds, I didn't respond for a while. After a while, someone suddenly thought of something and looked shocked. Dream space, 5th floor. What are you kidding? Freshman, can you come in here? Didn't all the freshmen come out? How did he come out? Hiss. Outside the ruins, Soo-hung walked out of the gate. In my mind, I also recalled the mysterious cabin on the 5th floor of the dream just now. What was that last hut, and that roar? It was too terrifying. I tried countless times to return to reality, but all ended in failure. As a result, I was shocked out of my dream by a roar. And everyone in front saw Soo-hung, who was suddenly silent after a short silence. Especially back office students. FK, Soo-hung, you finally came out. How did you get to the 4th floor? It's amazing. Soo-hung, did you know that you have set a new record for all freshmen? What's the matter on the 4th floor? Compared with the 2nd floor, isn't it much more difficult? It's unbelievable that Son Goku Fit can get the first place. Soo-hung, who had been recalling the mysterious cabin in the dreamland on the 5th floor just now, was still at a loss. Looking at the boiling hot eyes of everyone, he was slightly stunned. What's wrong? So many people. Seeing Soo-hung's dazed expression, everyone was at a loss for a while. Then, several sarcastic voices came out of nowhere. Ah, Soo-hung is stupid. The teacher said don't run around blindly, and you have to run to the 4th floor without knowing your life or death. In the crowd, Shang Feng's voice came, the mental pressure on the 4th floor is so high, this must have sequelae. It is really over the top. You must know that many teachers dare not directly enter the 4th floor. I see you are just jealous. Suddenly, the teacher Suishin's voice came. The pressure on the 4th floor is so great. If you are killed, you will definitely be a little weak. Isn't this normal? Yes, you don't even have a chance to enter the 4th floor. Hearing the sour sarcasm, the students in the logistics department began to show support. In addition, some military personnel walked up to Soo-hung. Student Soo-hung, our army recruits college graduates every year. If you want, we can ask a king-level warrior to guide you personally. Our martial arts department is better. As long as you are willing to transfer to the martial arts department, we can ask the dean to accept you as an apprentice in person. Moreover, all the training materials of the martial arts department will be free in the future. As long as you agree, we will send a voice transmission back now to help you go through the transfer procedures for the department. Ha ha ha, Soo-hung, don't make a decision in a hurry. I saw Su Tian, the teacher of the logistics department, step forward and grabbed Soo-hung's shoulder. Soo-hung, now there are many places that want to recruit you, and they all offer very good conditions. In those places, you can get better cultivation resources and better cultivation guidance. The teacher is very supportive of you going to a better place. However, don't be fooled by them. Tell me about the conditions you want first, and the teacher will give you advice. And, no matter where you go, the teacher welcomes you back to the logistics department at any time. After finishing speaking, he looked at Su-hung, wanting to see what conditions Su-hung would offer. Su-hung, who has been recalling his dreams, finally understands what happened at this moment. Everyone in the relationship thinks that they have entered the fourth floor and regard themselves as a super genius again. Pity. What they didn't know was that they not only entered the fourth floor, but also went to the fifth floor. It even went deeper. After pondering for a moment, Su-hung quickly regained his senses, and said with a serious face, "No requirements, the logistics department is very good, can kill beasts anywhere, and contribute to the country anywhere. By the way, I killed a lot of alien monsters, this time, how much will I be rewarded?" In an instant, Su Tian next to him was stunned. The people in front were suddenly full of black lines. "When is this, you actually talk about money? You are the #1 freshman in the Dreamland ruins, and you have directly refreshed the freshman's historical record. Isn't there a little bit of excitement? Chapter 32. All parties throw olive branches. At this moment, in front of the crowd, Su Tian, who was holding Su-hung's shoulders, couldn't believe his ears. Su-hung actually said that the logistics department is very good. He wants to stay in the logistics department. For a moment, he was speechless with excitement. How many years? The logistics department has not received good seedlings for many years. Think back to how beautiful their logistics department was. There are countless outstanding students, teachers, and talents in the whole hospital, and it can be said that there is no mediocrity. In addition, there are super powerhouses such as the old minister sitting in the town. Extraordinary emperor-level powerhouse. Every country is a superpower. At that time, Nantian University was a super famous university in the whole country. It's a pity that the terrifying beast tide that made me tremble when I think about it to this day ruined everything. A corner of the mainland collapsed, and Janice province became Janice Island. The old minister disappeared without a trace, and so far no bones have been found. And their logistics department has also become synonymous with garbage. When the freshmen are divided every year, freshmen with a little achievement are reluctant to come to the logistics department. Therefore, when he heard that Su-hung was willing to stay in the logistics department, he was even a little excited and wanted to cry. He laughed loudly. "Don't worry, you have such a high score in the experience test, and the highest reward will definitely be yours. In addition to the school's reward, I will also try my best to win the academy's internal reward for you, and I will never treat you badly. When I go back and report to the principal, I will give you the greatest reward." Just when Su Tian and others were chatting happily at the gate of the ruins, Su-hung took the first kill list, and the news of breaking the record began to spread farther and farther. More and more people heard that there was a perversion in this freshman, which directly broke the previous record. More and more people came to watch, wanting to see what the legendary terrifying new student looked like. The originally spacious gate of the ruins was blocked tightly. Is it necessary? Isn't it just a freshman first? Our martial arts department also had it before. People who haven't seen the world are like this. On the side of the crowd, there were two teachers of the martial arts department, looking at the excited crowd with disdain on their faces. What's so exciting? It's just that the wasteful blind cat meets a dead mouse, and it will definitely be beaten back to its original shape next time. However, their words have absolutely no influence on people who are extremely excited. Although the other students in the logistics department did not get a good ranking, their faces were filled with excitement. Su-hung is really amazing. I announce that from now on, Su-hung will be my idol. No one can stop him. I want to learn from Su-hung. Even if it is a waste bloodline, I have to practice hard. Su-hung is my brother, and his training is guided by me. Among the crowd, there was a fat man, jumping up and down, shouting excitedly. That was Su-hung's roommate, Woo-dun. At this moment, he kept bragging about Su-hung to various people. And the crowd continued to gather towards Su-hung, and people kept coming to talk to the protagonist. Su-hung, I'm a freshman in the Faculty of Science, are you interested in making friends? Su-hung, I am the teacher of the martial arts department. Come to our martial arts department. The logistics department will delay you. Some girls even started to run out of olive branches to Su-hung. Su-hung, my parents are not at home tonight, why don't you come to my house and sit down, my tea is delicious. However, Su-hung ignored these olive branches and rejected them all. Afterwards, Su-tien led the people from the logistics department and left first. Because Su-tien wanted to hurry up and report to the principal, so as to get more rewards for Su-hung. The other students in the logistics department also followed the teacher with the same excitement. Did this pheasant fly up the branch and become a phoenix? Che, what a phoenix, it's just a pheasant. The two teachers of the martial arts department could not ask for it, and looked at the logistics department who cheered and discussed with disdain. And Shang Feng, looking at the departing logistics department unwillingly, it's just luck, the dream space is not a real battle. It's just a little bit ahead of the spiritual power. Wait for the next time the real ruins will be revealed. If you have the ability to compete with me in the arena, if you have one hand, it is probably not my opponent. It must be because of the increase in strength. It must be Suzaijia who gave him an increase in attributes. Otherwise, with his Su-hung's waste bloodline, how could he have won the first place? Suzaijia is really powerful, with an extraordinary bloodline and an invincible increase in attributes. Afterwards, he turned to look at Suzaijia, you must have helped Su-hung a lot, right? Otherwise, he would have been bitten to death by the monster long ago. Hearing Shang Feng's doubts and looking at the people who were already going crazy, Suzaijia knew what she was saying, but no one believed it, so she didn't say anything, just shook her head and answered silently in her heart, can I not drag him down? That's pretty good. Then she looked in the direction of Su-hung's departure, I have to work hard and try not to be a burden next time. See that the logistics department has all left. The classmates of the martial arts club also began to gather and line up, preparing to go back to school. Just when the ruins Budo department began to organize the formation. Inside the ruins, opposite the giant hypnotic clock. In a private box, a figure was lying on a reclining chair. It was the mysterious king-level expert who walked in the sky in the fourth-floor dream space. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Then opened the box door. Outside the gate, military personnel lying idle chatting as the students left, saw this figure. In an instant, everyone stood up. Chapter 33. Military Boss, Ling Kangfeng. Hello sir. Seeing the figure in the box, the military personnel who were sitting or lying down chatting, stood up instantly. Then they all ran to the door of the box together and lined up in 2 rows. Salute. The 2 rows of soldiers made neat gestures in an instant. Then, a man who looked like an officer came out, made a high-pitched voice, and reported to the figure. Report sir. This freshman experience, everything is normal. So far, the new students have all withdrawn from the ruins, and there have been no casualties. There is no abnormality around the ruins, and no large-scale beasts have been found. Weapon and equipment, in good condition, ready for battle. One after another information was reported from the officer's mouth. However, the figure ignored the information. He asked directly, where is the new student? Being outside the ruins, preparing to evacuate, the adjutant next to him replied. Hearing this, the figure in the box walked straight out of the 2 rows of soldiers and went straight to the gate of the ruins. Behind him, the reporting officer hastily followed. Who has been to the 4th floor during this freshman training? Report, sir. That student, named Su Hung. I heard that he is still the champion of liberal arts. Not long ago, he woke up and left. Wake up. The figure trembled slightly, and the pupils shrank sharply. Say it's the 4th floor. But, I saw that guy with my own eyes and went to the 5th floor. I've never been to that damn place. How did he wake up? Outside the gate of the ruins, the teachers and students of the martial arts department completed their formation. Go back to school. The martial arts teacher shouted, turned around and prepared to lead the team away. Suddenly, with a bang, the gate of the ruins was pushed open, hitting the wall with a loud noise. The martial arts teacher heard the loud noise and turned around, his expression suddenly changed. He saw a familiar figure, a legendary master he had heard of in school. Ling Kangfeng. Son of the general. The youngest super king in the military. As soon as the door opened, a majestic aura immediately radiated from Ling Kangfeng's body inside the door, and instantly enveloped everyone outside the door. Without his breath, Ling Kangfeng asked himself suspiciously. Then, he looked at the teacher of the martial arts department. Where is Su Hung from your martial arts department? Why isn't he here? Hearing this, the teacher of the martial arts department immediately replied, Sir, Su Hung is a student of the logistics department and has now left. His voice trembled a little. Although Ling Kangfeng was not his superior, under that majestic aura, he had the urge to kneel down. Logistics department. Why did the champion of liberal arts go to the logistics department? Are your martial arts department just for dry food? You don't know anything at all, so you don't want this kind of talent. Ling Kangfeng's majestic voice came. For a time, the teachers and students of the martial arts department all bowed their heads. They were very ashamed. Before this experience, they laughed at Su Hung a lot. Ahead, Ling Kangfeng's majestic voice continued to sound. It doesn't matter which department you are in. Since you belong to the same school, you can convey the notice. Go back and tell your principal. Tomorrow, I'll go in person. Meet Su Hung. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Military high-level, king-level master. Meeting a freshman in person is unprecedented. Outside the gate of the ruins, I looked at the teachers and students of the martial arts department who were gradually moving away. The officer next to him looked at Ling Kangfeng with a puzzled expression. Sir, although it is very rare for freshmen to go to the 4th floor, there are precedents in history. In addition, some strong senior students can also come and go freely. This Su Hung just killed a little more, so you don't need to go in person, right? Also, our troops have tried to win over Su Hung just now, and offer generous terms. However, all of them were rejected by Su Hung. You may come back empty-handed this time. The most important thing is that the Su Hung is just a waste bloodline that fits Son Goku. It can only show that his spiritual power has some potential, but the actual combat power may not be as good as his performance. You can directly order and let Su Hung come over by himself tomorrow, wouldn't it be better? The adjutant next to him kept talking non-stop. Obviously, Ling Kangfeng said that he wanted to see Su Hung in person, which caused a lot of shock to him. He really couldn't believe that this king-level master who was usually a big shocker, actually went to see a freshman who was just entering the martial arts. Son Goku bloodline? Kind of interesting. When Ling Kangfeng heard the words of the officer next to him, he was immediately more interested, and he made up his mind to see this freshman number 1. Then, he interrupted the adjutant who was talking non-stop, you guys know shit. Those are people who have been to the 5th floor and can still return normally. For so many years, there are so many people who want to explore the 5th layer of dreams. There are more than 200 countries in the world, and countless experts want to uncover the secrets of this fifth layer. However, none of them succeeded. Everyone who has been to the fifth floor, all suffered from various mental disorders. Or crazy. Or die. Or sink forever. There is no exception. Even the strongest man in the United States was almost half dead after he came out, and he fell into a coma and slept for a whole year. However, Soo-hung was able to return normally. It can be said that the world is unique. If you know the way to enter the ruins of the fifth floor, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely go further, and the military will be stronger. Of course, it is also possible that I misread it at the time. Soo-hung directly passed through the dream builder on the fourth floor, passed a certain method, and left the dream ruins directly. But, regardless of the truth, Soo-hung, I must see it myself. Thinking of this, he disregarded the persuasion of the surrounding officers and shouted angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. Do as I say. This is an order. Notify the school immediately. I will meet Soo-hung in person tomorrow." Chapter 34. Keep Soo-hung at all costs. Just outside the ruins, the top military officials dispersed, ready to inform the school. "But Obu, on the bus back to school." Shang Feng's voice kept coming. "I feel like cheating. This Soo-hung must have colluded with the army, otherwise why is the army so eager to see him? The first kill this time must have been done by the military personnel, secretly reducing the difficulty of Soo-hung's experience. Or the military expert helped him kill the monster, and then the data was counted on Soo-hung's head. The military is eager to see Soo-hung this time. There must be some ulterior motive. There must be some private transaction. They are afraid of being exposed, so they urgently ask Soo-hung to discuss it." In the carriage, Shang Feng kept looking for various reasons. The teachers were silent. They believed that although it may not be as outrageous as Shang Feng said, someone must have done something. Otherwise, how could it be possible that the bloodline of the recognized waste product could be transformed and directly broke previous records? However, some students have agreed. That's right, what Shang Feng said makes a lot of sense. It's too outrageous to take the first place in the bloodline of a waste product. The monsters on the second floor are so strong, and the monsters on the fourth floor, it is estimated that one is enough for him. How can it be possible to kill so many? Finally, some students couldn't bear it anymore. Someone looked at Su Xiajia in the back row of the carriage and asked, "You and Soo-hung are the last two to come out. You should have met him. He must be cheating. Also, your support boosting ability is so strong, it must have helped Soo-hung a lot. The kills that should have been counted on your head were all cheaper Soo-hung, right? If you don't help Soo-hung and kill your own enemy, the first place must be yours. Soo-hung is too disgusting. Rely on women." Hearing these students guessing wildly, Su Xiajia couldn't help it. "No, I didn't give him any help. Soo-hung is really amazing. I saw him alone, singled out a group of monsters, and retreated completely. Furthermore, if it wasn't for his success in breaking the third layer dream, I would still be lost in it, thinking that everyone is dead. Shang Feng, and you guys, don't just spread rumors. Everyone is a classmate. If you are willing to admit defeat, just work hard." Hearing her words, everyone in the martial arts department was silent for a while, but they still expressed doubts. Hearing that Shang Feng was still not reconciled, and whispered, "Su Xiajia, you don't like Soo-hung, right? You are a genius in the martial arts department, you won't like the garbage from the logistics department, and you actually lied for him." "Humph." Su Xiajia snorted coldly. Then she turned her head and stopped arguing. She suddenly felt that Shang Feng was helpless, and the entire martial arts department was also very pitiful. In the logistics department, Soo-hung everyone went back to school. Not long after, freshman Soo-hung, while training in the Dreamland ruins, broke into the fourth floor alone and began to sweep the whole school. For a time, the teachers and students of the whole school began to have a heated discussion. In an office of the school, the leader exclaimed happily, "I really didn't expect it. In our school, such a genius can still be produced." Looking back at the time, we were also a super famous school. But since the beast tide passed, we haven't achieved such results for a long time. The current Nanteian University has been in decline for I don't know how long. We, Nanteian University, have a little strength. However, looking at the world, there are countless super famous schools, and we are going to be ranked out of 100. We can't make it to the top 100 famous schools in the world at all. Every year, the outstanding freshmen in the college entrance examination are basically monopolized by other schools, and we can only take some leftovers. This year, a champion finally came, and I heard that he was assigned to the logistics department. This martial arts department is really a group of rice buckets. Fortunately, this year's champion is very good. Since he won the first place and broke the school's freshman record, we must not bury him. Next to him, Su Tian saw that the leader was so happy, and he suddenly felt confident. He stepped forward and suggested, we should improve his rating and give him a little more reward. When the leader heard it, he immediately said, "It's trivial, scoring and rewarding is trivial. What is this reward? Give him double the reward, and go to notify him immediately." At the same time, the atmosphere in the school principal's office was extremely quiet. The principal sat in the first place and said solemnly to the other school leaders, "Su Hong's achievements are so dazzling that they have attracted the attention of the military. What are you afraid of? Su Hong has gone back to school, and they can't rob people directly." Opposite the principal, the other leaders didn't care. Also, Su Hong has rejected the military, so we don't have to worry at all. Yes, we just need to reward Su Hong well and not treat him badly. However, the principal looked solemn. Yes, they are indeed very likely to directly rob people. I just received a notice from the military. Tomorrow, Ling Kangfeng will come personally to meet Su Hong. The voice fell, and the scene was silent. Then came a violent response. My God! That guy actually wants to see Su Hong. You know, in normal times, it is very difficult for even us to meet him. And he, not only wanted to see Su Hong, but also came in person. Afterwards, some leaders came to the rescue. Go ahead and increase Su Hong's scoring reward by 5 times. Give him a scholarship and cover all living expenses. In addition, the school's materials and books will be open to him free of charge in the future. At all costs, keep Su Hong for me. Chapter 35. Give out rewards and make a fortune. When the school leaders were shocked by the arrival of the military, Su Hong was surrounded by a group of classmates. Su Hong, have you really entered the 4th floor? Su Hong, what do the monsters on the 4th floor look like? Su Hong, do you lack a girlfriend? Do you want to consider me? Su Hong. The classmates surrounded Su Hong, chatting non-stop. Well, I'm sorry, I just woke up from a dream, and now I have a splitting headache and my mental state is very bad. I want to rest, and I will talk about it tomorrow. Facing the enthusiasm of his classmates, Su Hong felt helpless. I found a random reason to get rid of their siege, and then turned around, seemingly heading towards the dormitory, but halfway, when no one saw it, I went straight to the training room. At the door of the training room, Su Hong took his ID card and walked to the guard, and found that the old man was not there. It's a bit strange. I've been here many times before, and every time the gatekeeper will sing here. Looking at the empty gatekeeper's room, Su Hong was a little puzzled. But he didn't think too much, swiped the identity card of the logistics department, and went in directly. After training for a long time. Ordinary level training. It's completely ineffective. Su-hung's voice talking to himself came from the training room. Name, Su-hung. Constitution, 6689. Spirit, 12,600. Strength, 4,882. Agility, 6,105. Bloodline, Son Goku, Super Saiyan. Looking at the numbers on the attribute panel, Su-hung frowned slightly. Although, compared to before entering the ruins, his body value has increased by nearly 10 times again. In particular, the mental power has increased by 20 times 10 times, and it has directly broken through 10,000. However, he checked this value after he left the ruins. Now after half a day of training, the value has hardly changed at all, and it has not increased at all. In the past, he was usually out of breath after completing a training task. Even in the end, there is not much effect, but there will be a strong sense of fatigue, but now, these training programs have been completely unable to stimulate him. After training for a long time, there is no sense of fatigue at all. The potential of regular training has been completely drained, and it is completely pointless to continue training. Su-hung felt his body full of strength, and he knew that he needed stronger stimulation now. I have to think about it, that gravity training room. Su-hung began to look for other possible training programs in his mind. He considered this gravity training room when the effects of his previous regular training program began to wane. However, I was directly persuaded to quit by the high cost. To open the gravity training room, the required cost is in units of tens of thousands. 10,000 per hour. In one day, that's 240,000. This is completely unacceptable to the average person. Of course, most people don't need to use this high-end training method. I have to go to the teacher quickly and get the cash reward for this relic experience, so that I can enter the gravity training room as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he packed up his belongings, turned around and walked towards the door. Su-hung. Suddenly, as soon as he went out, Su-hung heard a slightly surprised voice, interrupting Su-hung's contemplation. Su-hung looked up and found a familiar figure, Su-zyajia. Su-hung, I'm considering transferring directly to the logistics department. I want to assist you in the future. By the way, thank you in the ruins. I go first. After speaking, Su-zyajia ran away quickly. Su-hung, who had just left the training room, was confused. What's the situation? Su-hung. Just when Su-hung was stunned, another cry suddenly came. Su-hung turned around and saw that it was the school's leading teacher. Su-hung, hurry up. Follow me. The principal wants to see you. After speaking, before Su-hung could react, he grabbed Su-hung's arm and went straight to the principal's conference room. In the principal's conference room, the leaders sat around a table. Suddenly, the door of the conference room opened, Su-hung appeared at the door of the conference room, and everyone turned to look at Su-hung at the door. For a while, there was some silence in the conference room. Is this the first freshman who broke the record? Quite a good result. It's a pity that it only fits Son Goku, otherwise the potential in the future will be even greater, which is a pity. Looks like a talent. Entered the 4th floor. Unbelievable, the strength seems to have increased a lot. It's stronger than the average freshman. Anyway, it's a talent. Many school leaders looked at Su-hung silently, thinking that it would be better if they fit Master Roshi. In his eyes, there is a little appreciation, and at the same time, a little regret for it. Hello teachers, why are you looking for me? Being stared at by all the leaders, Su-hung was a little overwhelmed, so he opened his mouth to break the silence. Cough. Su-hung, come in. The principal spoke quickly and let Su-hung enter the conference room. Su-hung, you are so amazing. Unlike the other leaders, the principal was quite excited. In any case, Su-hung really gave the principal a face. It fits Son Goku's bloodline, and it can play so well, directly breaking the school's previous record. As expected of the champion. It's smart. Others can have half your IQ, and our school estimates that they can go up a level directly. The principal kept talking, and a series of compliments came out of his mouth. Teacher, I have to go to training. If you have anything, please tell me directly. Don't waste your time. Su-hung couldn't help but speak, interrupting the headmaster's compliment. For a time, the principal was a little embarrassed. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the conference room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, principal, just get down to business. Some other school leaders said. Therefore, the principal is not long-winded. Su-hung, the ruins set a new record this time. The school has decided to increase your original cash reward to 5 times the original amount, along with additional scholarships. A total of 30 million cash rewards. Hearing this, the meeting room that had been laughing was quiet. The other leaders were a little surprised. They knew that the reward this time would be very high, but they didn't expect it to be so high. You must know that most teachers do not have so much money for a year of teaching. The headmaster's voice still didn't stop. In addition to cash rewards, all the high-end training equipment in the school will be open to you at half price, and all ordinary equipment are free. This is the greatest authority the school can give, because many high-end equipment are imported products, or the R&D department it cost a lot of money, and those bastards will charge royalties. Also, the school will reward you with 3 relic entry cards. With it, you can choose 3 relics to practice in the future. This relic entry card, but you can't even buy it with cash. Not only that, the school will let you as a representative. 3 months later, you will participate in the joint arena held by colleges and universities across the country. I believe you will be able to shine. The principal gushed about all kinds of favorable conditions. Su-hung's eyes lit up after hearing this. Other rewards, he directly ignores. In my mind, there is only the number of 30 million. That's 30 million. I have never seen so much money in my life. Just when Su-hung was about to ask when the 30 million yuan would be credited, the principal's voice suddenly became solemn. Besides that, there is one more important thing to inform you. Tomorrow, the top military officials will come to see you in person. You may be invited to join the army. After these words fell, the school leaders in the conference room looked at Su-hung again, looking forward to his statement. Chapter 36. Freshman Combat Test. Invite me to join the army. In the conference room, Su-hung's puzzled voice sounded. He felt very strange. Didn't he have rejected the military before? Why are you still looking for him? That's right, the military wants to invite you to join them. And tomorrow, their high-level officials will come in person. The principal's voice sounded again. Frankly, the school really wants you to stay. If you can stay, the school will give you the best resources. No matter what your requirements are, the school will try its best to meet you. If there is no school, we will mobilize the greatest resources and go outside to help you search. Also, our school has 4 faculties and departments, in addition to the regular training resources. We also have historical civilization and scientific research materials and books. As long as you are interested, you can read them for free at any time. I don't dare to say the rest, but the diversity of various classics in the school is absolutely unmatched by the military. Of course, schools are not omnipotent. Because the military has been fighting in the fog for a long time, it has very rich combat experience and many strong people. In addition, the ruins in the world are usually guarded by the military, although the entry also requires conditions, but it is definitely much more convenient than the schools. Opposite the principal, Su-hung listened to his introduction and said, "Headmaster, don't worry. I won't join the army for the time being. I plan to stay at the school. In fact, even without the principal's persuasion, he would choose to stay at the school. As the principal just said, in the school, it can get a more diverse education. Every academic year, the 4 major colleges and departments in the school will open classes with each other, and give students from other majors a popular science knowledge of this major, which is very important for the breadth of students' knowledge. In the army, although you can get more top-notch cultivation resources. However, Soo-hung is also very clear that the army usually issues various tasks, and the military orders are like mountains, and many mandatory task notices are likely to interrupt his practice rhythm and schedule. The most important thing is that if you choose something special in the ruins, the military may use the military order as an excuse to make it public, just like this time, you have entered the 4th and 5th floors. If the military, he will definitely order him to tell why he can survive there and kill the queen. And schools don't care about such things, they only care about rankings. In addition, Soo-hung likes freedom by nature, and the atmosphere of forced management in the army is obviously not in line with his character. So, no matter what, he will not choose to go to the army at present. Opposite him, the principal was very happy to hear Soo-hung's affirmative words. Next to the principal, other school leaders also laughed happily. Someone stood up and said, "Soo-hung, don't worry, we will give the logistics department more funding resources and increase investment in the logistics department in the future. Don't worry about yourself, we learned that you are in Son Goku's bloodline, but the world is full of wonders. In some ruins, it is possible to replace the bloodline. When you try it, you may be able to change to a more powerful basic bloodline." Hearing this, Soo-hung smiled and did not respond. Bloodline replacement? What are you kidding? Saiyan's bloodline, how could he go back and replace it? During Soo-hung's silence, the principal on the opposite side spoke again. Soo-hung, don't go to training today. Every year, after the freshman's experience, the school will organize a new student's combat strength test. Don't miss this freshman test because of training. In addition to the freshman test, there will be teachers who will explain a lot of knowledge to you, such as the detailed classification of warriors, which is not something you can learn in high school. Martial artist ranking? Freshman combat test? After Soo-hung heard it, he was also very curious. In this world, the space that human beings can live in is actually very limited. Most of the area is shrouded in fog, and the depths of the fog are full of various unknown beasts and monsters. How many monsters there are in the world and how big the scope of the fog is, it can be said that no one can accurately explain. Most ordinary people can only live within high walls for their entire lives, under the protection of warriors. That is to say, most people live in ivory towers and do not know the truth of this world. They only know that beyond the high wall, there are a large number of monsters. However, they will never have the opportunity to contact. Before going to college, Soo-hung also belonged to the ranks of ordinary people. He also has no chance to contact the warriors, and he will not know the details of the warriors. Therefore, he is very much looking forward to what the principal said about the martial artist level and the truth of the world. In the principal's conference room, Soo-hung learned that the freshmen were going to undergo a combat test. A large number of new students are constantly pouring into the playground, and they are constantly talking while walking. Why did I just come back from the ruins, and now I have to gather again? Is there a new ruin to open? Or are there other tasks? My brother is a junior, I asked him. This is a freshman test, an annual practice. My brother said that after the freshman's experience, the school will test the results of the experience. To see how well our freshmen's bloodlines fit together, and how much their spiritual willpower has grown, they can also give students a basic combat power rating. And, if your score in the combat test is good enough, maybe you can join the student council. The student union is an organization formed spontaneously by the students of the school. Every year, the student union recruits a group of potential freshmen. They are in charge of much of the school's student affairs, such as scholarship selection. If the combat power test is good enough, it can also represent the school and participate in the national ring competition. The stronger the overall strength of our freshmen, the higher the school's ranking. At that time, the Ministry of Education will allocate more funds and training resources, and our students will benefit more. On the playground, there are more and more new students, the crowd gradually gathers, and there are noisy discussions everywhere. You said, who will be the first in this combat power test? I don't know who the first one is, but it's probably not that Su-hung. After all, he just fits Son Goku. Although his mental power is not bad, his real combat power is estimated to be bad. Actually, it's a pity. The results of the relic experience are so good, and the result is a Son Goku. That's right. If it fits Piccolo, no matter how bad it is, it fits with the Tien Shinyan. With his performance in the Dream Ruins, he is definitely the #1 freshman fighting force this year. Just as everyone was talking about it, the broadcast on the playground suddenly sounded. All freshmen, gather as soon as possible, the freshman test will start immediately. Chapter 37. True Budo Classification. At the beginning of the playground set of new students at the start of combat power test preparation. High school students also heard the news. The school cafeteria, there are a lot of people are talking about. I have heard today, freshmen, to be tested fighting force. I do not know this term newborn, how to color values, there are a few hotties. Superficial, you will care about these things. However, this term newborn very strong the first is said to have set a previous record, do not know how this kind of combat power of his test scores. This really powerful reportedly went into the 4th floor, and I had in the first layer was eliminated, even now, cannot go to the 4th floor. Then with a school brother, I simply battle of 5 slag School, student's office, the same few people, talking about the newborn combat capability test things. This is the first freshman, seems to be very powerful, records are maxed out, we come not to think about it absorb. Hey, it is not that a 4th layer of it, I have been to many times. As long as you believe, there are all a dream, then quickly turning around. So I think this is the first freshman, in fact, considerable water is not necessary too much attention. That is completely different, you are a junior, I do not know how many relics have experienced, and also the fog had personally kill evil beasts. Go dream remains, that does not like to play? But people freshmen you just had I came not so horrible it. After the remains of experience, if that is fighting force newborn tested it, it should be about to start. Here, the student union office room, a figure suddenly stood up, toward the other man said, new test is about to begin, inform others, go to the playground, take a look at his fighting force to say. On school grounds, at the moment already crowded, not only have to be tested in the newborn, there are a lot of other high school students come to the onlookers. Playground somewhere, there are 2 people talk. Haha, talk of the town, have not seen you for a year, the closed door effect how Another person replied, never mind, retreats a year, the bottleneck absolutely no loose. The exit, just hit newborn testing, come along for the ride. At the school gates, a figure came in a hurry from the outside, the body of evil spirits come around to let his classmates shunned. This in fog, evil beasts met a lord choice, and with great effort, just let him get away, he said to himself some depressed. Then, he heard the people around them talk, new test? Anyway, alright, to see, to pass the dreary time. On the playground, full of boiling loud voice. Which has several volunteers dressed in clothing of the figure, holding a stack of information, the shuttle in the crowd. Just left the principal's office Su-hung, was suddenly stopped by a volunteer, Hello classmates, understand Xiangxiao and a fighter class classifying it? Do you want to see Xiangxiao level? Suhung just come to school soon, has been in contact with the remains. In this regard, he really did not find out about the details, but before the university, in order to allow ordinary people living order will not collapse, they are absolutely not allowed access to such information. So, easily took an information, glanced at, and instantly shocked. The world, weapons grade, so far, there are as many as 10 levels, my practice still a long way off. Looking at the data in hand, Suhung could not help but shocked. In addition, Wang level and extraordinary level actually is not the same. I thought the king class is shorthand for it. Information on Suhung C and weapons grade is divided into 10 stages. Respectively, warrior, master, grandmaster, lords, the great lords, king level, the level of God, the king extraordinary level of God, emperor level. On the imperial class, who do not know what was. Even if there is not an ordinary student can come into contact with the combat power of ordinary people, usually 5, commonly known as the Battle of 5 Slag. And if you become a fighter, I can usually hit a 10, that is, combat power of the warrior, is at least 50. New students can strengthen their spiritual power by matching their bloodline, carrying out dream relics, and then training for a period of time in accordance with the requirements of the school, plus the guidance and teaching of their instructors, and they usually reach this level. Grandmaster, at least 300 combat power is required. Therefore, they are usually senior students and relatively rare among freshmen. Master Rashi, who can burst out Super Kamehameha, belongs to this level. Of course, as the degree of fit increases, it will continue to enter the ruins to strengthen and hone, and its strength will be stronger. Great masters are extremely rare. Those who can reach this level before graduation can be called excellent graduates, and their combat power must reach at least 1000. The Lord, usually the realm of the teacher, is generally not reached by the students. Its combat power is at least 3000, and most teachers are at this level. The High Lord level is usually at least the Dean. The previous leading teacher, Su Tian, was at this level. Moreover, Xiushan is at the top of the Great Lord, and it is only one step away from the King level. As for his strength, it is unknown why he came to teach freshmen in the logistics department. Above the Big Lord, the realm of King level or later, its combat power value cannot be tested by conventional methods, and it is basically not within the range that students can touch. Freshmen in the first year, after 1 year of study, can reach the master level in the second year, which is quite good. Of course, there are also individual freshmen with a very high degree of fit, who can also reach the master level in their freshman year. Such students are generally very talented. As for the beasts, there are also grades. Ferocious beasts all over the world, due to their wide variety and different shapes, usually cannot be divided too finely. You can only use 1 to 9 levels for simple division, and beyond that, it is not accessible to ordinary students. Only high-level human beings have corresponding information. Tier 4 vicious beasts are roughly equivalent in strength to human lords, so Tier 4 vicious beasts are also called Lord-level vicious beasts. In the same way, Rank 6 beasts are equivalent to human King rank masters, so they are called King rank beasts. Usually, a King-level beast can command a lot of other beasts, thus causing a beast tide. In the Dream Ruins, the alien queen on the 3rd floor belongs to the 3rd order fierce beast, which is roughly equivalent to the level of the great master of human beings. However, because it is a dream land, it is generally accepted that the real combat power is far inferior to the 3rd order in the fog. Especially if you know the characteristics of dreams, you can limit the queen's combat power. Seeing this, Suhung was a little curious. If the alien queen is a tier 3 beast, then I should be at the grandmaster level. When I first killed it, I didn't think it was a dream. Also, even if it was a dream relic. I even went to the 5th floor. Has been greatly improved. The 10th level of martial arts is called the Emperor level. After Son Goku Super Saiyan is successfully transformed, he can directly destroy a planet. I don't know who is stronger and who is weaker than the Emperor level master. At this moment, there were bursts of exclamations from the playground. My God! The comprehensive combat power is 81, and it has directly reached the martial artist level. The freshman, who has only entered the school for 2 weeks, has become a martial artist. I don't know if I can be promoted to a grandmaster before my sophomore year. If so, that's really amazing. Seeing where the martial arts department was, Shangfeng walked out of the crowd with a smug smile on his face. Musha! This is the existence that ordinary people in the fence will look up to all their lives. The combat power figure is probably based on the setting of Dragon Ball Z at the beginning, that is, when Vegetalet Raditz first come to Earth. At that time, the combat power of Master Roshi was 139. Therefore, thanks to the bonus of Inception, the Warrior 81, it's very high, it's considered a genius level. Although the settings are borrowed, the comprehensive combat power here will take into account many other bonuses, which is different from Dragon Ball. Please don't apply it completely in Dragon Ball. Prevail. Chapter 38. This is Suhong's true combat power. As expected of a Master Roshi fit, the combat power is still strong. I can officially become a martial artist before I become a sophomore, and I am very satisfied. I don't want to be a martial artist before my sophomore year. As long as I can become a martial artist before graduation, I will be satisfied. It's alright, it's not as perverted as you said. Unless you can bypass the martial artist and become a grandmaster directly, that's really powerful. After all, many students can't break through the grandmaster even when they graduate. Seeing that Shangfeng's test results were quite good, the surrounding students began to discuss, full of envy. Next. Combat Test, 18. Next, Combat Test, 25. After Shangfeng finished the test, the teacher ignored the surrounding discussions and started to test the other students in order. Shangfeng has the bloodline of Master Roshi, and with a good fit, he has also entered the 2nd floor of the Dream Ruins, and has initially mastered the use of Kamehameha, so he directly became a warrior. Others, however, are not so great. Basically, they are in a range that is slightly stronger than ordinary people. After all, before the college entrance examination, they also received the education of ordinary people, and it was only about 2 weeks after entering the university, and it was basically impossible for any qualitative change to occur. Next, Suzaijia. Hearing this name, the noisy discussions around seemed to quiet down a bit. With an extraordinary bloodline, he mastered the flying technique in a short period of time, ranked 2nd in the kill list, and also entered the 3rd layer of dreams. The willpower should be astonishing. So everyone is very curious, what level of her combat power will reach. Suzaijia, Combat Power Test, 305, Master Level. In the curiosity of the crowd, the teacher's excited voice sounded. In an instant, the originally quiet playground immediately began to boil. Is this an extraordinary bloodline? Those who are capable of assisting can achieve such a high level of combat power. If they are fighting, they must not break through the sky. Auxiliary Saiyan is also very powerful. Grandmaster level combat power, this is not comparable to ordinary combat Saiyan warriors. If she stands and doesn't run, you probably won't be able to beat her. Damn it, I didn't expect it. I thought Shangfeng was the strongest in the martial arts department. I didn't expect this girl to look inconspicuous and have such a strong fighting power. She fits the blood of an immortal. Immortals and humans are fundamentally different. I just didn't expect that her combat power would be so high. Could it be because of entering the 3rd floor of the Dream Ruins? Who knows? In short, it's outrageous, and you will become a master within a few days of admission. It is estimated that before graduation, she will be able to attack the Lord. At that time, it is very likely that she will be rated as an excellent graduate, and she will not only receive a large number of graduation awards, but also be recruited by senior departments. The future is bright. The classmates started a lively discussion, louder than Shangfeng's test discussion just now. After all, although Master Rashi is good, it is not particularly rare to be able to successfully fit, and there are a few cases every year. However, the rarity of the extraordinary bloodline, the inheritance of the clergy, has skyrocketed, and sometimes you can't find one for several years. As for Shangfeng, when he heard such an amount of combat power, he only felt that his brain was buzzing. Su Xiajia, who has been assisting himself, has more than 300 combat power? More than 200 more than yourself? What are you kidding? Next, Su Hung. Hearing this name, Shangfeng clenched his fists and his face was ashen. The heated discussions around him suddenly quieted down. Freshman first. Enter the fourth layer of dreams. The man who broke the school freshman record. How strong is his combat power? Many people are very curious. Outside the playground, several people in student union uniforms are watching. You said, how much strength is he really? Can he be higher than that little girl? It shouldn't work, after all, he only fits Son Goku, and Su Xiajia is different. You may not know it, but I know some rumors about her. Her brother is an extraordinary king-level powerhouse. The family is also very rich, and he went to school. At that time, it is the level of a warrior, but it looks harmless to humans and animals, and it looks weak. Hee. No. I think it's nonsense. That guy Su Hung entered the fourth floor. Su Xiajia came out from the third floor. Why don't you make a bet? Children or not? Okay. No matter what, our student department can get in touch. After all, he is also a good student. While everyone was silent on the playground, Su Hung stepped forward and stood in front of the test equipment. He was also very curious as to how much his fighting power was. He killed so many alien monsters and even alien queens in the dream space. I just don't know how different dreams are from reality. The combat strength test is very simple, just bombard the strength tester with maximum force. Not in the ink, Su Hung used all his strength and slammed out a punch. Boom. A sound of steel colliding came from Su Hung's fist and spread all around. Then, on the test instrument, the number originally 0 jumped to 512 in an instant, and then stopped directly. Su Hung, combat power test, 512. Beside, the test teacher looked at the numbers on the instrument and exclaimed excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. Around the playground, the atmosphere that was slightly quiet because of Su Hung's appearance exploded instantly. The discussion was more lively and boiling than the discussion when Su Xiajia of the extraordinary bloodline was out. 512. Intermediate Grandmaster. This is actually a freshman and a Son Goku fit, I can't believe it. I only went to 2 ruins. Strictly speaking, I only had one experience. Many people have been in college for 4 years and countless times of training, but they have not reached this level. He actually succeeded from the beginning. What? It's outrageous. How did you do it? This guy has only been in school for more than 10 days, do you want to be so perverted? Come on. This guy, the background at home is awesome, right? Which stupid pen said he was a waste before? Stand up and take 2 steps. The logistics department has found a treasure this time. The Department of Martial Arts is insane. This kind of talent was let go by just one bloodline fit. Maybe the instrument is broken. Surrounded by exclamations, there was a sensation and uproar. However, Su-hung did frown slightly when he looked at the combat power numbers displayed together. He thought the number was a little weird. Just now the number jumped directly from 0 to 512 without any intermediate transition, which is obviously abnormal. Generally, it starts from 0, and the number changes slowly. Even if it grows faster, it doesn't jump to 512 so directly, and it doesn't move in an instant. This instrument won't break, right? Su-hung thought to himself. The protagonist has entered the 5th floor and died many times. This combat power is not surprising, right? Saiyan's talent. This. Chapter 39. The old man who was transferred to the gravity room to watch the door. Su-hung especially suspects that the instrument is broken. However, since the teacher in charge of the test didn't speak, and he didn't ask for a retest, the strength is on him, and it doesn't matter if he takes the test or not. Testing is just to satisfy the curiosity of others. If the real combat power is exposed, it is not a good thing. Many people even secretly hide their combat power. Thinking of this, I ignored the boiling classmates behind me and turned to leave the test site. Not far away, the principal's eyes have been paying attention to here, and seeing Su-hung's test results, he was instantly overjoyed. Next to the principal, stood an old man. If Su-hung was here, he would definitely recognize the identity of the old man. He was the janitor in front of the training room. Seeing Su-hung leave, the principal directly asked someone to replace it with a new instrument and continue the test. As for the instrument that Su-hung had beaten just now, it fell into the hands of the gatekeeper. Holding the test equipment, the old man laughed. When the principal saw the old man who was suddenly smiling, he felt something was wrong. What's the matter? What's the problem? This thing is provided by your logistics department. No problem, it's normal. The janitor waved his hand to the principal and didn't say much. Seeing the uncle waving his hand, the principal was stunned for a moment, and thoughtfully, he didn't ask any more questions. On the playground, the heated discussions continued, and the influence continued to expand. This first-year junior is really unexpected. I have been here for 2 years, and my combat power has not exceeded 300. So far, it is only a warrior level. It's really unexpected. I thought it might be a little tall, but I didn't expect it to be so tall. It surpassed that little girl directly. This strength is no worse than that of the student union and the ministers of various departments. I think it needs to be carefully considered. Far away from the playground, several people in student union uniforms looked at Su-hung with a combat power of 512, all in a state of confusion. Next to the playground, Suzayajia is also paying attention to Su-hung. After he finished the test just now, he did not leave, but wanted to wait for Su-hung's results. No wonder he can kill so many murderer monsters. He is so much stronger than me. I have to work hard, otherwise I will be dragged back next time, and I will be able to catch up. Suzayajia looked at Su-hung and made up her mind secretly. Su-hung did not pay attention to this kind of excellent grades and the concern of countless students. In high school, every time he took the exam, he was the first in liberal arts. There are many who worship him. That kind of envy, jealousy, and sour eyes, he has long been used to it. He is now. I just want to get stronger. Before coming to test. The school has already transferred 30 million to his account. With the money, he headed straight to the gravity training room. Birds dripping in pairs on the tree. When Su-hung arrived at the gravity training room, he heard a familiar voice again. The janitor who used to be in front of the ordinary training room. Now it's here. Hey. Boy, long time no see. Do you want to enter the gravity training room? The cost here is quite expensive. It costs 10,000 yuan for an hour of training, and more than 200,000 yuan for a day. Are you sure you want to enter? On the opposite side of the old man, Su-hung felt a little strange and a little surprised when he heard his words. It's only 10,000 an hour? Didn't my roommate say 10,000 a minute and 600,000 an hour? The roommate's news is not so accurate. Now, even if I stay for a whole day, it's only 240,000 yuan. Plus the school gave me a 50% discount, and it's only 120,000 yuan a day. If I train until the eve of the national joint competition, it will only cost me more than 10 million yuan without stopping day and night. A little bit. Suddenly, I feel that this gravity training room is very conscientious, and it's not that expensive. If others knew what Su-hung was thinking, they would probably vomit blood directly. After calculating the cost of the gravity training room, Su-hung hurriedly asked the old man to open the door for him. With such cheap and easy-to-use equipment, it must not be a waste of time. Opening the door, Su-hung walked into the gravity training room. Moment. 10 times gravity is on. A huge gravity swept over. The gravity here is obviously stronger than the outside world, and I feel that it is very difficult to even lift my legs. It's like adding a layer of weight to people at any time. If the gravity level is increased to a higher level, then after I finish a set of training programs, it is estimated that I will be able to collapse directly. Su-hung, who walked into the room, felt the changes in the training room and felt very satisfied. Only with this level of stimulation can he continue to strengthen his strength. Then, he began to continue training. 5 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Su-hung opened the door and walked out of the gravity training room with a slight gasp in his mouth. Not bad, the training effect this time is far better than before. Name, Su-hung. Constitution, 6,998. Spirit, 12,832. Strength, 5,006. Agility, 6,213. Bloodline, Son Goku, Super Saiyan. Looking at the values on the attribute panel, Su-hung was very surprised. He didn't expect the effect here to be so amazing. Although in absolute numbers, the training growth this time is not as great as before. However, to know that with his current physical strength, it is a little difficult to grow a little bit. Strength training is hard to double straight up like it used to be. If it is a regular training, it is estimated that there will be no change at all. And gravity training, at least can make his strength have a slow growth. Moreover, this is only the effect of a relatively low gravity level. If the level is increased, the training effect may be greater. So, he is very satisfied. Boy! Suddenly, Su-hung just heard a shout. It was the voice of the janitor. He looked up and found an instrument standing next to the old man at the gate. Is that a combat tester? However, this one is a little bigger than the new combat strength tester on the playground. Young man, during the freshman test just now, you also found that there was something wrong with that instrument. Hearing this, Su-hung's face was slightly surprised. I feel this way, but I'm not quite sure. The old man's voice sounded again. The previous tester was used for freshmen. The limit was very low, and the maximum was only 500. If it exceeds 500, it is actually inaccurate. It is estimated that they did not expect to have such a strong freshman as you, so the prepared instruments are not that strong. After finishing speaking, the old man patted the instrument next to him and looked at Su-hung. This instrument of mine has a higher limit of force measurement, the highest can reach 3,000, which can reach the strength of a lord. Do you want to try again? Looking at the larger combat power tester, Su-hung thought for a while and replied with a smile. Good. Chapter 40. National Union Challenge Cup. Good. Su-hung voice sounded sure, since the instrument is at hand, and then test again no problem. He is also a bit curious, their true strength in the end how much. Prior to the playground, he did not ask for the test again. The first did not want the limelight. The second is the replacement of equipment. Test again, it will waste a lot of time. Third, the fighting itself is a very intimate thing, directly exposed, not a good thing. This stuff is a critical moment, you can give a fatal blow. The original liberal arts, the teacher cannot talk less, although outside the fog, powerful beasts, but, very often, humans are worse than beasts. For now, the new instrument in sight, and this old man janitor, does not look simple. Su-hung decided to try a little. Thought of this, Su-hung stepped forward in the face of combat power tester. Call. He took a deep breath, adjusted to the best physical condition. Subsequently, the operation of the power of the body to the body belt, punch Hong Xiang bitterly fighting force tester. Boom. Steel collision sound, emitted from the front Su-hung, shock people eardrum raso. Then, the numbers on the front of the instrument to begin the rapid and uniform change. 0, 1, 3, 8, 15, 50, 80. 124,249, 300, and 4,430, 500,512. Soon, the figures reached on the playground before Su-hung the measured results. However, the figures did not stop, but continued to soar upwards. 520,536,689. Soon, the number on the instrument, reaching more than 600, 700 encroaching away. Looking at the instrument soared to more than 600, 700 figures soon to be over. Su-hung behind, the old man shocked face. He knew before Su-hung's strength is not just measured out a bit, but saw a more than 10 days before school freshman, soared to nearly 700 combat power, it will inevitably be surprised. The key is, the above test digit growth did not stop, still continued to rise. 699,720,756. 788,796. Soon, the data of more than 700, 800 straight away. 836. 882. 913. Eventually, the numbers on the instrument stopped at 913. Higher Order Master. Grand Master combat power from 1000, only one step away. Hiss. Behind janitor uncle looked at the numbers behind the final stop, but also could not help but gasp. Face shocked. New students just 2 weeks, the high order directly became master. From becoming large master, one step only. This is what a metamorphosis? He can imagine, does not need a year, that is, before the end of Su-hung freshman year, it is estimated will be able to officially become a Grandmaster. Grandmaster freshman, he has been unable to imagine the scene after the others to see. You know, to become a Grandmaster before senior year, it can be rated as outstanding graduates. High-level Grandmaster. Su-hung, your hidden strength is really deep enough? If those guys outside knew your current strength, they would be shocked. Behind him, the old man's excited voice came. Just barely, it's all right. Compared to the surprised look of the gatekeeper, Su-hung seemed much calmer, and silently analyzed in his heart. And the power of Saiyan's blood has not been released. When Saiyan is angry, he can often release more power than usual. However, it was just a mock test just now, and his emotions did not fluctuate, and he was very calm. If it is in a real combat, due to emotional fluctuations, I should be able to exert more power than I am now. Let's go here today and go back to eat. After probably knowing his true strength, Su-hung didn't delay, turned around and headed towards the door, ready to leave. Hey! Su-hung, wait a minute. Seeing that Su-hung was about to leave, the gatekeeper shouted and hurriedly stopped Su-hung who was about to leave. Su-hung, since you are so strong, there is one thing you should understand. Oh. Su-hung turned around curiously, looked at the old man, and wanted to know what was going on. 3 months later, it will be the National Combined Arena. If you advance fast enough, you are very likely to represent our school to participate. So, you need to know the news about the National Arena, the old man explained to Su-hung. National Combined Arena. Su-hung was a little puzzled. Before, in the principal's office, he had heard the principal mention this competition. However, he only noticed the issue of bonuses at the time, and he didn't have time to ask carefully. The National Joint Arena is a martial arts competition jointly organized by colleges and universities across the country. In order to encourage the cultivation of students in major colleges and universities across the country, every year, the country chooses a college as a venue for the arena competition. If you can achieve good enough results in the ring competition, the state will give students a lot of rewards, which are much more generous than the schools. The state rewards are different every year. However, if you perform well enough, you are likely to get the opportunity to exchange abroad. So, you must perform well. Hearing this, Su-hung was a little surprised that there is still the opportunity to go abroad, which is very helpful for the improvement of his own knowledge. Before, he only knew the name of the game, but the specific content was not clear. "Uncle, thank you," Su-hung expressed his gratitude to the gatekeeper. After all, the introduction of the old man gave him a better understanding. "Hey, no thanks, just a small matter. Grandpa doesn't care. Your current strength is still too bad. Your combat strength test really surprised me before, but that's because our school is too ordinary. Your current strength is quite good in our school. However, looking at the whole country, it is not enough. Up above, compared with the student geniuses all over the world, your strength is even worse. There are a lot of schools, and their freshmen fit the relics, not Dragon Ball at all. If you don't know enough in advance, you will be very disadvantaged when the time comes. Master, I'm still very optimistic about you, but I must go out and see more." Hearing the introduction of the old man opposite, Su-hung's expression became solemn. The first place for freshmen is only in this ordinary school. Outside, there is a bigger world. You can't relax. Su-hung made up his mind secretly that he must go outside and have a look. Continue to practice. After that, Su-hung, who was about to leave, turned around and head straight for the gravity training room. In front of him, the janitor looked bewildered. "Didn't you want to eat just now?" Chapter 41. The military chiefs to school. Weight training room, again came Su-hung, in which spent a full all night. The next day, one of the world's best news, sensational school, many teachers and students are discussed in the wild. The military will have a King Master class, come to school, personally invited Su-hung, join forces. Weight training room. Su-hung still in training status. From yesterday, and now, all night did not come out. Even to eat, are also takeaway point in there to solve. Outdoor training, the principal figure appeared in the doorway. Beside the principal, also stood an old man, it was before and Su-hung talked to the janitor uncle. At this point the president, looked nervous, full of worry, he looked at the old man next to the janitor. "You said, Su-hung, what will not stay in school? After all, the military out of the conditions may be more favorable than us. Although our school has been given enough sincerity, basically a full out, but, after all, is a man on behalf of the military, if Su-hung heart, then our efforts are likely in vain." Heard around school principal worry, old man smiled, "Rest assured, he will not go. Where Su-hung is not an ordinary person, not the kind of good to see, on which side of the backward people. He had a humanities scholar, obviously there are better options, but why choose a fit Son Goku be blood, he must have his work a special reason. Since that make life difficult for the military, that this will certainly be rejected. This child is a strong character and you met anyone in the weight training room, stay for a night of it. Suhung is a good boy, deserves focus on training, you can have a good look. Next to the old man, the principal heard his words, was very surprised. But the vision of God high, most people are unable to enter his stuff. This time, actually have such a high evaluation of Suhung. Really made him feel surprised. Talk to the old man in the president, Suhung is still in training. The military level Master King to personally send to school invited Suhung. News already swept the whole school. Campus everywhere are going to discuss whether Suhung military voice. Under the trees, a group of freshmen in the chat. You said the same newborn, how such a big gap? I have not even a fighter too. Suhung already a master, and toward the front line of the great master. Suhung what will not go to the military, if I must go, obviously fighting the army will be stronger. Oh, go or not does not matter to us, how then can not invite my head? In the cafeteria, just the get out of class of high school students, but also ridicule each other. This session of the newborn, it really is a personal matter, we had new life experience, how can there be so much attention? Although I term him high, but the feeling is not rivals. Come on, I feel that the military people on glue, it came to so much trouble to recruit people. Anyway, not that freshmen do, how can you say so iffy? Son Goku a fit person only, the potential has been exhausted, not worth mentioning. In the student union office, there are a few people with visual and sit in the discussing Suhung same thing. We have people still hesitant, not to recruit Suhung, result, military personnel directly over to grab people. And I heard the king to the people or master level. You say, Suhung will not go, and if go, then we wasted a game in this discussion. Suhung do not go away, I do not know, but if I was, I certainly did not hesitate to follow the military chief's leave. A logistics department office. Virtual days at the window, staring at the sky outside the window, slightly wrinkled brow, in look with anxiety. I'm logistics department, finally out of a going astray. As a result, people were running in all directions and I grab Budokan department to get people, how a school can be considered. However, the military has also run along for the ride. Oh. I do not know what Suhung do not go away, though the last time he assured I will not leave. But, and this time the military to come in person, but also a king master level, I am afraid that Suhung also be tempted. While other places to go is his freedom, but inevitably some regret. Virtual day concerns of the sound, in the office, occasionally sounded. Budokan department, the office sat a few teachers, are chatting. I heard that the military really send level Master King personally rob people, and you feel Suhung will not go. Who do not go away, anyway, we fail to get Budokan not. Go, I do not want to see the face of the logistics department those guys proud of. It is for the military to personally get people in the outside world, when it shocked. Suhung still training his indoor training program. The key is, not far from the training ground, there was a mysterious figure, he is watching Suhung training. Suhung was not recognized. The mysterious figure that rode, did not bother verbally. 54321. Call. Arranged training program finally finished. Upon completion of the training program last project, Suhung slumped. This training effect of gravity training room far more than his imagination, he has been close to Grandmaster, a little training, will have a very clear sense of fatigue. Next time, you can then increase the amount of training. Looked at his perfect training program is executed, Suhung satisfied smile. Your strength, stronger than I imagined, it is estimated almost faster to catch up with the great master, right? When suddenly, in Suhung immersed in the joy of the training is completed, a Lengrand voice, not far came from Suhung. Suhung quickly turned around, who? Then, he discovered a mysterious figure. He was standing not far away. Su-hung suddenly shocked. He trained for so long on the inside, but still did not find entirely around someone. This man, what is strength? Chapter 42. Invitation from the King. Looking at the figure not far away, Su-hung was extremely shocked. He was so close to me that I didn't notice him at all? Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill me? What kind of strength is this man? Lord? Great Lord? Or King class? Seeing Su-hung's shocked eyes, the figure stepped forward and gave Su-hung a friendly smile. Hello, Ling Kangfeng, from the military. Ling Kangfeng? Hearing his words, Su-hung understood instantly. Is this guy the big guy from the military who wants to come to school? Too strong. While shocked, Su-hung changed his words. Thank you very much for the recognition of the military, but I don't want to leave the school. Hee, don't rush to refuse. Seeing Su-hung's refusal, Ling Kangfeng smiled slightly, but was not angry. As long as you are willing to join our army, any conditions can be negotiated, and we will make every effort to meet your requirements. In life, we will prepare a special nutrition and hygiene team for you, formulate a special diet plan for you, and ensure that you can increase your strength to the greatest extent. Army ruins, you can enter and leave at will, and experience at will, you don't need to apply like a school. Training equipment, there are countless in the army, you can use it at will. In addition, there is the combat data team, which measures your physical data by observation to develop the best training plan for you. The special guidance of a king-level master is of course indispensable. If you need it, I can even help you personally. If you can come to the army, we can help you become a king-level master in the shortest possible time. A series of favorable conditions came out of Ling Kangfeng's mouth. It can be said that any item is a condition that is hard to refuse. However, Su-hung did not answer. These conditions may be a fatal temptation for others. But for Su-hung, the appeal was not that strong. Looking at Su-hung, who was indifferent, Ling Kangfeng was not discouraged and continued to drive on favorable conditions. You fit Son Goku's bloodline, which was originally recognized as a waste bloodline. However, it only took you 2 weeks to become a master, and you have almost reached the limit of a master. You are only one step away from being a master. This is a very important research thing. If you are not satisfied with Son Goku's bloodline, we can mobilize all available relic resources to help you find a way to replace the bloodline contract. Hearing this, Su-hung wanted to laugh. How much Saiyan bloodline he had received from mockery, how could he possibly change it? As for the various conditions that Ling Kangfeng opened before, for Su-hung, it is of little significance. Nutritional hygiene team? He doesn't need it. He can eat whatever he wants every day. He doesn't like being forced to feed. He feels like a pig. Training equipment? Conventional training equipment has little meaning for Su-hung. No matter how many training equipment the army has, it is of little use to him. The guidance of a king-level master may be meaningful, but with the Saiyan bloodline, he is not eager for these guidance. All he needs is the near-death battle again and again. Sorry, I may have to disappoint you. Su-hung spoke again, with an obvious refusal in his words. When Ling Kangfeng heard Su-hung's words, he immediately understood what he meant, but he was still not angry. It seems that you really have no idea about the army. With so many conditions, you don't even have the slightest heartbeat. Ling Kangfeng looked at Su-hung. Su-hung is non-committal. The conditions you just mentioned are indeed very sincere, and they are enough to show the rich resources of the army. However, it is different for me. As far as I'm concerned, the biggest problem with the army is that there is no freedom, Su-hung responded firmly. So, I won't go to the army. You may have to go to the army for nothing. Haha. After hearing Su-hung's firm refusal, Ling Kangfeng said again, since you have made up your mind, I am not forcing it. However, I hope I can ask you a question. Ling Kangfeng looked at Su Heng with curious eyes. Why, you can return normally from the fifth layer dream. This is indeed not to blame on Ling Kangfeng. The secret of the fifth layer of dreams, everyone wants to know. Over the years, I don't know how many experts who think they are powerful have entered the fifth layer dreamland one after another. Everyone was fully prepared before entering. Everyone, before going in, was full of confidence, believing that they would never have a problem, and what happened before was that they were not strong enough. In the same way, everyone who goes in beyond one's own means will eventually suffer the consequences. Dead, crazy. Even the strongest player in the United States has sunk for a full year. Therefore, the danger of the fifth layer of dreams is known to the whole world. But now, there is an exception. That is Su Heng. He not only successfully entered the fifth floor, but also successfully returned. This is the only case in history. If this news is made public, it is estimated that the whole world will be boiling, and countless strong people will come to grab Su Heng. And this was also the key reason why Ling Kangfeng came to find Su Heng in person. As for the solicitation, it was just a casual goal. Su Heng was not surprised when he heard Ling Kangfeng's question. People in the army must know that he has been to the fifth floor, so it is not surprising to ask this question. However, Su Heng will not tell his secret. So, he made an excuse. Because, I found out that there is actually a person in the fifth floor of the dream. Su Heng replied. Hearing Su Heng's answer, Ling Kangfeng's body trembled suddenly, his pupils shrank suddenly, his face full of shock. Chapter 43. Flying Technique by Su Heng. There is actually a person in the fifth floor of the dream. I just entered, and the voice of that person shocked me out of the dream. So, I don't know why I came out of the fifth floor. Su Heng's half-truth sounded. In the fifth layer dream, there is indeed a person in it. This person, even Su Heng, who has seen Inception, doesn't know who it is. The magic of Saiyan's blood, he would never mention. Bloodline is also the key to successfully returning from the fifth layer of dreams. After dying on the fifth floor, not only can a normal person not be able to get out of the dream, but after resurrection, they will become weaker and weaker each time, and each resurrection is a weaker spiritual power. And with Saiyan's bloodline, as long as he doesn't really die, after resurrection, his strength can skyrocket and become stronger. To put it simply, normal people are on the fifth floor, and each time they die, they will become weaker, but Su Heng is just the opposite. This is also the key factor for him to escape the fifth layer dream normally. Otherwise, he could only be like everyone else, trapped in the fifth floor forever and lost forever. Therefore, after careful consideration, Su Heng said half-truth that it was because there was a mysterious person inside, who shook his spiritual power out of the fifth floor, and was lucky enough to save his life. But Ling Kangfeng, who heard his words, had a strange expression. There are actually people on the fifth floor, his shocked voice sounded. As the managers who guard the dream relics, they have done a lot of research and experiments on the dream relics. So they know this ruin better than others. As early as many years ago, they tried various methods in an attempt to dig out the secrets of the fifth floor. They have also sent a lot of researchers to enter the fifth layer of dreams. Without exception, every researcher who entered has experienced various mental disorders. After so many years of research, they only vaguely felt that there was a powerful spiritual body inside, but they did not know what that spiritual body was. So when they heard Su Heng's confirmation, they were still very surprised that there were actually people inside. After being shocked, Ling Kangfeng's expression became very happy. We have been studying for so many years, and we have sent many researchers to enter the fifth floor, but that mysterious expert has never done anything. And you can let him shoot. It shows that your spiritual power has attracted his attention, which shows the huge potential of your spiritual power. Even if there is no fifth floor, if you can successfully enter the fourth floor as a freshman, you have extraordinary potential. Are you sure you really don't want to come with me? Ling Kangfeng still did not give up and asked Su Heng again. And Su Heng shook his head firmly again. Ling Kangfeng was a little disappointed. Our military's power is not limited to this one place. Our people are spread all over the country and hold a large number of relic resources, which can help you provide all kinds of rare and special resources. In contrast, this school is limited to this small place. For you, the stage of this school is still too small. So you have to think carefully. Join us, you will have better development. He really hoped that Su Heng could go back to the military with him. Being able to directly break into the fifth layer dream state in the freshman period is enough to show that Su Heng's spiritual power is absolutely different from ordinary people. Even if the dream relics are aside, just relying on his infinitely close combat power to the great Grandmaster is enough to give him various resource tilts. However, despite Ling Kangfeng's repeated invitations, the only response to him was Su Heng's firm refusal. Oh, what a pity. Being rejected many times, Ling Kangfeng shook his head slightly disappointed. With great sincerity, he personally came from the military, although the primary purpose was to find out the secrets of the fifth layer of dreams. However, when I saw Su Heng in person, I was still attracted by his amazing potential. Before coming to school, he checked almost all of Su Heng's materials. So he knew that before the college entrance examination, Su Heng was a very ordinary person. It is not uncommon for the top scholar in the liberal arts, which is produced every year. But it has only been about 2 weeks since I entered school. I have just entered the second ruins, and I have just completed the second experience, and I can directly become the existence of the top of the master. The rarity of this kind of genius is not comparable to the gimmick of the champion. Just now, he repeatedly invited Su Heng, hoping that Su Heng would change his mind and follow him to the army. He even raised the idea of personally accepting apprentices for guidance. You know, his identity is not comparable to ordinary people. Countless people robbed their heads and hoped to see him, but they failed. But now, he personally came to invite Su Heng, but he was closed. After being rejected one after another, he is not insisting either. Since your attitude is so firm, then I'm not forcing it. However, before you graduate from college, if you want to come to the military, you can contact me at any time. We are always welcome. Ling Kangfeng said. After that, Ling Kangfeng waved his right hand. A book appeared, slowly floating in front of Su Heng. This is the flying technique, which allows you to float in the air before you are king. It's a welcome gift for you. With your talent, I believe it's not difficult to learn it. Su Heng looked at the exercises floating in front of him curiously. Flying technique. Isn't that what Su Xiajia used? That's right. But, usually, only students who fit in with Immortal Kalin can get it first. I hope we can meet again next time. One last point. Never tell anyone about going to the 5th floor. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Ling Kangfeng's farewell sound came, and then no more ink was left, and he disappeared in place and left here. And Su Heng, who originally looked at the classics of flying technique, saw Ling Kangfeng disappearing from the spot. The pupils shrank slightly. Is that so? Instant transmission. Is it the real king? Or from the Adela star? Chapter 44. Questions about cultivation. Ling Kangfeng's instant transmission immediately disappeared. Is it really instant transmission? The one that ignores space? Seeing the disappearing figure, Su Heng was extremely excited. Ling Kang Summit. My own Saiyan blood, and it will work in the future too. After waiting for a while to calm down, Su Heng held the flying technique floating in the air and began to meditate carefully. Flying technique, I don't know the school. Are there any other exercises that I can learn? Until now, He has not learned any martial arts skills. All rely on the strength of Saiyan bloodline to grow. During the battle, he did not use any fancy moves, all relying on his own hardcore strength. Although this can show that his own strength is amazing, but there is no increase in the cultivation technique, it is inevitable that he will suffer some losses. Saiyan's bloodline is undoubtedly very powerful. With a natural fighting bloodline, the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. However, if you only have bloodline, you won't have much use. If you don't learn various combat abilities, you may only use some brute force. Just like in Dragon Ball, some Saiyan bloodline people, when they go to plunder other planets, actually rely on change. Adult orangutan to wreak havoc. And learning the exercises is to add more fighting skills on the basis of a strong body. For example, flying technique can make flying. In addition, Saiyan's emotional control ability is very poor. In the original book, Son Goku also appears to lose his mind. Although, the more angry Saiyan is, the stronger the ability to burst out. However, losing one's senses in the battlefield is a very dangerous thing, and it is very easy to be used by the enemy, causing huge damage to allies. This is also the benefit of the Dream Relic to Su Hung. Before the beginning, Su Hung's mental power was not outstanding, but after the relic, his mental power attribute directly broke through 10,000. This also greatly improved his emotional control. Saiyan has other downsides too. Attention is particularly easily interrupted, and distraction on the battlefield can be very dangerous. This is also the reason why he needs to learn other exercises. He needs various types of exercises to improve his shortcomings. A flying technique, obviously cannot meet all his needs. He also needs other aggressive moves, such as the famous Kamehameha. He couldn't always fight on sheer strength, and that wouldn't bring out his true advantage. I remember that in the original Dragon Ball, Son Goku learned quite a few moves and exercises. Su Hung slowly recalled the anime he watched before. The first is Kamehameha, Master Roshi's famous stunt. In the middle and late stages, Kamehameha's terrifying power should be well known to everyone. There is also Solar Flare, although the power is weaker, but the dazzling light of solar flare can blind the eyes of the enemy. According to common sense, after successfully fitting a character, it will give the corresponding character special abilities. However, Su Xiaojia has flying technique, Shangfeng has Kamehameha, but I don't have anything. I rely on my strength to support it, and the logistics department is really pulling my hips. Su Hung was a little depressed. The school said that I can look up all the materials at will. Then I will go to teacher Xiushin to ask for a copy, there should be no problem. Thinking of this, Su Hung quickly packed up his belongings and prepared to go out to find teacher Xiushin. He wants to learn more exercises. When Su Hung packed up his things and was about to leave the gravity training room, he went to teacher Xiushin to ask for his skills. Several school leaders surrounded a table in the principal's conference room. Do you think, what level of specifications should we use now to receive military personnel? Ling Kangfeng is not only a powerful king-level master himself, but also holds important positions in the military. With a strong military background, he represents more than just himself. The principal, who was sitting in the first place, was the first to speak and asked the others around him. Military personnel will be here today. Although, they are not here to do good things, but to dig a corner of their own school. The people here are a little unhappy. However, after all, the other party has a distinguished status and a strong background. Even if he is very reluctant, he still needs to have the necessary welcome, and he can't just find someone and send the other party away. Just like the ministerial level treatment, it's not bad for him. After all, they are here to dig a foothold. A leader-like person replied beside the principal. Opposite the principal, someone said, "Let's be careful, there may be more than one person from the other party." Just as the leaders were discussing how to receive military personnel, Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a figure stood outside the door. Why? Didn't you see there was a meeting? The meeting was interrupted, and the headmaster's slightly annoyed voice sounded. Report the principal, just received a notification from the military that they have left, the figure outside the door reported. Let's go. In the conference room, the confused voices of the leaders rang out in unison and looked at each other in dismay. I haven't seen it yet, why did you suddenly tell me to leave? What's going on? The principal looked at the informant outside the door suspiciously. They said, privately, they had already met Su-hung. Let's leave now, let's not do any fancy welcome ceremony. The informant answered the principal's question. Hearing this, the headmaster's expression changed drastically. Have seen Su-hung? Isn't Su-hung in the gravity training room? Could it be that Su-hung has been secretly taken away? After speaking, the principal hurriedly stood up and ran away in the direction of the gravity training room. Chapter 45. Student Union Invitation. Birds dripping on the tree. In front of the gravity training room, the janitor still sang opera leisurely. Su-hung! Su-hung! Suddenly, the headmaster's anxious voice came from a distance. Then, his dashing figure appeared in front of the door of the training room. What's the matter? In such a hurry? The gatekeeper glanced at the headmaster, who hurried over, with a puzzled expression on his face. Where's Su-hung? The principal asked hurriedly. Let's go, the uncle replied casually. Ah! Hearing the old man's words, the principal's face suddenly turned pale. We gave such good conditions, and finally let the military dig it out. The headmaster's face sank, and he cursed bitterly, damn Ling Kangfeng. He was actually dug out by him. What is digging a corner? Su-hung just came out and said he was going to the logistics department to find a teacher to practice the exercises. The old man gave the principal a strange look. Huh? Su-hung is still at school. The headmaster's pale face was instantly overjoyed. We received a notification from the military that they had contacted Su-hung privately, the principal explained. You said Su-hung had left, but I thought Su-hung had gone with the military. After listening to the principal's words, the old man immediately understood what had happened, and pouted in disdain. This guy still likes to be sneaky like this, and it's not the first time. 5 years ago, Longshan University also had a very talented student. Although the force was not very good, but the scientific research talent was superb, and he solved the national scientific research problem as soon as he entered the school. Longshan University was also very happy at that time, and planned to train him as the successor of the Dean of the Academy of Sciences. As a result, he was secretly pried away by him before he was hot. When the old man said this, he couldn't help rolling his eyes, but fortunately, Su-hung was not bewitched by those guys, so he decided to stay. Su-hung stayed in the gravity training room for a whole day and night, and just came out to find his teacher. Don't worry, Su-hung didn't leave. The headmaster's expression suddenly became much better. Then it seems that Su-hung chose to stay. It's not bad, boy, it's not worth my waste of words. This guy trains so hard, he's a real talent. The freshman is about to go through the third relic experience. This time, I plan to make a special relic for Su-hung, and make sure it is suitable for him, hee. But the old man doesn't seem to care about these. Whatever you want, don't bother me anyway, don't affect my leisurely retirement life. Su-hung, who left the training room, went directly to the logistics department. He wanted to find Su-hung quickly, hoping to get more combat-type moves and exercises to enhance his combat effectiveness. Su-hung was walking on the road, and many students around him came out of him. All of a sudden, there were whispered discussions around. Is this Su-hung? I heard that this combat power test went directly to the Grandmaster level. It's really perverted. They are both freshmen, and the gap is too big. I only want to be able to reach the Grand Master before graduation, so I will die, he. There were also senior students on the road, who looked at Soo-hung and expressed disdain. No matter how first, it's just a freshman. If he gets into the ring, he'll find his teeth all over the place if I don't beat him up, and let him know what is beyond heaven. Indeed, it should frustrate his spirit. In the school cafeteria by the road, on the second floor, by the window, there are two figures sitting opposite each other, looking at Soo-hung, who is gradually moving away, smiling slightly and withdrawing his eyes. Kong-hung, you seem to be stronger when you come back from the fog this time. I guess you are almost at the Lord level. One of the people on both sides of the table said to the person opposite. The person named Kong-hung smiled slightly when he heard the words on the other side. Haha, this time through the foggy experience, luck is good, and I entered a good ruin, and my strength has indeed improved a little. It's a bit unpleasant that I encountered a Lord-level beast, and I finally beat it into a serious injury, but it actually made him run away. The figure opposite Kong-hung, when he heard what Kong-hung did not deny, immediately his eyes shrank, and his heart was shocked. Lord level, a realm that many teachers have. As expected, this year's graduates are the strongest, no surprise, I guess it's you. Haha, Kong-hung didn't answer, but looked in the direction where Soo-hung was leaving. This time the first freshman seems to be very good, your student council, don't you think about it? Is that freshman number 1? The person in the student council seemed a little disapproving. We already have someone to contact him. However, this Soo-hung is really that strong? Is it really worth fighting over? Why did the military's king-level masters come in person? Although the student council member has already asked Soo-hung to contact him. However, it was obvious that he did not recognize Soo-hung too much and felt that he should not put so much effort into it. Whether it's worth it, I don't know. But, I'm sure, he must be stronger than when I first came to school. The person named Kong-hung said with great certainty. Opposite him, the student council member heard Kong-hung's words. The look of disapproval in his eyes suddenly turned into a look of surprise. This Kong-hung, who was also the first freshman at the time, scored nearly 600 in the freshman combat power test. That's more than twice his own. Now it has reached the realm that many teachers only have, the Lord level. Now he actually said, this Soo-hung is stronger than he was back then? Why? The student council members were a little puzzled. Isn't Soo-hung's test score just over 500? Facing the puzzled look on the other side, Kong-hung smiled mysteriously. Because of the Soo-hung, his strength is hidden. 512, it's not his real combat power at all. At this time, Soo-hung did not know all this in the cafeteria. He was heading straight for the logistics department. Suddenly, a student blocked Soo-hung's way. Classmates, are you interested in joining the student council? Chapter 46. New Ruins. Godzilla. Student Council. Soo-hung looked at the classmates in front of him, a little curious. We know that you are the number 1 student in the freshman combat test. We think you have great potential. Are you interested in joining us? In front of Soo-hung, the student union student seemed very excited. Then. Join the student union, do you have any money? Soo-hung asked suspiciously. What? The students in the student union looked at Soo-hung with a confused expression. It is a great honor for every student to be admitted to the student union. Because it is a recognition of its strength. As a result, Soo-hung in front of him didn't seem to care about honor at all. You only care about money. However, the students in the student union did not complain too much, and explained directly. Of course there is money to be in the student union. Every month, the starting point is 100,000. But money is only secondary, there are many things that are more important than money. First of all, it is honor. Being a student is a symbol of strength. Second, you can choose a lot of special exercise equipment that is not available in the regular training room. In addition, you have the right to check the internal information and exercises of the student union. Also, the student union often associates with other schools, so you have the opportunity to go to other places to exchange and study, which is very valuable. Soo-hong only heard that the students will get money for admission, and that's enough. No amount of materials, equipment, etc. can compare to the schools. That was a promise made to Soo-hong by the principal himself. As long as you have the money, you can talk about anything. Stop talking. I'll go. Soo-hong spoke directly, and the classmates opposite were stunned. He didn't expect Soo-hong to agree so readily. When he saw Soo-hong's question just now, he thought it would take a while. Then, he directly took out the application form and gave it to Soo-hong to fill out. After processing the application for the student union, Soo-hong continued to go to the logistics department. As soon as he arrived at the logistics department, Soo-hong found that Soo-tien was in class. And Soo-tien also found Soo-hong outside the classroom. "Oh, Soo-hong. You really weren't poached by the military, haha. Come on in." Soo-tien enthusiastically pulled Soo-hong into the classroom. "Soo-hong, we are going to explain the things behind the ruins, you are the only one left." Soo-hong then followed Soo-tien in. As soon as he entered the classroom, Soo-hong felt that the atmosphere became more enthusiastic. The discussions among the students were more lively. "Soo-hong is here. Soo-hong, you are amazing, this time our logistics department overwhelmed the martial arts department, haha. Soo-hong, I announce that you will be my idol target from now on." Facing the fiery gazes of the crowd, Soo-hong walked through the class crowd and came to sit in the back row of the classroom, which was his habit. Suddenly, he found a familiar figure looking at him. Soo-jia. Soo-jia from the martial arts department actually went to the logistics department to listen to the class. Soo-hong was curious. She won't really transfer to the logistics department, right? Soo-hong secretly speculated in his heart, thinking back to what she said after meeting Soo-jia before. However, he went straight to the back row and sat down. Soo-jia, who was sitting slightly ahead, looked back at Soo-hong from time to time. Soo-hong didn't care about these glances. He was very curious as to which ruins he was going to go to next. The first two relics are the movies and animations he once watched. And this time, will something familiar to him appear again? In front of the classroom, Soo-tien, who saw all the students coming together, announced the official start of the lecture. "Classmates, everyone is here. Now I will introduce you to the brand new ruins. This ruin is very dangerous. Because, this ruin is not like the dream you went to last time, but a real entity. Once dead, it will truly disappear and cannot be resurrected." On the podium, Soo-tien's solemn voice sounded. And below, the voices that had been heatedly discussing when Soo-hong came in also became quiet. The voice of teacher Soo-shin in front continued to sound. The relic introduced this time is a monster relic. The background of this relic is similar to our present Western world. The people inside are all Western looking. Hearing this, someone immediately asked, "The ruins last time were all monsters. Is there anyone in the ruins this time?" The teacher heard the question and explained, "There is indeed, this time the ruins can be said to be an independent small world, similar to our real world. There is also a world where monsters and humans coexist. It's just that most of the monsters there are sleeping underground, not like the beasts here, which are always active. However, in the ruins, there are many criminals who want to wake up these sleeping monsters." As soon as Soo-tien finished his introduction, there was a lot of discussion below. There are still people who want to wake up the monster. Are these people crazy in the ruins? What are they trying to do? Aren't they afraid of being killed by monsters after they wake up? Haha, Looking at the puzzled expression of the classmate below, Su Tian smiled slightly, because some of them have found a way to control the monster, and want to use the power of the monster to dominate the world. And this is also the key to your mission after you enter the ruins this time. You can choose to help humans, or you can choose to help monsters. Different choices will have different rewards. Some of the monsters you are facing this time have reached the 5th order level, which is comparable to the level of human lords. Because the ruins are too dangerous, this experience is not a mandatory requirement. Only when the combat power test reaches 30 or more can you apply for entry. After speaking, the teacher turned on the projector screen in front of him. The general introduction has been completed. As usual, I'll show you a few pictures of monsters, so that everyone can be a little mentally prepared. After that, several photos appeared on the big screen. The shocked voices of the students below also sounded again. FK, this monster is too big, it's estimated to be as high as a 100-story building. There is actually a monster with 3 heads. It looks so powerful. If I encounter it, I will definitely hide. At the back of the classroom, Su Hung, who was looking at the big screen, was also confused. This monster, special, isn't it Godzilla? Chapter 47. The ultimate goal is to kill all the monsters in the ruins. Looking at the familiar monster in the picture on the screen, Su Hung felt confident in his heart. Godzilla. Another familiar movie. Just don't know which one it is, after all Godzilla is a series of movies. In this ruin, most of the monsters are sleeping in the underground world or deep in the glacier, so the people in that world are temporarily safe. However, a group of people secretly hatched one in order to study how to control these monsters. Teacher Su Tian's introduction continued to sound. And the discussion of the students below did not stop. We can't kill it all here, and they dare to hatch by themselves, I dare not imagine. This monster that was secretly hatched is called Mothra, and its size is exactly what it looks like in the photo. Mothra is in the monster queen who symbolizes motherhood. It is only 15.8 meters tall, but its wingspan reaches 244.8 meters. The wings can emit an aggressive blinding light, which it has the superpower to rip the sky. The teacher changed a new photo. After the students saw it, they discussed, this Mothra is just a butterfly. It looks quite beautiful. No wonder it is called the Queen of Monsters. This group of organizations that secretly hatch monsters is called the Emperor Organization. That is, this organization has developed a method to control monsters, which is to use a specific sound wave frequency to simulate the monster's cry, so that the monster thinks that you are of the same kind. Hearing that someone could control the monster, the students burst out in amazement. It's really a group of geniuses who actually came up with a method to control the monster. I don't know if this method is effective in our world. The Emperor Organization used a specific sonic transmitter to successfully control the hatched Mothra. Originally, it must have been advancing according to the plan of the Emperor's organization, but suddenly a group of underground mercenaries appeared. As a result, the sonar instrument finally developed by the Emperor's organization was robbed by this group of underground organizations. Afterwards, this group of people from the underground organization used the stolen sonar to activate monsters all over the world. In the end, they caused the monster to explode. There was a pause in the teacher's introduction. The students, taking advantage of this pause, started a heated discussion. You said that the beasts in our real world were also secretly made by people, right? This imperial organization is really a bunch of lunatics, actually thinking about controlling monsters. Didn't they think they would get out of control? This group of people from the underground organization is really crazy. When they got the controller, they woke up the monsters all over the world without hesitation. Do they want to perish with the whole world? At the back of the classroom, Su Hung listened to the teacher's introduction and looked at the photos shown on the teacher's big screen. Carefully recall the movie in your mind. Mothra, the Emperor Organization, and the Underground Mercenaries. According to the teacher's introduction, Soo-hung recalled carefully, his expression a little excited. If I remember correctly, the ruins I went to this time are the movie Brotherzilla 2, King of Monsters. Soo-hung, who sat in the back row and listened carefully, finally determined the movie to which the ruins belonged. The background of the ruins world has basically been introduced. I will focus on a few specific monsters. After entering the ruins, you must be careful. The monster to be introduced first is called Godzilla. This monster is 119.8 meters tall and has a lizard-like shape. Its power is very powerful, comparable to that of a human lord-level master. It can be said that many teachers in our school are not its opponents. Originally, it looks very ordinary. However, this monster has the most special thing, that is, he will not harm humans. Even, he will do his best to protect humans. The classmates below who were listening to the teacher's introduction suddenly burst into a heated discussion. FK, it still protects human beings. What a peerless treasure, the beasts here in our place will never die when they see people. Suddenly I really want to raise two. If I can raise two Godzillas in my yard, I don't need to be afraid of ordinary beasts attacking them. After introducing Godzilla, the teacher slowly introduced several other beasts and monsters, and also released photos. Raton, Leviathan, King Kong, Jianlong who is. Soo-hung at the back of the classroom, looking at the photos released one by one, he is familiar with all of them. More sure in my heart, this is the movie he is familiar with, Godzilla 2. He remembers all the plots. Classmates, I would like to introduce the last beast that is comparable to the human lord. Everyone must stay away from it when they see it, otherwise, their lives will be in danger. After that, a three-headed beast appeared on the big screen in front. The moment the photo appeared, Soo-hung recognized the name of the monster. Ghidorah. The king of monsters, a beast from an alien planet. It has been frozen in Antarctica. With a height of 158.8 meters and a wingspan of about 400 meters, Godzilla looks much smaller in front of it. Its strength is so powerful that it can not only spit out gravitational rays, but also has 3 heads and 3 brains. It is clever and treacherous, and lightning flashes wherever it goes. It crushed Godzilla for a time, and after Godzilla advanced, he succeeded in counter-killing. Immediately afterwards, Teacher Su Tian's voice became slightly solemn. This monster, named Ghidorah, has a power of rank 5. Even if it is me, it will take a lot of effort to deal with it. The monsters we face this time are a whole level stronger than the last dream ruins. Therefore, after entering the ruins, you must not run around. Death in this ruin is a real death, but unlike the last dream ruin, there is a chance to come back. The monster in this ruin is a little gentler than the real world. As long as you don't deliberately provoke it, it won't be a big problem. Remember, it's important to save your life. If you can't, find a place to hide. After the task time is over, just complete a simple task and you will be automatically teleported back. Listening to the teacher's introduction one by one, the students basically understood the background of the entire monster ruins. Just after the teacher finished introducing the last monster, Soo-hung stood up and asked the teacher. Teacher, after we enter the ruins, what are the details of the mission? The ultimate goal is to kill all the monsters in the ruins. Chapter 48. Nightmare Quest Difficulty. Soo-hung's question is basically the question of all the other students. Among the monsters that the teacher put down, the worst ones are all tier 3, comparable to the great masters of human beings. You must know that in the ruins of the dream, the alien queen on the 3rd floor is only worthy of the 3rd order beast. And this time, the monster ruins I'm going to go to, actually, the start is level 3. The strongest monster, the 3-headed Ghidorah, is probably not far from the king level. To kill all these beasts, just rely on these students, it is simply a fantasy. Hee hee. Su Tian, who was lecturing in front, heard Su Hong's question and shook his head with a smile. Of course I don't ask you to kill all the monsters. Any monster here is stronger than the previous alien queen. It's hard for you to kill them. The main purpose of this experience is not to test your individual ability, but to exercise your team combat ability. By the way, let you experience the power of the monsters, so that you can prepare yourself mentally. When you come out of the high wall and face the real abyss beasts in the fog, you won't be stunned directly. After he finished speaking, Su Tian waved his right hand, and the photo on the screen was replaced by text, with the words human and monster written. The world in the ruins, the main battlefield is called He Kingdom, and the population inside is about 100 million. The mission this time is not to kill all the monsters, so what is it? To put it simply, this world is divided into two camps, humans and monsters. You can choose one of them at will, and then you can help them. Below, the student's question sounded again, then how can we help? Haha, don't worry first, Su Tian pressed his hand. In addition to choosing a faction, you also have to choose the difficulty of the task, which is easy, difficult, and nightmare. After the faction and task difficulty are all selected, specific task items will appear. And this task item is what you are concerned about, how to help. After speaking, Su Tian waved his hand again, and 4 enlarged characters appeared on the screen, Human Camp. Usually, students will choose the Human Camp. Mission level, there are 3. The mission of the simple level is, protect 100 people. As long as you can protect these 100 people from dying before the end of the mission is complete. After finishing the task, the students below began to discuss again, this simple task looks quite easy. Choose 100 people at random and lock them up. When the time is up, they will be released after the task is completed, haha. Listening to the students' discussion, Su Tian smiled slightly on the podium. Easy tasks are really easy, but they have the lowest ratings and the lowest rewards. If you have something to pursue, you have to choose difficult and nightmare level tasks. In the human camp, the difficult task is to protect humans and monsters and let them live in peace, that is, humans and monsters coexist peacefully. Nightmare level tasks are to protect all humans and kill all monsters. It is estimated that basically no one can achieve this difficulty. After hearing the difficult and nightmare level tasks, the classmates complained, is it really possible to protect monsters, coexistence of humans and beasts? Killing all the monsters, it is estimated that it is difficult for the teacher to do it. It is indeed a nightmare level task. After explaining the tasks of the human camp, the next step is the monster camp. For the task of the monster camp, there are very few people selected, usually only a small number of students. The easy level is to kill 60 people. This is easy to do, and of course, there are very few scoring rewards. The hard part is killing 10,000 people and helping the monster conquer the world. The nightmare level is to kill 600,000 people, which is basically the population of a small city. In addition, you have to conquer Ghidorah and Godzilla and become the king of beasts. After listening to the task of the monster camp, the students' rants sounded again, kill 600,000 people, my god. Let me kill by standing still. It is estimated that I won't be able to kill until I get a cramp in my hands. Some people really choose this task. Why is there a quest of the monster camp, and it actually asks to help monsters conquer the world? What's the point of this kind of quest? Feeling the students' puzzlement about the monster camp mission, Su Tian quickly explained. The mission of the monster camp is to let you experience the scene after the city was destroyed by the beasts. Let you experience the cruelty of the beast tide, and let you cherish the life inside the high wall even more. Usually, students will choose the human camp to help humans. However, Don't feel burdened when you choose the monster camp. Because the people there are either lunatics or desperados, and even if everyone doesn't care, they will go to self-destruction. So those who want to choose, don't hesitate, just go. Su-hung, who was in the last row of the classroom, heard the teacher's explanation and expressed his deep agreement. The Emperor's organization, actively hatching monsters, is completely crazy. There are also underground mercenaries, who grabbed the monster controller and began to wake up sleeping monsters all over the world, and even blew the seal of the three-headed monster Ghidorah. This is the king of monsters from Aliens. This group of underground mercenaries, saying that they are desperados, are flattering them. Also, the main battlefield is Haguo. If you kill it, you will kill it. It's better to sink the entire island. Thinking of this, Su-hung raised his head slightly, making up his mind. Then this time, my choice is the monster camp. Not only that, the difficulty of the task must be nightmare level. Chapter 49. Everyone thighs. Su-hung. Su-hung decided monster camp. And he decided nightmare difficulty of the task. He wants to conquer all the monsters and become the king of the beasts. After all, this world of people, many of which were outlaws. And the country is still the main battlefield. Let him seek death all day to protect these perverted people? What are you kidding? That for him, almost dead, then face 5 Godzilla are uncomfortable. So he helped direct selection of monsters. Even, if possible, he will have extraordinary play, and the country battle to add new points. Just Su-hung sighed, wondering how to act during that time. Some people raised their hands and asked, "Teacher, if the final did not complete the task, how do not complete the task, but also the normal out of it?" "I did not complete the task, you will be forever trapped in the ruins of the world inside. So, select the task, we must do what, do not choose at random blind." Virtual voice solemn day, spread to every corner of the classroom. Suddenly, the classroom quiet again. The relic is a real entity, not the last kind of dream. Every year, schools have students, because they cannot complete the task, or the strength of the poor, so never be able to return to the real world. This is why the school is not mandatory for everyone entering the ruins of reasons. This experience, asks students to enter the ruins, at least have a fighting force value of 30. In this way, to ensure that students entering the ruins, is at least stronger than the existence of ordinary people. 30 combat power value, at least, a heads-up play 5 people did not have a problem. This also ensures that they can complete the most basic level of simple tasks. Although the score a little low, but at least to ensure the complete return of students. On the screen, once again released a photograph of the remains of a monster. This time, some students began to retreat, this lizard monster that looks so terrible, or this, do not go to the bar. Suddenly feeling, to practice cultivation, increase the point of strength to go better. Some started to worry not complete the task, the spot intend to retreat. Especially that huge monster of terror on the photo, at a glance, people have the desire to escape. But the rear of the classroom Su-hung, but it is full of expectations. His well-known Godzilla movie. He knows the location of each sleeping monster. In addition, he also knows who is in the study monster controller, as well as his study sites. These, for he had great help complete the task, he was confident of completing this new task ruins. In the corner of the classroom, Su-zyajia from time to time look back Su-hung, she is looking forward to this time together and Su-hung will run into anything. While many people face thoughts, the teacher suddenly reminded, in fact, you do not have to worry too much about the mission, and students can be free to team up. This would also help to further ensure, so at least you can complete a simple level tasks. If a teacher, had slightly dull atmosphere, a little bit active. Teacher, this relic so dangerous, it must be very lucrative rewarded. Teacher cannot disclose the back of Su-hung, he asked again. Reward, Su-hung thing we are most concerned about. Ruin's difficulty simply does not matter, Su-hung he did not care. He only cares about awards, as long as reward enough, Daoshin Huohei he does not care. Su-hung face of doubt, imaginary day the teacher explained, is definitely rewarding to comprehensive score determined according to the task level corresponds to complete, and your score is based on each person's performance. Every task level, ABCD score basically divided into 4 grades, but also most of the students can achieve this level. As long as you behave properly, you will get a basic level of these scores. A level above, there are also S-class score, the need to complete at least nightmare perfect task for the job after .S level, the highest rating available to the SSS level. Hearing this, for a time, the people were not quite understand perfectly level tasks to complete nightmare, actually only S-class. SSSSS level that even the score, how to get what you want. Is it still overdone? However, Virtual Day Teacher did not explain this question. Because the kind of rating scale, the school here, never got off the students. The remains of life experiences, the school will be completed according to each person's situation, to give the corresponding score, but also after you enter the equivalent of a university, the first test. So, you have to take it seriously. The higher the score, the higher the reward will certainly. What specifically is to give the country time you arrange. In any case, we do not reward poorer than the last remains of the dream. Rear, Su-hung listening to the teacher's explanations, the hearts of the plan gradually clear up. Since the choice of monster camps, and still nightmare difficulty, requiring conquer all monsters. That first step must be to wake up all the monsters. Therefore, he entered the ruins, is to grab the first emperor of the R&D organization, monsters controller before you can begin to conquer the world. Well, the students, the remains of a monster, is more basic things. This relic, is fighting as a team. So the next step is to team up students. The teacher's voice sounded. This team is not required. All voluntary, limited number of players, depends on everyone, free combination. Shabu shabu. Virtual Days these words down, the next moment, the whole classroom, all the students, all uniform look to Su-hung rear of the classroom. Newborn combat power first. If talk to Su-hung team to complete the task, it is not easy. Chapter 50. Suzayajia, who asked to form a team. All eyes turned to Su-hung. The meaning in their eyes is very obvious, they all hope to form a team with Su-hung. Su-hung's last experience in the ruins was the first for freshmen. Not only that, but also refreshed the school's previous record. Coupled with his combat power of more than 500, it is a guarantee of performance in itself. Even if his grades this time are not as good as last time, it won't be that bad, it's better than their own rush. The classmates 1 or 2 rows in front of Su-hung looked at Su-hung behind with a pleasing smile. Ba Su-hung, is there any thigh pendant? I'm very light. Su-hung, do you think my dress is beautiful? I just bought it, what else do you like, I'll show it to you next time. God. I have Balenciaga. Great God, the last time I tested my combat strength, the value reached 51. It is already a warrior. As long as you agree to let me form a team, I can bring you tea and water. The classmates in front of Su-hung strongly recommended themselves, hoping to form a team with him. In the corner of the classroom, on the seat next to the window, Suzayajia also looked at Su-hung, and she also hoped to be in a team with Su-hung. Seeing everyone's hot eyes, Su-hung didn't know what to do. Then he reluctantly said, this time, I have thought about it, and I will choose the difficulty level of Nightmare. You guys, are you sure you want to team up with me? Su-hung's voice spread faintly, spreading to everyone's ears in the classroom. In an instant, the eyes of many people, the original hot eyes quickly extinguished, and a shocked look appeared on their faces. Su Tian on the podium in front was also slightly surprised. He knew that Su Hong would definitely not choose the simple level. But Su Hong didn't expect Su Hong to directly choose a nightmare level mission with such a firm attitude. And, looking at his appearance, it seems that he doesn't want to team up with others at all. Cough. Forget it, I think it's true. I just want to choose a simple task, hide and go, and don't challenge such an exciting. As for those students, after they reacted, they kept coughing. What a joke, although Su Hong is strong, but choosing a task difficulty level of nightmare level, is this not courting death? Isn't he afraid that the task cannot be completed and that he will never come back? You know, this time there will be real casualties. I have to say, Su Hong's move is very effective. After a while, everyone withdrew their gazes and began to discuss with each other, planning to form a team with people they were more familiar with to deal with this relic experience. Call. Seeing everyone's gazes dissipated, Su Hong bowed his head slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. If you really form a team with so many people, it is estimated that you will not need to practice at that time, and you will be a full-time babysitter for everyone. However, Su Hong, who just bowed his head and breathed a sigh of relief. However, he saw a pair of bright, white, and tender calves walking towards him. He looked up quickly, and a familiar figure stood in front of him. Su Xiajia. At this moment, her face was ruddy, with a hint of dodge in her eyes. Su Hong, I want to team up with you. Looking at Su Xiajia in front of him, Su Hong was a little surprised. I want to choose a nightmare level mission. Aren't you afraid? Su Hong asked Su Xiajia. I'm not afraid. Last time in the ruins, you saved my life. This time, I want to help you. Su Xiajia's face was a little shy, but her expression was firm. Su Hong thought about it for a while, and felt that Su Xiajia's ability was indeed very suitable. He could help him recover his physical strength quickly at critical moments. In addition, she is a master-level strength. In the last battle strength test, she surpassed 300 in one fell swoop, reaching 325. This time it is a physical relic, not the dream like last time. It will also be safer to rotate vigils for each other when resting at night. No more hesitation, Su Hong replied. All right then. You sit here first. Afterwards, Su Xiajia sat down beside Su Hong. Su Hong looked at Su Xiajia, and his voice sounded, this time, I will not only choose a nightmare level mission. Huh. Su Xiajia tilted her head to look at Su Hong, a little curious, apart from the nightmare level difficulty, is there anything higher than this? I will choose the monster camp, and the nightmare level mission will conquer the world. Su Hong's voice was so small that only the two of them could hear it. And Su Xiajia heard about Su Hong's plan. The originally slightly shy look turned into shock in an instant. Nightmare monster camp. Su Xiajia was very surprised. This is much more difficult than the human camp. However, Su Xiajia didn't ask too much. Su Hong said so, and there was his reason. She only needed to form a team with Su Hong. Then I have to help you even more, it will be very difficult for you alone. And Su Hong, hearing Su Xiajia's words, nodded, and stopped talking, and began to silently think about the plan after entering the ruins. Beside him, Su Xiajia looked a little excited after getting Su Hong's approval to form a team. After going back this time, be sure to train hard. To become stronger, you can't hold back like last time. At the same time, she is also looking forward to the experience after entering the ruins with Su Hong. That should be very interesting.